sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe she knows the best. So on the bridge I stand,
this already. I think we faced them.
Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, Hellraisers.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's B. Hellraisers, good job.
Do you know that, Freddy?
No, but I guess I've been playing for a while, but I haven't been like the mad fucking fragger. But I want to say D, but I'm unsure. It's C or D, 100%.
I think it's C because I saw someone and they were like above 32, and I don't think you're like in the top, right?
I mean, the top is around 40k right now, right? I think Forest has the record, yeah.
Okay, then it's D, I think.
Yeah, I think D as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we'll say D.
So D, final answer is right. Good job.
Nice. Get right on Forest?
No.
Or what? Oh, was it Passion, maybe?
I think Get Right was number 1 and Forest was number 2. Oh, Forest wasn't even number 2, I think. Get Right was first, 100%.
Yeah.
Should be...
So it has to be like...
It's not Kenny or Shox as well. It's Pasha or JW and Flasha.
No, they played for Fnatic, right? Back then?
Yeah.
JW? So they were like the second best team, or?
No, that was the French guys. Maybe it was Kenny.
I actually have no idea, but I want to say
Get Right was first. Yeah, let's go with that one because Get Right was first. That is all I remember.
Yeah, let's go with Passion Snacks.
So, Passion Snacks.
Yeah.
Is good choice, yeah,
Oof,
that's right.
Nice, Roy.
Okay,
Get
okay.
right first, Flasha second.
What a list.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That's well, Freddy.
Yes.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Yeah, it was actually.
Good job.
1G.
You think it's 1D?
Yeah, no.
Maybe they changed it after that thing. It wouldn't like surprise me though.
No way.
Fucking Valve or meme or
it has to be. I think it's Fire or Molotov. Like it.
Yeah, I think Fire as well.
It has to be Fire because that's like both grenades, right? And Molotov is only like the T1, so.
Yeah.
I think let's say Fire.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
Is wrong. It's actually Inferno.
Really? Oh,
Nobody knows why, but it's Inferno.
Makes zero sense.
Great question.
True. Developers, you know.
Actually, I have no clue that. Is it named like those two different things with the letter? Like,
I mean, there's different marks, right? Or what do you call it?
Yeah, different
Symbols.
Yeah. I think when I googled it, it's Japanese symbols for 1 and 2.
Ah.
But there is something on the skin.
It's gonna be something like simple. You see the trigger? It's metal blank, right?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe
that was supposed to be red or like the orange thing.
No.
Well, I have no idea.
So
No idea.
So maybe it's like the. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't seen this skin that much.
It was a little face
Oh,
that is on the handle. There's just simple difference.
I think that's the Arma that didn't get to anything, right? That's one. Do you have anything else?
Gold.
I know you have that one from 2020.
Yeah,
yeah, that one where the major didn't happen, right? Because of COVID.
That was the first gold, right? I think just the Fnatic logo.
Yeah. You didn't have anything before that? If you don't have anything before that, then...
No, the gold was introduced then, right? As the...
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's only one.
Yeah, then it's one then. Yeah.
So only one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
it was this
that
one. There are many other, but they are on the souvenir cases.
Yeah, exactly.
Souvenir weapons.
Not the Turn of Fire, I think.
No, I want to say...
Wait. Didn't we play that one?
You might have.
I think I played it. I think we won it, right? No.
Who did you face then in the final?
I don't remember now. I think it was Eternal Fire. No.
Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Eternal Fire.
Okay, let's go with that.
So final answer D?
Yeah.
Yes, it was Eternal Fire, and you won.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
what a memory.
Nice. Good job.
The right shield, right?
Yes, tactical shield.
That's the
If
one.
I can get you a hint, it's not a weapon.
You can buy. Oh, the night vision goggles, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yes. Tactical shield and night vision.
You gotta know the last one, Crims. You played 1.6 for.
Yeah, oof. This is...
So night vision goggles, the tactical shield, and then. Oh, maybe it's some sort of grenade.
No.
What did it was only smoke.
Maybe it was
flash,
smoke, flash,
HE,
flash,
right?
HE, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Ammunition.
Yes.
No, yeah,
primary
that's
and
true, that's true,
secondary.
that's true.
Good job, good job.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so it has to be like those 2 on Mirage, right?
Yeah, those 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 then, right?
It looks like those 2.
Oh, the location. Oh, I thought this was like an alley in like Italy or something. Okay,
No.
that's 200%. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
that's
think
2.
so.
And can you name exact location?
Doesn't look
Where-
like it's. Is that long or what?
Yeah, it's long. Good job. It's behind these bars,
Ah, okay.
yeah.
and it's along here.
Oh, next to the dentist. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
Then
Good
it's
job.
the-
I will change a lot, but let's say I can go first. Let's remove Vertigo
No.
and put back the old Cobble or the old Cash.
Okay, and I would remove Dust 2, and I would bring in the old couple, 100%.
So
Both on
old
Cobble
couple.
though.
Yeah, I love that map. But you can't remove Vertigo, Freddy. Come on.
Okay. Sorry.
Two kills, so his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Obviously got to swing out wide on the contact. Can't try and do the same, seeing if we can isolate these jewels.
In hand. Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round. What a clutch from Calix. When high player is still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward. Zatara's going to see so many. He transfers back. Makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer. The ace for Zataris. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Republic Season 3 as we get into our second day of Group B action. All the action has already gotten close, and it continues to hot up as the week progresses. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne for the first time here on the Republic stream. How you doing, man?
I'm very excited. Hope the viewers at home love that quiz, because I know we loved it, Jay. It's a bit of entertainment, right? While you're just chilling out for
Yeah.
a bit.
Yeah, I know. Here's the thing. For those of you who don't know what goes on behind the scenes, we also start answering the questions in our little TeamSpeak chat, and I somehow managed to guess long on Dust too. So I'll take that victory, ladies and gentlemen. Dwight couldn't get it, so I'm happy to have a little bit more CS knowledge than him. But of course, that's all the fun and games before the stream. During the stream, of course, we have epic Counter-Strike action as Group B continues to roll on here. Yesterday, we started things off with a fantastic set of matches that, of course, were, I guess, unexpectedly close in certain cases. But I mean, 2-1 victories and plenty of overtimes to boot. I think the biggest shocker was Enterprise beating out the Imperial lads.
Yeah, can't say how it was, Jay. That was a fiesta yesterday. I don't know what was in the water. I don't know what was going on, but it was overtime central. And even on that Enterprise game, I think we saw the Brazilians up 15-13 when they had a 3v1 situation on the final map. They lost it. They lost the clutch over to the E-Life. And then all of a sudden, somehow, Enterprise were able to come through and steal that best of 3.
Yeah, it was manic yesterday. If you haven't seen those matches, go back and watch them. Of course, you can see how the bracket looks as a result of that. Enterprise and Mouse will be taking each other on in that upper bracket semi, and Imperial will be facing up against Fours for elimination in the later portions of the bracket itself. For today, however, we continue with our upper bracket round 1 games. Of course, 2 best of 3s for you, with Fnatic taking on Into the Breach and Finest taking on Sinners. Matches that, honestly, Dwayne, even though they were pretty close yesterday, I don't see these ones being as close today.
There's definitely more favoritism when it comes to both of these best of 3s. You can come and have a look in, know that Fnatic are a team that won the last season here at Republic, got a slightly different lineup to that previous iteration, but it's still going to be a powerhouse up against an ITB side who we've seen at least grinding quite a lot of the officials. I will say that in the last few months, they have been playing a lot of events.
Absolutely, and I guess the grind is certainly what you expect in the Tier 2 space in the online tournaments themselves. So for all the teams involved, there'll be a lot of info to pull from and a lot that we can sort of try and pinpoint with in terms of where we can see these matches going. And we start things off with Fnatic versus Into the Breach, two rosters that I guess have a little bit of history, probably a few more links than one might initially expect here. Of course, Fnatic just recently acquiring some brand new players, Nico Odos and Roy being the two guys obviously that stood out the most, and Heap, of course, most recently being announced on this roster now, the trio, if you will, the new Fnatic trio that will now be part of the new rebuild, essentially. You're looking to see if they can hit the ground running here in Republic.
It's basically a Nordic team now, right? We had the idea that they were obviously Swedish for a very long time. They went over to European. Now they're bringing a couple of Danes back. You've got a Swede into the mix. And even for Roy, he's a guy that I think really peaked in his career in recent form. We saw that he had the stints on Copenhagen Flames and Tricked. Mad Lions is when he really started getting into his own. But when he made that move over to Copenhagen Flames, he was unreal for such a long portion of time. And now that he's moved over to Fnatic, I think that hype and that extension of how strong he's been can only continue.
Yeah, him and Nico Odos, I think the rightful call-ups for this particular roster, and coming out of that Copenhagen Flames side now into an established organization like Fnatic, I think is the next best step in their careers. Fnatic obviously trying to dip down into the Tier 2 space and recover some unknown talents and sort of bring them up, nurture them to create a new competitive team. And you could argue a similar case for the likes of ITB with their own particular positions, obviously a much smaller organization by comparison, but they have been searching around the UK space to try and bring a five-man lineup together. And some interesting names in this one, obviously Thomas is known to be a very good UK player and rifler. The big highlight man, however, for this roster has got to be Smooya, if only because he's ex-Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that he's been farming, right? He's been having some really good events in for this ITB side. Adam, Dobbo, and Cypher have been playing together as a trio under the ITB banner for just over a year now, so we know that there's a solid core when it comes to this lineup overall. With some of their results, Jay, there are some inconsistencies, right? Getting that 2-1 win over Skade, qualifying into this event itself was a massive victory, but then they lose to AGO, had a couple of wins in the ESEA Advanced playoff bracket only very recently against Offset and Anonymous, so trying to see if they can build up a bit of a streak going.
Yeah, absolutely. And for ITB, obviously, playing all these tournaments and playing all these matches has given them a little bit of a basis to pull from now. We can kind of understand how their map pool looks. So as a result, there's a lot of research that Fnatic can do if they want to come into this one prepared. There's a bit of a grudge match involved because I think we all kind of have heard the rumors about the falling out of how Smooya left that Fnatic roster. So in terms of this matchup, it might seem like it's going to be a quick 2-0 on paper. I think in reality, there's a bit more fight to put up from everyone involved.
Yeah, of course there is. And always when you get sort of the derbies as such, or playing up against ex-teammates, you know that you're on for a really exciting series. And Smooya is definitely going to be a player to keep an eye out for this ITB roster as a whole and in a series like this.
Absolutely. So, of course, best of 3 rules, so we will see a map veto and seeing which sort of maps that we can play out in this particular series. For Fnatic, we don't really have like a good idea of what their map veto is going to end up looking like because obviously it's basically a completely new roster here, Dwayne. So what can we hope to see? What can we expect out of this veto?
Well, we know that they actually like quite a lot of Inferno and Overpass. Those are the two maps that they saw play recently, even with some of the newer rosters as well. It seems as if ITB don't exactly have a permaban. They kind of mix it around a little bit. Nuke pick coming forward. Don't often see a lot of Nuke for Fnatic, so this is definitely something different.
Yeah, try and see if they can punish the less experience, I guess, over from the ITB side. Obviously, you would expect that players under the leadership of someone of a roster like Fnatic in that sort of sense will have the experience and the knowledge, know-how to be able to play a map like a Nuke here a little bit better. Mirage, of course, a bit more standardized for the ITB side, and Overpass will be that final map in the series. I sort of take a look at the first 2 maps, and I feel like Fnatic can beat them in the tactics and the firepower here. So for me, I kind of look at this one already leaning towards a 2-0 on paper.
Yeah, I'm thinking so as well. Even towards the back end of the veto, we know that Fnatic used to pick a lot of Overpass, so this is going to be a map that they're quite comfortable on. They picked it against Big in that Pinnacle Cup event and was able to show some pretty good CT sides. So as a whole for Fnatic, I think they should be able to take it in 2, but I'm almost hoping that we get a competitive series and we get an ITB that can really put a show on, because we do know from time to time they can create an upset. They can maybe push a team that's a lot stronger to them to an absolute finale, but it's whether they can actually prove it on the day.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got a great map in there, their own pick, right? Mirage is one of the 2 best maps in the pool for Into the Breach. I think the concern when it comes to it is sort of like stepping up to the next level, because a lot of their results have been pretty good against squads like, you know, Endpoint and Fambit and Savage, for example. But these are all rosters that aren't really at that same sort of caliber. When you see them taking on established names in the Tier 2 space, you mentioned that Skade series, for example, to make it out of the closed qualifier and into the main event. That was a 16-14 win on Mirage. So we are looking at a map that doesn't really have the most most solidity in the tier 2 space. So we're now taking on a squad that you can consider to be, I guess, tier 1.5 if we're being, you know, a little bit more conservative with how we sort of rate Fnatic right here. And for me, I feel like that's going to be the main sort of issue, right? It's not about the history and the pools itself and what ITB have done in the past. It's about the opponent they're facing. And right now, I have to say that pound for pound, Fnatic just look like the far better squad.
Yeah, I agree. It's very difficult to obviously rank Fnatic and where we think that they sit because it is a new roster, because there aren't many officials under their boat. But think about it from their perspective, right, Jay? They're coming in, previous winners of last season. They're going up against an ITB side. They want to try and absolutely steamroll themselves through this group stage. They want to try and get right towards those playoffs. They want to try and get into those early semifinals positions. And they've got to send a message. They've got to send a message to all these tier 2 teams to say, hey, even though we're a slightly new roster, even though we don't have a lot of officials under our belt, we're going to be a threat, not only in this group stage, but the entire event.
Absolutely, and even for Fnatic, right, like they've already shown a little bit of a glimpse of what they can do. They took this roster to Lund a couple of weeks ago in the Pinnacle Cup Championship, and they played a LAN event, and they've already shown that even without the final five, that they can still do some damage because they got map wins above Heroic, above the likes of Big as well. They got very close to beating Heroic in a best of 3 series. So we're talking about some really good initial sort of feelings. And for a roster that came into that event saying, look, right, it's all bets off. We're just going to play this event, see what happens, and go from there. They're going to have this chance, of course, to make those results work in I guess you could say, a lesser tier competition in the sense of an online event. So for them, taking that initial sort of feel out, the initial foundations built up at that LAN event, applying it to the online space, hit the ground running here in the group stage and fly your way through towards the playoffs.
And sometimes it comes down to the run as well. You could even take ITB into that conversation and say, look at how they got their spot here. Through the EU Open qualifiers, we know that they're always a death pit, right? Always so difficult to come out on top. They went into the closed qual, they took on Still's team, the Brazilians a case. Then, of course, that Skade roster didn't lose a single best of 3, went straight through the upper bracket, and now find themselves fighting again here in a group stage to try and see, can they get one of those spots into the playoffs?
Absolutely, and obviously for the ITB side, they've come here the long way around, and they've definitely had to prove themselves in their own sort of nature, and that was something the Fnatic was sort of in a similar position of coming into Season 2. We know that they ended up winning that season itself, admittedly getting through a bit closer on terms of name value alone, but that was a roster that initially felt like it was going to be a dark horse. So for them right here, I guess you could sort of see them in that sort of tier 1 position as being another dark horse if they can win Republic this time, but that all starts with the first matchup itself, and ITB will be that first opponent. Dwayne, I'm looking at 2-0. I think you've already said 2-0. Reasonable expectations, win conditions for ITB?
I think for ITB, they could actually keep this fairly close. I think if we get a good performance out of Smooya, if we get some consistent rifling out of Cypher, if Thomas has some big moments here or there, ITB are still a team that can hang, right? And even though they're playing a Fnatic side that's going to be a very tough battle, I think that they can try and get to double digits on both maps. But for me, I think Fnatic's taking it in 2.
Well, Nuke is the first map in the series as picked by the Fnatic side. Again, so little that we can realistically pull from in order to get any sort of like, in order to like make an assessment as to how this team looks in the map pool itself. We do know that the majority core 4 were playing this one over in Lund, and they had that 16-7 win against the big side. But outside of that, we don't really know how this map is going to look right here. You imagine that ITB are going to pick into the CT side. So this first half could be everything for the Brits.
And for ITB, they're actually a very difficult team to read vetoes on. They don't exactly have a set insta-ban. They typically ban to their opponent's strengths. And then when it comes to map picks, they like Inferno, they like Vertigo, they like Nuke, Overpass, Mirage. They tend to actually kind of tiptoe around, not just set permapicks, and to go quite deep in the map pool. And while for ITB they do run a 7 map pool at the moment, the issue is, Jay, where are the strengths when you keep picking from different areas, and especially when you're not going consistently deep in events?
Yeah, so unpredictable in that sort of sense, but at the same time, we've also got a lot more maps on record for that ITB side. So if Fnatic are smart, and I imagine that they would be, they would have done some research into trying to counter-strat and anti-play how these guys are going to play out. Maybe they could just take it as a bit more of a sprint sort of a matchup and try and figure out their own sort of individual strengths. Like, again, we don't know what the attitude of Fnatic is coming into this match and into this tournament, so all bets are off for me personally, but as you mentioned before, like again, it should be a simple affair for this roster.
And one player we haven't even really highlighted in too much detail is Heap. This was the guy that came out of nowhere, got picked up from the Swedish FPL scene, and just the pugging atmosphere that they've got over there in the Nordic region. And what did he find? A spot on Dignitas. Was known as a very good rifler, great in clutch situations, really strong in the late round. And overall, Jay, now having an opportunity at 22 years old to go on trial, to have an opportunity to play with this Fnatic side, and knowing that he's played with them for a little while, at least from what we know, he hasn't played an official. This will be his debut.
Yeah, this is his debut for Fnatic at the very most. Of course, having his history of his own right in the outskirts of the Swedish scene. I'm excited to see where he'll go on that sort of sense. The Dignitas roster really highlighted his own individual prowess. So again, there's a lot of promise and a lot of potential. It's all about living up to that potential for the Fnatic side. Do you think a match victory against ITB will demonstrate that potential here, or do you think there's more challenging opponents that Fnatic need to beat?
Oh, I think there is. This is a very stacked group stage, and just knowing how some of the officials went yesterday with some of the surprises that we've already got, I think for Fnatic, you need to take it one game at a time and even assess the situation, I think, deeper on in the group stage, Jay. Yeah, maybe if we see 1 or 2 games from them early on, we can get a bit of a gauge, but I want to see quite a few officials under their belt.
Well, this will be one of many, you can only assume. Fnatic on the T side start with the pistol round now going live into the breach, into the pistol, into the defensive. It's Smoothie taking point on the A side.
Yeah, playing up towards that top Mustang position. Fnatic, a lot of players outside of lobby, setting themselves up for a top side Xe. Even Cypher towards our outside back of T-Red position is getting very aggressive. Hasn't seen a thing.
On their positions for now, looking down from the rafters for Smoothie's part. Cypher continuing the aggression towards the outside. Is about to see one player as the Molotov and Flashbang get set in for Nico Odos. Heap's going to get caught off guard first and foremost. Mezzi and Crims with a couple of decent trades. Smooya will respond, but only for so long. A 3-on-2 as Fnatic gain the A sites.
A great post plant coming through from Fnatic now. Cypher trying to make his way in from Hut, but gets disallowed. Adam now up towards a heaven position in such an uncomfortable 1v3. And you could just see there, even though they've got the wraparound play towards the outside play, it was the trading game on the top side play directly that made the impact.
Yeah, overwhelming force forward from Fnatic. And a good start for them in this pistol. Adam will try hunt for an exit frag on Crimson. Might just be able to get this headshot. But you imagine that it will not lead towards any sort of retake, even though he will continue to prod. Just try and take those stats away, try and take some frags away from the T-side line. Nico Odos will take that fight back, but surely combining alongside Mezzi should be enough to eliminate Adam from play. He gets another good kill, but now left out of position and out of the round.
A battle of the in-game leaders in that final sequence. Adam coming away on top, and a good start coming through from Fnatic, even if it does get a little bit expensive towards the end there. And for ITB, they can decide to buy it up. And knowing that Adam obviously stayed alive with the Kevlar, was able to find quite a multitude of frags, he's actually opted to go for the M4 next round.
Plenty of money, so can afford to do so. Bring that weapon out in an instant and try and put the hurt back on to the ITB side. Using whatever they can in order to sort of get a decent line into this matchup. The force investment will come through for that. For a run boost initially. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a run boost, but I think it failed. Either that or it was just some sort of other play that completely messed up. Regardless, it sets itself out to a standard defensive for the M4. Out ahead of the squeaky door and the smoke ahead of it.
Yeah, remember, Jay, Adam and Mezzi played together on London Esports and Vex, so there could be a bit of rivalry in this game as well, not only with the Smoothie Fnatic situation.
Yeah, all sorts of intricate little lines to draw between the players in this server. I think the highlight one, however, has got to be Smoothie versus Fnatic. Like, we all know what happened, or we all hear the rumors of what happened in that roster. So all eyes on him to see what he can do. Scouts out for this particular round, set back into position. Was Fnatic already gone for the vent dive, and they're going to play into Dobbo's hands here on the B site alone.
Yeah, down at lower, Smoothie can be quick on that rotate. A lot of map control being gained, and now some footsteps being heard of Adam on the rotate from Hell too. And Fnatic going to crunch down to that lower bomb site. ITB really need their anchor players to hold strong and waste a lot of time.
I don't know if Adam's going to rotate towards outside or into the B site itself. They're about to make their move in. Scouts already watching. Molotov sent back, and Molotov's also forced forward to the T-side line. Roy will open things up alongside Nico Odos, and of course the gun advantage will work better for Fnatic here.
Got to be a safe call. Locked out of that one completely. Adam caught on the rotate. Dobbo playing out from that dark position. Couldn't find anything either. And Fnatic just crunched down to lower. Keep in mind, Jay, no one lost any damage. Everyone's on 100 HP.
What you call an effective take? A flawless take of the site, if you will. 2-0 for the Fnatic side. Of course, they had the better buy into this round, so it's expected to be. We do kind of hope that ITB would have put up some fight in that one, though, forcing back the save to make sure that the SMG, the Scout, the Deagle will all stay in for a little bit of a bonus into the next eco basis. And a little bit of Kevlar as well to bolster it all. So all in all, it's an understandable save for them, given the context. But probably should have been a bit more on the defense.
And I think for ITB, this is kind of the event, and maybe events to continue to translate the local success in the UK scene over to the international success in EU. Because we know on LAN, online, locally, they've been the best team in the UK for quite a while now. So to now be able to be in a position to get more HLTV officials under your belt, you'd have to say that in the past, Jay, UK teams have struggled to be in a position like that.
And Endpoint really broke through the ranks in that sort of sense to create their own European squad, but ITB, currently the UK's true representatives, doing decently well in that sort of sense here. Also far in this matchup, of course, just set in with the early couple of rounds of Fnatic, and ITB will hold the eco basis to allow that 3-0 to go the way of the T-side line. Focus will mostly be on the rebuy when it comes through SMG and USB Crossfire. Does get a kill on towards Mezzi, but Dobbo will fall very quickly after the fact. So again, forcing forward on these guns to overwhelm all members of the CT forces. Smoothie does catch a good headshot, so at least brings it to a 3-on-3.
And make it a round as expensive as possible. Still got a couple of players down towards his lower bomb side. And if Fnatic aren't careful, they could be running into a little bit of trap. A minute on the clock, Smoothie still rotating away. Roy still playing out from the secret position.
Leaning forward, Deagle just pushed up though and evaded the headshot angle. Roy will now take that map control away from him. Adam backed up, Smoothie solo, Cypher now flanked, quick flick. I'm not going to waste any time with the spray down. And Adam here at Toxic will get a heap at least, so making some damage happen against the Fnatic side. Smoothie up, Scout coming in towards Secret. I mean, he might as well go for this here. They're going to have a buy in the next round.
Yeah, of course they are. This has been a fantastic eco so far. Anything more than that would be excellent.
Look out to the stairs angle over at the observation window. Capture shot off on Roy, but unable to get the kill against the man. So damage done to the Fnatic camp. Again, they can be happy with that for ITB, considering the limited resources they had in that previous round. No major investment at all, so the guns can come back here for the reinvestment. Should see those M4s. I'm not sure if Smoothie can afford the AWP, though. I didn't quite catch his money line.
Oh, he'll get one. Yeah, he'll get one for sure. Bring that into the next rifle round. And I think now it's all about using that economical reset potential, the idea that you've done a lot of damage on the eco, to get the pressure back on, to put your first round on that city side. And he's actually going to go aggressive outside.
Hyper aggressive at that, the scope being heard, and Roy might get lulled into a full sense of security because Adam is there to back up the AWP, and both individuals combined get the 2 first opening frags for ITB.
Yeah, what a lovely play towards an outside position, allow themselves to both crossfire off one another. Dobbo could think about holding down the ramp control, make sure that no lurk can really pincer through and allow a walk forward. And Fnatic struggling to bring back a 3v5 now.
One player walking out here for Nico Odos. Thomas wasn't ready for that, and Cypher is forced to deal with it, but he does do so just about. Bit awkward for ITB to live that gap in the fence, though. Fnatic might find those exploitation angles a bit more as Heap also goes for the peek forward and gets that frag in for it. Trying to commit that bomb on the back of Crims as Dobbo extends, grabs that trade back to leave it all onto the veteran now. 1-on-3 for Crims in this case.
I might think about dropping that bomb down into a vent dive, get towards lower. Adam's already pushed all the way forward towards ramp, so keeping eyes on that lobby position. And Crim's just trying to see if he can isolate a fight. ITB just aren't peeking at all. No one's extending right now.
Being careful about this, he could go for the vent dive and find his way into an open B site. Want to try and isolate a pick out towards that heaven position. Looking in from Mini, checking close vent. Sees the headshot of Dobbo, connects it perfectly, brings him down to 2 men. Where does he go with this? Into that B site in the end, evades the ire of the Heaven Lurk. But now there's a player downstairs in Adam that will be ready for the B wrap. So Crim's about to walk into a CT player regardless. As soon as the econ door opens, he'll try to swing, go for the spray. Doesn't quite make it happen. Plant will just about be secured. No, denied at the last hurdle, and ITB will claim the first.
That's a very good aggressive maneuver coming through from Adam. Knows that there's a lot of time wasted. And just to even have the behind the thought thinking of, okay, we've lost Dobbo up on that heaven control. 2v1, let's split the bomb sites evenly. I'll rotate down towards that lower bomb site. We'll keep Smoothie up there with that AWP towards heaven. And you saw for a moment, Jay, the jiggling of utility. I think that's what you were kind of speaking about, of the slight opportunity of the spacing. Unfortunately, Fnatic don't quite capitalize on it to the fullest of the extent. And for ITB, they find their first round on City side.
And rifles, of course, being brought back in for both squads to force invest and what have you. AWP and Nico Odos watching towards the outside, looking down towards Garage. Expecting there to be some more aggression from the outside for the ITB Cow, but they're not going to go so aggressive on this one. Be a bit more careful with their own stance. They lost a lot of players in that exchange in the previous round. Economy needs to recover from here.
Oh, Cypher with the aggressive duel, just walking through that re-smoke of the squeak door, allowing himself to take a lot of map territory towards lobby, and they might not even clear the right-hand side.
Oh, Roy gets caught for it. Mezzi next to face. There's 3 players against this FAMAS, and Dobbo does all the damage. Now sets up Smooya perfectly with the kill against Crims. Scoping in against the second man, dives out of the way for the flashbang. Thomas is there at the fence entrance, and back up in another rifle. And Adam now looking for the swing against Mezzi. Might even catch him. No, Thomas gets the engagement, and Nico Odos is left in a 1-on-4, losing the bomb, and surely from here, losing the round.
Oh, you got to imagine so. Very good shutdown towards that lower bomb side. That repositioning too from Smooya, just to make it so uncomfortable. How quickly Thomas is there to be able to back up his big man. And now Nico Odos stuck in towards a secret position. CTs are all around.
Dive down, looking for a way in. Looking for anything out of this. And we'll get that frag on towards Adam at least, try and defend his position, but peeking into Thomas will lose his life, so the York will drop out of favor, and ITB will find their second.
They're starting to gain some traction now on their CT side, get a couple of decent rounds in a row, try and see if they can maintain as many AKs on that CT side as possible. Nice lurk attempt. I like that aggression coming through from Cypher to really mimic that forward play on the front foot towards Squeak Door, and then of course down towards lower. It's just the crossfire being sent. Notice how quickly, Jay, those rotates were there for ITB. As soon as that secret contact really came through, there was about 3 players at lower.
They adjusted so well for it. Fnatic are going to be wary about how quick those rotates might come down towards them. The Glocks pulled up and out towards the eco basis. Cypher does pick up that first frag, but Roy doing decently well to get Cypher the drop. Nico Odos also finding Thomas on the center of the site. 3-on-2 situation with that bomb in the open, and Smooya brings out the USP to get the last couple of frags. So anti-eco is dealt with, and the third round goes the way of ITB. Fnatic may have found the start, but ITB have bounced back.
And we know that for ITB, come the last 3 months, Smooya and Thomas are guys to watch out for. Smooya averages a 1.21 rating in the last 3 months of Nuke. Thomas at a 1.12. So definitely those 2 guys on this map in particular to start off the series are going to be your highlight players. And I think we've seen some pretty good signs so far. Fnatic being tested these last couple of rounds, a chance to prove themselves to get the lead back in the rifle rounds.
Nade set, smokes down. Default spray through in for Thomas, doing damage towards Heap here. Sprays on Crims, down from the silo angle, hoping he can catch a blind spray on somebody. Adam's similar story, back towards Garage, but no T-side presence is seen. Outside of that first little bit of tag damage, no contact is established.
And just knowing that they didn't bring more bodies towards the outside position, it's a lack of information for ITB to really gather up with. You see Smooya repositioning in towards that main position, keeping his eyes locked towards the squeaky door. And Fnatic just starting to jiggle peek Garage. Very slow and silent. They're not using much util towards outside, actually, on this retake of the second pump.
Got Adam looking towards the outside here. Fnatic have slowed this round down to a crawl. Incendiaries back out towards the lower corridors. Mezzi, Martov and Flashbang sent in towards the upper side, trying to indicate some sort of upper side take. Missing one of those flashes, though. Might not pull all of the distraction, but it has allowed his teammates to cross towards Secret.
Thomas is still here, though. I mean, the time being low, all he needs to do is try and stall, but unfortunately he can't find anything. What an entry that is from Roy.
And finally, to open up the round here, Dobbo, quick responsive, trying to rotate back to the site in the middle of the smoke that a bomb will go down, and Roy's covering it off with another great kill to his name. Dobbo to drop, 5-on-3, and ITB look to save.
Okay, there's the glimpses, and this is what we want to see from some of the new boys, don't we, Jay? We want to see what they're able to find when it comes to a best-of-3 official like this, and for Roy, the double entry down to that lower position, trying to go a little bit hungry, wants to try and hunt down these last couple of CTs, make the rounds more expensive. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Fnatic, though, they find their 4th.
Breaking the quick comeback streak for ITB, that's allowing the CT side to get into control. We obviously know how important the CT side is here on this map of Nuke. So any rounds that Fnatic will take, ITB will suffer for. 3 to 4 on the board. Again, Fnatic taking the lead. At least the AWP stays in, at least the AK stays in for Cypher as well. So a little bit of firepower to hold towards the next round, might even force the issue around it. But a pause has come through, and I imagine that to be tactical for ITB.
Now, even remember, Jay, we think back a couple of months ago, even though it wasn't the same core of Fnatic, there was a head-to-head between Fnatic and ITB. It was in the Fantasy Expo EU Champion British Qualifier. It was a 2-0. What was the first map of the series? It was Nuke, and it was 16-11 to Fnatic.
The main head-to-head between these cores, you could argue. Again, very different rosters, very different ideals. I mean, actually, if you take a look at it, you probably wouldn't even see a core of 3 players from that last matchup. So understanding it's a very different scenario that we're in right here between these 2 squads. And a much more different environment as well. I think that last one was a qualifier, correct? So this is an official match in an official group stage. One that would progress you further on in the Republic tournament. So again, importance in how this first map plays out. Small tech pause before we go any further, though.
And we've seen that for ITB, just got knocked out of the Alyssa Invitational Spring main Swiss stage after having a pretty good contenders. Looking to try and see if they can bounce back. And I think what was the surprise in that matchup, in those 3 best-of-3s in a row, Jay, is not only did they go 0-3, they didn't take a map. So this could be maybe the event to sort of regain some of that positivity and fight back with a vengeance.
Yeah, because like you mentioned, they had a really good contender stage. I think the only team they lost to was Tricked, if memory serves me correctly, but they were able to beat that Hellslayers project, which of course went out later on. They were able to do decent work against the Academy side of the Young Ninjas, and obviously these are rosters and teams and players that are very well established in Counter-Strike as of right now. They did face some tough teams in the form of Apex, so it is credit to be given in that sort of sense for ITB in that whole tournament and how it worked out, but you're right. 0 and 6 on those maps, so even a good map win right here against Fnatic would be positive signs for ITB going forward. It has been a struggle so far in this early game, though. Fnatic have definitely had their number.
Oh, I don't know about that, mate. Like, it's a 3-0 start for Fnatic and a 3-0 back for ITB. I think it's been fairly competitive. I think what it comes down to is how many rounds can ITB get on the CT side. That's obviously going to have to be the crux, because when we look at their officials in the last 3 months, they do tend to have a much higher statistic win rate on that CT side than their T side. So they're going to be looking at sort of 7 to 9 rounds, I think, would be a good position, because you've got to remember who you're up against, right? You're not up against an average tier 2 team. You're up against Fnatic, who is a team that everyone's going to look at as being a favorite in the entire event.
And just from name value alone, you're going to look at Fnatic and thinking they're going to go deep at the very least. You're right about how this CT side for ITB is going to be important for them, even though they have just seen straight rounds of 3 and then this one breakaway round for Fnatic. Still means the T's are in the lead and building up a very good basis to work from here. Mag 7 in for Thomas means it's not the best of buys, of course, but they still have the full rifle round in against the T side.
Get him towards the top of Heart, try and minimize the distance between any engagement to start off. Slightly quicker towards this outside position, and actually Roy evades a lot of that spam damage and even the incendiary damage, but Smooth does catch him off with the AWP walking through the smoke.
Great shot to open. Roy, one of the new boys to fall. Fnatic again happy to slow things down as a result of that 3-man unit in that secret position. Nade set and ready for Adam. Going to put a smoke down there instead. Jumpface may have caught them. Damage to 2. Spray might even line up a kill or 2. Only gets the 1 frag for it. Crim's quick on the trade. And Nico Odos also able to respond to a duel against Cypher. So 3 on 3. And now Heap inserting himself into the A site. Might throw another lurk into play. 3 players now backed up with Smooth Orb. Wrapped in towards Secret. Missing a shot. And therefore not getting a kill. The Incendiary, however, might get Nico Odos. And indeed, he burns.
Even Thomas has to try and fight with this shotgun. Look towards the side directly, deny that bomb from going down, and now the crossfire is being set. They can peek in and all around. Smooya with that AWP again. And just when it felt as if ITB had sloppy rotations, making a lot of noise, rotating down the vents, getting aggressive in towards lobby, there was a great window of opportunity. He was able to slow walk out towards that squeak door, bring the bomb back towards A. Unfortunately, Jay, they can't deal with Smooya and Thomas in the backstab in lobby.
Smooya having some very sick shots in that round. The Molotov kill, of course, aiding in that sort of sense. Final frag on Heap. So well placed for him. And so far, he is the top fragger in the server. Leading the charge for ITB, leading him back into the even standing. The force by Fnatic may even give up the lead to the Into the Breach side.
And no surprises here that Smooya's having a good start on the city side of Nuke. And Fnatic trying to see if they can wiggle their way back into another lead. Leaving Roy's that outside lurk, a lot of players in towards lobby. Slight press coming through from Dobbo towards the ramp control. More aggressive this time for ITB.
They'll press behind those smokes, though. Not going to press too far forward in this. Slight gap in that smoke as well for Smooya to work with. Roy, he's got to be close towards that position. He's got to be very quick about his cross. AWP might catch him. He doesn't end up going towards Secret in the end. He might give it a second chance, but Smooya's backed off by that point.
Very deep, playing out towards that city spawn position, and Fnatic do enjoy running the clock down low. And Roy is hoping that one of those players that drops down towards lower, whether it be Adam or Dobbo, is going to slow walk to make an info play to the top of Secret.
Incendiary's top of heart. Thomas forced away by the flashbangs, but Cypher has his back. Gets that one kill before Heap trades him, and Nikorodos can also double up as Heap drops the same. Roy turns the Galil into a 3-on-2. Dobbo struggles with 2 T-side members. Crims comes in with support, and now the AWP is all that remains. In from heaven. Bomb is dropped in his sights, though. Smooya has a way into the round. How much of a way is it, though? 22 seconds. Fnatic got to try challenge him. I think they know here the backstab's coming in as a result.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall for time, but he might have the indication. He's wasting the clock here.
Incendiary on the bomb. Got to look back, turn around. Not ready for Roy. Roy gets the quick kill. They don't even need the bomb plot in this one. Fnatic regaining the lead despite having a much worse buy.
2 players on double eco status too for Dobbo and Cypher means that the economy is in shambles right now for ITB. And while we didn't quite see it, Jay, we saw it on the radar. Roy was playing in and around that top of Secret position. The top side play came in. They had a couple of decent trades here or there. And as soon as Adam started rotating up to help out those players in main itself, that's when he got caught. That's where the man advantage really came through. And that's where Roy and Crims worked out together really well.
Deagles on a force buy here for ITB. SMGs on a couple players, and the M4 for Smooya being the only true rifle that they can work with. Anything towards that outside control, and that would be a positive for ITB, but surely it doesn't lead to a round here.
This could be a tasty round for Fnatic, right? That instant reset potential, try and force the M4 out. They've already seen him, and a great shot coming through from Nikorodos. This round's falling apart.
Yeah, perfect molly. Smooya knew that he couldn't move, but he had to move regardless. Losing his life for it. Fnatic will gain control of the secret position. Roy will lead the charge down into the B site. And into the 6-4, into the breach. We'll have no way into the round.
Now, Adam might be able to get the frag onto at least the AWP, try and see if he can pick that up, but Crims trying to defend in the best that he can towards the top of main position. Might actually be worth Fnatic to go for the hunt here and really destroy the economy even further by making sure nothing gets saved in next round.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do in that sense. But nothing will be gained in this round for ITB. Again, Fnatic, far better buy investment in this particular one. See if Thomas can do anything here. If we can get the AWP play, that'd be nice. But even if they save any guns, it doesn't lead to a definitive force buy in the next.
No, definitely not. It's going to be limited, they know that much. And Thomas trying to back out towards that city spawn position, getting closer to Nikorodos, actually making so much noise. And, well, you can say goodbye to the ump.
It's a UMP, Dweck.
Yeah, the ump, mate.
It's a UMP. There's dots.
Do you say AWP?
Yeah, I do say AWP, yeah.
Oh, don't pull that one on me, mate.
I do say AWP. Nikorodos says the AWP.
So next time when Smooya's got the AWP, you're going to say AWP, are you? All game.
I'm going to say AWP, yeah.
All right, okay. Keep an eye on that, everyone.
Sure.
I'm keeping an eye on that AWP, though.
They're doing very well for Nicorodus in that sense. AWP frags coming in so quick, thick, and clean. Pretty clean in this round as well against the ITB side. Only USP's pulled out. Again, they didn't have much money to work with. This would have been the buy around the rifle saved, had they saved any. So Fnatic looking to end things quick and easy. Once again, playing the outside default and could run into the stack downstairs, but I don't think it will do much.
I can't imagine so. As soon as there's a spot for information, it will just be the tell to bring that bomb towards upper. And knowing that Crims has already got so much deep map control towards his heaven position that Roy is following with him, you'd have to imagine they're going to start realizing that the A site is very much clear.
Let's get ready for two, sprays them down. Does get away with at least one frag here on the CT side line. So Smooya just holding onto that weapon and trying to save it. Make sure it holds some sort of firepower into the next for ITB. It won't matter in realistic terms if they lose that weapon because they will have a buy in the next. But a nice bonus bit of firepower to play with.
Yeah, definitely could be. Fnatic getting that bomb down, so for ITB, it's now a waiting game to say, okay, is anyone else going to charge us? Because you've got to remember, Fnatic could decide to go for the hunt and try and put pressure onto dropping that AK. What they could also find themselves doing, Jay, is giving another AK forward. And that's the last thing they want Thomas or Adam to pick up.
They won't give up those fights, and ITB won't go hunting for them either. Both players set in their respective positions in at the vents here at this secret door. Smoothie is set in the corner, hoping that a T-side player aggresses downstairs, and they won't do so. That bomb go up and let it hold the round together. The lead extending for Fnatic, 7-4 now.
And every single round that comes through like this, especially off a streak, it just starts building more and more positivity for Fnatic in this map and in this series, because it is T-side and Nuke. Remember, Smoothie was 10-2, now 10-4. And this is an opportunity for him to try and get some more frags up. And keep in mind, Jay, no money for an AWP. He's going to have to just hold on to that AK.
The AWP was where it did its best work, of course. M4's out, smoke's down, heap extending out. AK looking forward into the open, taking a ton of damage and burning to Mezzi's Molotov. That's not encouraging, but Crims has it unlocked despite that here. Getting a triple, Nicorodus chiming in the same, and Smoothie is now left alone.
Try and see if he can spam through, get that kill into Crims, walk through the mix. Oh, this is risky, and Crims on the other side is ready for it. Slightly scrappy in that round, it has to be said. The back and forth trades coming through, a lot of resistance being applied around that main position, and of course that rotate from Thomas up to the top of heaven. Unfortunately, not enough. Tactical timeout. First one for ITB, and maybe they think there, Jay, especially with a TK in the mix, we should have capitalized more.
Yeah, only that real one kill for Adam. The follow-up from Thomas was dealt with so quickly. It was just didn't really feel like the training game was there for them. Like you mentioned, probably could have gained a lot more out of that round. Tactical force down as Fnatic win the half. Probably a bit too late for my money.
Yeah, that's coming at a time in which there's still breathing room, though, on this CT side. Not so much in this round, considering the economy and where it stands with the money float, so it will have to be a lighter investment. Working with the max round loss bonus too really gives that indication on how this streak is starting to build. We saw Nuke being played a couple of times in the ESA Advanced playoffs only a few days ago. Both of those maps, Jay, not being map picks at all for the ITB side. So they've always been either an opposition map pick or a third map decider.
Oh, Nicorodus. Great kill on Cypher, barely seeing him when he entered the smoke, starting things off on the right foot. Making sure that no advanced results will really aid the ITB side. Snook pick of theirs. Going well for the Fnatic camp. And again, not much resistance can be brought into this round. It's only a half buy for round 13.
And Dobbo's in a decent position to get a 1-for-1. Try and see if it can stall for as long as possible. Getting flashed out, ramp control being taken. Fnatic still easing with the pace, not continuing all the way out, and actually deciding to slow walk and back off back to lobby.
Yeah, they got time to play with. They can do what they want here in this round. The onus is on ITB to force the issue, and Thomas will try to do just that. Slight edge of the smoke angle to work with. Dobbo's 5-7 here to receive the T-side ramp take. Should be coming in thick and fast for Fnatic. Headshots against Heat will be landed first and foremost. AK also at his feet. He won't extend around to grab it, but he will extend for the fight and will lose it in the end. Now Smooth is the Eagle being watched by Mezzy here. He knows what's going on and will get forced back. But Adam's got another lurk play with 2 headshots for it. Mezzy forced to respond. 2v2 with the AWP now picked up. The bomb dropped on the ramp itself. And both players stacked the B side, but Roy's coming in with a flank of his own here at the double doors. Creeping in to open it up, hearing the footsteps of Adam, knowing that he's there at Decon. If he can get that kill, he brings it back to 1.
Oh, of course he does. Thomas getting forced out to the open now, and now you can just set the crossfire, put that pressure down. Very well played there from Fnatic to get their knife, to get closer to the double digits itself. Slightly uneasy for a moment, right? That's a very good display of talent there from Adam, with the 5-7, close range to stall it down. But my goodness, how effective has Roy been on those lurks, Jay? Those slow walk contacts down to the lower bomb side, he's in his element.
Surprised that ITB got away with so much in that round there. Tactical did do a little something to their mentality game, give them a little bit more confidence. But the economy stayed down as a quick play comes in from one player already for Nikomodos. AWP leaning in first, trying to get that first frag against the CT side, but won't be able to find the angle to do so here. So defaults to set themselves in.
And just knowing that Fnatic are on the precipice of getting double digits in the first half, this is when things could potentially start getting really out of order. And Dobbo getting reboosted towards the top of Mustang to get back to a more elevated position on the city side. Need some more playmakers. Need to try and get Smooth's impact with the AWP back in server.
He's been on 10 kills for like, what, 4 or 5 rounds now?
It's been a few.
Having the impact earlier on, now slowed down to a crawl. Will lean in to try catch the AWP battle here against Nikomodos. Mezzy's also there with the bomb on his back. Slow walking in, boost up to allow the AWP to look over. The shot connects against Heap. He dives out of the way in towards the ramp play.
I could still actually multi-frag from this sort of position. AWP duel could still get presented. It's whether Smooya has the guts and the intention to continue to overface. Thomas towards outside's going to get some success on a Roy too.
Yeah, 3 players left for Fnatic. Will try work their way in as Cypher finds another kill onto Crims. Unawares of the players down in the hut position as Dobbo will swing towards it, and Cypher cleans up his double kill, cleans up the last of the Fnatic side, and a much more confident basis to work with there for ITB.
I think it showed that in that sort of round, Fnatic obviously weren't able to get a lot of map control. They couldn't really get the lurk down towards that lower bomb site like they've been able to do previously. And of course, the opening map advantage gets turned into 2. You've got the AWP aggressive in ramp, takes the shot, is able to fall back, does not get traded by Nikomodos. And then even Thomas being that backup entity in that heaven position. 5 on the board for ITB. Can they make it 6 to at least put a smile at the end of the half, I'd say?
It's plausible here with the double AWP setups. Chance to strike early for Adam's part in the midst of the smoke towards the outside. 2 players about to walk past him. They don't see him yet. And they will see his shadow, though. Get the headshot, drop the man.
Oh, even the AWP just getting flashed off angle. Now Thomas is going to fall. Smooth's got to find the response, and it just doesn't happen. Cypher somehow find his way in Squig Door, though.
Try to look for Nikomoto, sees that gun barrel, but Dobbo is the man that takes the brunt of the offensive line. Taking damage, but getting Heap. Cypher creeps back forward, looks towards the closed vent corner. Mezzy might think there's a flanking play, and indeed there is. Cypher with that swing, loses his life. It's all in the AWP now. A 1-on-3 that he just can't win. Fnatic with a stellar T-side half, 10-5 up as they head to the second half after the break.
Where am I trying to guide you? To the site?
What's the site? And then I need to kill him.
Okay, keep going. Yeah, you're on a site. Adam's behind headshot.
Aim to the right. Shoot! I mean, left.
Okay, you're up.
Oh my god.
He's shooting you. You're planting the bomb.
Oh, shoot it! Left.
60 right now. Oh my god. Okay, you're still behind the
I'm
hay
trying to go to the I'm trying to go far left corner and pit. Where am I?
You're currently in front of headshot.
Yeah, you're shooting him. Shoot! Yeah!
I got.
No. Shoot. Oh,
Oh my god, what the f?
Move to the right.
Am I?
You're shoot right now. You're...
Oh,
Shoot!
yep, right.
Shoot!
You sure? Yeah, perfect. You're through short. He's in graveyard. You're staying at graveyard right now. He's still there. Oh, well, left side. You're on top now. That was gonna be hard.
Aim up! To the right! Wait! He's running upstairs. I'll tell you when to shoot. I'll tell you when to shoot. Aim up! Aim up!
No, right, just a tiny bit right. Micro right. Oh my god.
Where now? Where now?
He's still up and left.
To the left! Shoot now! Up! No! No! Left! Up!
Oh, slightly right. More right. Yes, shoot. Hit him 3 times. He's run away. Right, he's running towards long, and you're currently in pit right now. You're currently in front of default. He's on site. He's pillar.
Aim there.
He's
No,
right,
shoot.
literally right in front of you, but you need to aim more down.
Aim there!
Aim way more down. Way more
Am I down?
Yeah.
Like this?
No, way more down again. Yeah.
Where is he?
He's right in front of you. Ready? Do you got to pre-find a corner? Shoot. To your left!
Where, man?
See your left right now. Yeah, this guy.
He's gonna have to plant. Shoot now! Wait, no! Plant! He's faked it! To the left! Yes! Yeah!
Let's go! Forget what this is. You're gonna have to tell me.
Okay. Just aim there, yeah? Aim up! Aim up! Ready? Shoot! No! Stop! Ready? Go up!
Now, that he's still to your right. Okay, more left now. He's running away to your left.
Just plant him, okay? Yeah, default. You legged him! Pistol! Shoot! To the right! Yeah!
Well, hopefully, Jay, we get a little bit more competitive nature here for ITB. It may be funner games when it comes down to Inferno, but right here on Nuke, they had a 4-4 scoreline, Jay, and you've got to feel as if they deserved more. They had such a good start here in the first half. Where's it all disappeared to?
It's not a bad question. ITB did so well to keep pace early, but Fnatic pulling ahead, now looking towards their CT side, where the whole match could come their way. Glocks and USPs pulled out, no main upgrades. But UTL over on Dobbo's part, no defuse kit from the Fnatic side. They might not have to rely on the retakes of the way things have played together. Taps on, spotting the mass amount of players, crossing past Red Box and into secret control.
Oh, they're just diving lower, aren't they? Already got a couple of players there. CT's trying to get out towards that ramp control. ITB are going to be running into a hard stack. They need dominant entries.
Yeah, Fnatic know what's going on. Adam swings out, gets caught in the jump face. Nico Odos can strike first and a half. Draw out Cypher. Mezzi gets Thomas. Adam with one decent response, responded to by Roy. A 4-on-2 for Fnatic and ITB. Hard rotate back to A.
They might actually get a bomb plant. Everyone is over-rotated off for the matter. They'll be able to get the extra money. The question is, what after that? They've got to continue taking jewels. They need fights to recover this.
They have that bomb plant bonus for now. No one's checked the heaven control. It's Smooya and Dobbo. In for the clutch. P250 on one lad. Other man holding back. And they're all coming in from heaven control for Fnatic. Jump face down for Roy, taking damage for it. That'll draw attention out from Smooya. Taps on against Heap, gets nothing for it. Dobbo's Glock is in, finds that first. Now surrounded by CTs and cannot get a second frag. It's a pistol for Fnatic.
It's a very good opportunity for ITB to obviously force up on the next round, but have a look at that from Fnatic's perspective. That outside deep play, the hold that came through from Crims, you just saw everything. You saw so many players going down to that secret position, and you do have to give credit to the mid-round call, because I'll tell you what, Jay, if they would have committed all the way to B, even in that 2v4, I don't think they would have got a bomb plant. At least going to A is giving them extra money.
Big stuff for ITB at least. Coming away with something in that round, and they won't go for the definitive buy here. That is very interesting because normal logic dictates you go for the force invest. I honestly thought they were going to bring out the Galils here.
Yeah, me too. And just knowing you're 5-11 down, you don't have a crazy amount of rounds to work with. Instead, they're going to go for the light investment, try and see if they can do some economical damage, drop a couple of CTs, gather another bomb plant if at all possible. But as of right now, it's already a lot of opening damage down onto Adam. He's going to drop.
Smooya the same, 11 HP. Peep swings, sees two players, drops them both. And Nico Odos The lineup on towards Dobbo, seeing the last man of Thomas, knowing exactly where he is. The bomb has been recovered at least. So got that to work with, but a 1-on-5 with the Tech 9 to take. Won't have a chance of this one. 12-5 for Fnatic now.
Well, they probably should have just got Glocks, really. They didn't find anything out of that one. And when you think that you've got util, upgraded pistols, and armor, that's a fairly heavy invest. They could have been in a position, if they bought down a little bit lightly, that they could have got an AWP out for Smooya. And I think we've noticed over the course and the occasion right here on Nuke J, that when he hasn't had the AWP in his hands, the frags just aren't coming as often.
I mean, hell, when he had the AWP in his hands for that CT half, they weren't coming in as often anyway. The good start for him is petered out. Dobbo lean in initially towards that hut position. Teammates right behind him in the lobby control. The burst fire towards the outside for the M4, spotting out Thomas on that silo position. Smooya flanking around red box is being heard massively. Nico Odos will let him cross, go for the swing. Will lose Roy, but gets the trade.
A little bit late on that swing, but a good bait and switch setup being drawn out there from Fnatic to have two players close towards a back of T-Red. Even Heat with this HE. This could do a heap.
Center of mass catches 3 players, and the M4 swings, but gets nothing for it. Dobbo, instant headshot back to the favor of ITB.
They do slow it down, though. This is interesting. Full ramp control, trying to get the CTs to over-rotate. Crims is actually faking he dropped in the vents. He's gone back up to the squeak door.
Holding ready at the open vent corner. Adam's got U2 in hand, sees the smoke being flown out. Spray comes up good for Crims and Mezzy. Crims doubles up the same. Cypher goes for the swing back, and now in a 1-on-3. Goes for the engagement, sees Nico Odos. I think he's left the bomb back upstairs, though, so he's got to go back for that himself. I don't know if he realizes yet. Smoke down on the B side, and now he recognizes what the mistake he's made is. Mezzy will just play on upper. Nico Odos will take the challenge towards lower, win that fight. Bring in another one for Fnatic.
And they've been simply outclassed, Jay, on Nuke. It's not even really too much of a debate. Yeah, they lost pistol. They were down 0-3. They got a few rounds in a row. They reset the opposition of Fnatic. But after that point onwards that we had that early contention of the 4-4 scoreline, we just have not seen the success on converting rounds with opening man advantages. Remember, for ITB, they had RAM control, a 4v3, and they still couldn't close the rounds.
It's getting dire now for the T side here. Oh, the nade damage already being done. Nico Odos and Roy combining to deal with Adam. Cypher and Thomas caught a lot of that damage as well. Roy will deal with Cypher. And from here, it should all just be nothing for ITB in this round. Burst fire sprays through the AKs and the M4s. Dobbo caught. Smooya and Thomas. Last 2 left will get away with 1 pick. But that might be the only pick for them.
Yeah, it seems to be that sort of case, doesn't it? Players all towards outside dropping. Thomas, 28 points of health, and not really too much else that he can do. What do you reckon he's thinking about in this situation, Jay?
Not a bad question. Can't be many positive thoughts, I'm not going to lie. You never know, maybe he's thinking sunshine and rainbows, and as soon as his life gets ended, it all turns to black.
Well, what I will say, to make that a bit more positive, Jay, if we're going up on the happy spectrum, even though it is a maybe not star performance from Heap, knowing that he's debuting here for Fnatic, it's a good performance on the first map of the series.
Most certainly. He's bottom fragger though, so...
Yeah, no, we still got some time. We still got some time, don't worry about that.
There's a debate to throw into the mix on that front. I guess, look, at the end of the day, like the main 2 guys are the Danes that we were looking at in this roster as being the star elements, so you can understand why that would end up being the case. But at least Heap is keeping pace, and Fnatic aren't struggling too much, so maybe this individual performance might be more contextualized in a different matchup. Thomas starts things off by finding Crims to kick things off.
And they're desperate for ITB. Any advantages will help them out big time. And just knowing you're spamming through, you've got a boost up for Smooya, waiting for some further aggression to peer through from that hut control out towards the squeaky. The incendiary doesn't actually go deep enough, so they don't have to put the smoke down on it.
Smooya can just sit here in the boxes and wait. We're seeing nothing still from the Fnatic side, not willing to go up the Ghost on another matter advantage. Orpa is thinking of leaning forward, though. He sees a gun barrel for Adam, actually. He has him pinned here. Smooya, the man, has got to be the issue got to force the issue out here at Squeaky. Nico just knows he's going to look for the man as well as Adam pops out. Smooya now becomes the main element.
Oh, missed AWP shot. Miz has got to try and back him up, and instead he falls to Adam.
And he's spotted on the jump face. Orb in the open, hearing the footsteps coming inbound. Gets Cypher, dives out of the way. And into the hands of Thomas as he trades it 4-on-2. Incendiary is back to stall for time. The backstab also inbound from Heap, missing a decent spray on Adam. But Roy still steps up good here against Dobbo. Nades towards him. Thomas gets a dink off and does find the frag. So now it's all on Heap to clutch.
Yeah, 1v3, we know Heap's a strong clutcher, but this might be one a little bit too of a step far. Pete coming out towards Squeaky, deals with the first to Smooya. Thomas
Thomas next up to task is low HP himself. Adam is the concern though. Flanking around. Thomas swung upon. Heap wins that fight. Hold on. Jump face out to the rafters. Gives up the ghost and gives up enough for the round to go the way of ITB there. First on the T side. It's all okay there for the dead bodies regardless. Fnatic are more than happy to hold this lead. Still 14-6.
And the uncomfortable nature is the first round that you get in ages is a one where you've got a 3v1 and one player ends up surviving. So that instant reset as soon as Fnatic find 15 is just going to cripple the economy completely. A very good effort coming through for Heap, and I think that was really what distinguished him quite highly against some of his other teammates on Dignitas was that X factor, that clutching ability. That's what he was known for.
He had his highlight moments in the last season of Republic, of course. Many other moments for him over the course of that team's run. AK's on for the Galil for Dobbo. Fnatic. I'm sure where they're going to go with this one at the moment. Of course, the force buy is in effect. The AWP out, the 2 M4s, the FAMAS and the SMG are the two big concerns for the CT side.
Yeah, knowing that there's no outside presence, this should be a fairly easy site take for ITB to at least get down towards that secret control and start prodding some more bodies over towards B. Nico Odos doesn't really want to try and get too much away from this. Spam at best, but just hold. He's actually waiting to see if any of those T's are going to walk through the smoke on the other side.
Yeah, not enough of a gap generated in that smoke. Can't see the 3 men that just crossed out towards secret. Dobbo. Bomb on his back and leading the charge here, just jump facing. Playing a bit of a risk here with that bomb being on his back and allow Adam to take the brunt of the offensive line. Cypher with the late load towards outside. Might get caught by the AWP himself.
Yeah, still 2 players towards outside. Very heavy stack towards upper as a full central right now for Fnatic. You've only got 1 down at lower. That's Roy with the M4. Even Cypher's just trying to pull the bait.
Swings in, Mezzi gets caught for it. Thomas credited with the kill. Krim sees them both and fires back on Thomas, but loses his life. Roy at least gets 2 in the lower side. So a 3-on-3, making it 2 as he holds dominion over the bomb. 10 seconds remain. And they hold the man advantage. ITB forced to challenge, and Roy stands strong with a quadra. Thomas now left alone to fall back. Might even get hunted by the CT forces here. They're facing. Roy's on for the ace, and he gets it after time.
Mate, that's what I've come here. This is why I'm looking at this Fnatic game, to see moments like that. Roy is the only player, Jay, to defend B. The only entity down at that lower bomb side, and look what he's able to do. Thomas and Cypher are pulling the bait, pulling those rotations up. He drops the bomb. He multi-frags. He repositions. He gets the ace. What a round by Roy.
Beautiful stuff. And just like that, Fnatic just backhand ITB into map point. It's Roy with the first frag. Nico Otis chimes in with the second. And that might already be it.
Yep, I think I'm going to join you on that one. Dobbo just on the Tech 9, AK's around. Adam's found a quick location down towards lower. The only problem is the HP and no teammates or bomb.
Smooya's leads found a flank angle, but Nico Otis deals with it. That one opportunity, a small chance to get something in this round, going to mush for ITB. As Adam falls next, Dobbo with a Tech 9 in a 1 versus 4. Desperate to fight hard, but will fight no more. 16-6 for Fnatic, a dominant way to open up this series over on Nuke. And I guess you can understand exactly why they went towards that map pick in the end there, Dweg.
I feel like I got hard baited. I was kind of giving ITB a chance to keep it more competitive, to have a good showing. And in the first 8 rounds of the game, I generally thought we were going to have a tight map on our hands. But after that early start that came through for ITB, they got rolled. They got outclassed entirely. And that was a poor showing for ITB.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like it just didn't feel like they were really in the game for much of that game at all. I mean, I was in a similar boat to you. I hope there was some sort of confidence and some sort of mount-up offensive they wanted to hold here. I would have thought that it would have been an opportunity for them, but the realistic possibility was that Fnatic had a good chance to roll them here in this series, and so far, map number 1, they've done just that here. This map, this opening, this nuke that Fnatic had picked has gone their way, so as a result, they gained the first in the series, look towards Mirage, when ITB's chances might be a little bit better. We'll find out how well they can do after the break.
Liquid.
What? No, you idiot. It's Hellraisers.
What the
B is the final answer.
Final answer B.
Yeah.
If this is wrong, you're getting Clyde.
That's right. It's Hellraisers.
Yeah, they offer
Bro, Liquid was like 2016, you donut.
I'm
You don't
saying
know
B.
No, it's C, bro. 2004.
How do you... It's like, you're a geek. I rate this.
Final answer C, sir.
Final answer C.
Yeah, that sounds like it's wrong, but
Are you sure?
Oh.
maybe it's B,
A.
bro.
B or A, I'm
Wait,
saying.
Half-Life television website. Half-Life came out
That's
after
awesome.
it was 2000, bro. It was after 2000, so it's 2002. It's obviously not 2010.
It's A.
Bro, I
It's A.
swear it's C, bro. We can go A.
I'm saying A.
Okay, we say A.
So
Mr.
final answer A.
Oh,
it's
why
gonna
you
be B,
saying
bro. It's gonna be B.
Yeah, it's A. It's A.
Oh, Kyle,
Yes!
much love, brother.
Yeah, that's the brain.
Which team won DreamHack Open
Envious.
Push?
Okay. Number C. Kenny, yes, that's my brother. Kenny, yes. Woo! Who
Yeah.
MVP in the
When you're
tournament?
right,
That's
when
my
you're
boy
right.
Kenny. It's envious, bro. Kenny won it,
I thought
100%.
Nick went on to mad win streak.
Nah. It's the same major when Carrigan missed the USP shot and Kenny won the 1v2 from B-side Cobble and he killed Carrigan and he killed Zipex.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
that one.
unreal.
We've got some history on here.
That's my boy.
I swear Mirage was definitely not in it. On my waffle.
Mirage was for sure in it.
The first two.
Wait, what? The first 2 majors?
The first 2 majors had
No, I know, the
only
DreamHack ones.
the first 2
Overpass was
majors.
in it for sure. Overpass was for sure in it.
Was it though?
Yeah, because I remember seeing a clip of the old Overpass when you could entry the site from it was just open.
Yeah, but that was like after.
Maybe trained up.
Maybe it was Mirage. I don't
Yeah,
remember
it
seeing an
was.
old Mirage clip, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's Mirage.
Mirage,
how old is
Inferno
old?
for sure was. I mean, bro, this is 2013. I remember how the old Mirage looked, and I've never seen. Mirage is one of them for sure because
Yeah.
I've never seen an old clip on it. Okay, I'm willing to risk it and go train. Mirage and train. Inferno obviously was. Let's go Mirage and train. Because I don't remember any old school train clips.
Just one thing. There only one of these questions is right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so you have to get both of them right. You mean, right?
No. Only one of these maps wasn't played in first 2 majors.
It's only one answer.
Yeah. Only one
Oh, then
answer
it-
is right.
Mirage.
Well, then it's Mirage. Then it's Mirage.
Yeah.
Answer B.
It's C.
What? I'm waffling. No.
No.
What? I swear I seen
thought it was
clips
like
of
that
bro.
because but they changed the overpass after, then they brought it in for 2014. That's what I was thinking. But I don't remember a Mirage clip, bro, from way back when. This year.
for sure made it.
You think so?
Pretty.
It was his worst placing. It was 13th.
yeah,
It was 13th.
yeah.
Number A, Mr. Admin.
He was 11th.
Oh,
I mean, it's honestly at this point, it's how it is, you know.
yeah. Wait, before that, wasn't he like top 4? Like, how many years in a
Yeah,
row?
like 6 years in a row, so.
Me. Poor
Legend. Goat, man.
man. Go, here's the go. Oh, wait.
No, it's the Night Wish.
I wish. Yeah.
Pretty easy for you.
Yeah.
You're
That-
right.
this is
Night
the go
Wish.
with AK skin.
That's my boy Oni Pixel, man. Skin
Yeah.
guy. I love you, Oni. This is wrong though in euros. Ah, factory new. Oh, then it's C. It's C. 1 to 1.8k euro.
Final
Be my
answer?
guess.
I like.
Yeah.
I read the answer.
It's not A. The factory new. Yeah. There's no way it's more than 2k. But I saw the field tested one for $550. Yeah, I would say C. But the way you're saying it makes me feel like it's B. But I think it's C.
There's no way it's more than 2k. No way.
It's such a rare skin though.
Low key, I'm saying A, you know.
Bro, there's no shot, bro. Bro. You say A.
Yeah.
Kai,
remember
field
it said
tested is $500, bro. It's not factory new.
Okay,
It's
it has
not
to be
A.
B then. It's not D. It's not. There's no way it's more than 2k. Impossible.
Yeah, but
Impossible.
if it's Steam market, then it's worth way more. That's what I'm saying.
I think you just. I think you look and see. I think you look and see.
It's C. It's C. It cannot be more than 2k because skin prices have gone up recently. It's C, Mr. Admin. I think.
So final answer? C?
Yeah.
He's making me doubt.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Fuck
what I
me.
said from the
The
start as well.
hesitation,
It's
man.
what I said from the
You
start,
can't be
man.
doing us with that. You can't be doing us with a hesitation. Holy sh.
Yeah, I mean, I know it already. It was a copyright issue with the artwork. D.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh my god.
You see, like, the dragon on it?
Yeah.
In the middle of that, he used that image of Google and never asked for the rights to the image, and then once the company realized it was in the game, they like filed a lawsuit and off. Had to remove it. That's why it became more expensive.
Isn't that wolf?
Oh yeah, wolf then, yeah, whatever that is.
Yeah, dragon wolf can be.
The C, the Hellride, and the stairs. There's no stairs on the ramp. That looks like a disability ramp
Yeah, you're right.
for like a wheelchair or something. Yeah, that's true. You don't see that guy.
I was looking at the stats on the left. Okay, I saw that. Wait, what's the third? Oh, the C. I didn't see the C. Yeah.
I would remove Dust 2, and I would remove Vertigo, and I would bring in an updated version of Cobble and the old version of Cash. Like this.
Cash was on Royal actually. I
Because
like
Cash got removed and it was still one of the most played maps, so
yeah.
people would play
Actually,
it again. Or
I would-
if not Cash, like a season or something.
Yeah, I would replace Cash with Ancient. Then we're good.
Cash with Ancient?
Yeah. Ancient.
So you just want to bring back... You mean replace Ancient with Cash?
Yeah.
Yeah. So guys, this has been Smooyer and Cypher here, taking on this amazing little Republic quiz. We didn't do as planned, but it was pretty good. Cypher, you guys know who Cypher is.
God bless.
The onliner.
Okay.
Then you got Smooth Dog, the biggest onliner. Yeah, boys, it was fun. Thank you very much for inviting us, guys. Hopefully I can win this league as well, like I did last time with Fnatic. Yeah. Maybe 2-time champ, back to back. Baby.
Bless. Bye bye.
So happy, I guess, the price of that skin, Dwayne, is perfect for me. Welcome back to Republic Season 3. Of course, we're in the thick of it between Fnatic and ITB. You just saw Smoothie with Cypher try and guess a bunch of questions in our quiz, but now they have to guess how they're going to make their way back out of this series. Smoothie said in that little content piece that he won the last season with Fnatic, and right now, with the way things are going against his former team, doesn't feel like they're on the way to victory here, Dwayne.
At least they've got a positive. They've got Mirage. It's a very good map in the pool from them. 9 wins, 3 losses, and that was the one that they beat Skade on as well. And I think anytime you play a team of the caliber of a Skade and you come away with a victory, it has to be told, okay, this is a fairly decent result. The factor I have with it, though, is it was about 4 weeks ago, and we haven't had an official on Mirage since that point.
And the key thing as well to remember in just this isolated series alone, the fact that we've got such a dominating scoreline from the Fnatic boys, seeing how unbelievably good they were on that first map. I understand obviously it was their pick and this Mirage is fairly good for ITB. I just feel like ITB in general, they've just come into this series on a seriously low note. And as a result, this map might be close, but I still see Fnatic taking it.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one. I mean, we even saw a couple of results in the last 3 months, a bit of a losing streak coming through on Mirage for Fnatic up by 3. They had a very close 14-16 loss against Heroic in Lund a couple of weeks ago in that LAN event. So definitely some prior knowledge of exactly how competitive the map can be. And yeah, I'm hoping that for ITB again, that they can get to double digits, try and keep it close, but I'm still banking on the 2-0.
I think we both had that coming into this series. I think we're both having it into this particular map up as well. Just again, the firepower and the experience over on this Fnatic squad trumps anything that ITB can bring to the table. And you do hope there's a little bit of fight left in them in this one, Dwight. I do kind of want to see it be somewhat competitive because we hope for a little bit of that over on Nuka, and just seeing the 16-6 come down, it would be a shame to see ITB peter out in this first matchup in their tournament in such a dominant fashion.
And you've just got to think as well. I mean, we saw Smear up on screen just before. He had a pretty good start on Nuke. I think he was 10-2, if I recall. He ended up that map at 13-14. And again, he's the highest rated player for this ITB side. Come Mirage averages a 1.38 rating. Are we going to see that? That's got to be the question.
Only one way to find out. That's to get into the game and see how well they'll do. ITB, of course, on the T side start. Fnatic with the pistols, seeing the defuse kit in for Crims here. Utility basis on his own part here. No utility for ITB, going straight in with the Angels here.
Very quick out of the gate, try and put pressure down into that window position, exploit up towards Con. It's going to have to be a retake setup. Heap's going to have to go more back passive because Nico Odos is spotting all of this on the jungle take.
And double with a swing initially, Smooth out towards short. I only saw the one player, didn't see the close around of the corner itself. Bomb plant can be secured as they have taken the A site without contention. Heap is going to get driven back.
And Roy's desperate to try and force Smooth out to the open. Dobbo's here for the crossfire to deal with Roy itself.
Good start now, ITB drawing out first blood. Maze in towards Dobbo's position. Might allow the kill for Mezzi, struggling to get it, but gets it in the end as Fnatic meanwhile go straight in for the retake. Find the headshots on Adam and Cypher. Thomas also overwhelmed. Smooya stands alone against them all to fall all the same and give the pistol up to Fnatic.
Well, I feel like I've seen that before, Jay. Very similar to how Nuke went down. We got the bomb plant in for ITB, but then kind of got rolled over and racked. And just knowing that ITB were able to have the late mid player of Smear underneath window, you've got your teammate there of Dobbo, who's not only gaining jungle control, but had a man advantage. I don't think he needs to press CT there, Jay. I think he needs to be a little bit more disciplined. That bomb plant is open for Connector. They didn't need to get as aggressive as they were.
Well, it is the ITB style, I guess. Press forward and try and overwhelm them, but you won't overwhelm Fnatic in this case. Bomb plant bonus again will not lead to the buy. This is a very weird buy strategy from ITB. We saw this on their T side half of Nuke again.
Yeah.
The bomb plant bonus not leaning towards true guns. Damage was barely even done in that conversion either. Dobbo and Cypher have already taken a ton of damage.
It's got to be a stylistic calling that's coming through from Adam to be able to have situations like this where you're not force buying on that second round. It allows Fnatic to press quite aggressively towards that top mid position, put a lot of pressure down on towards Cypher and Nico Odos. He's still hanging about. At least he's got a teammate in with him as Roy.
Yeah, bursting through on the M4. The FAMAS does drop to the hands of Cypher. Okay. One decent dropped weapon. The Eagles continue facing Nico Odos. Now backed up by Crimson from Connector. Cypher, next player to drop. So advantage regained by the Fnatic side. Dobbo will also drop to Heap. That's 2 left for ITB.
Just make sure that it doesn't get any more expensive than this. There's a couple of kills coming into the mix. Smear trying to see if he can drop Crims as well. So as for an eco, it's decent there for ITB, trying to take weapons out of play. Recover that M4 and get a second round up for Fnatic. And now, obviously, the wondering is, are ITB going to keep it close from the start? Because that was obviously something that they achieved, I would say, in high success, Jay, when it came to the first 8 rounds of Nuke. But it was everything after that point, which is where Fnatic took complete control.
Yeah, so for them to get the early start in this one isn't too shocking for ITB. It's about turning it around with the guns. AK's in across the board. Adam take charge of the mid control as his teammates set up the defaults. 1 player into the apartments, 3 out towards the A entries here at ramp in the palace position, and they will be able to deal with the ramp players. Crims with a double, Heap the only player to the CT side to fall.
A very cheeky crossfire being set there from Fnatic, really aggressive out of the gates to put 2 players pinned down towards that edge of the ramp angle. And now find ITB trying to work the mid default down by 1. At least the bomb control hasn't been exploited up into the open. And just knowing that this is the opening rifle round, this is Fnatic really trying to get into the head of ITB.
Just carefully prodding for now. ITB, of course, working from the deficit on the man advantage. Utilize map control to their favor, in particular on the short position. Adam will check out the ladder rim just in case. But the onus is on the defensive towards the back of B. Nico Oros watching at bench, ready for a contact play. 45 seconds for ITB to give it up to him. Also has Mezzi to his left-hand side.
I might not expect the peek to the right-hand side. This is going to be a difficult flick onto Adam, but Thomas is going to drop first, and that's the bomb. Now everybody's been seen.
Yeah, swing out for the info. Adam does engage and find a trade back. They're unawares of Mezzi, though. Will they check him? No, they won't. Perfect chance to deny. Doppler's a dead man, and Adam's now left to clutch it in the 1v3. Won't even get past the first SMG. That's a 3-0 for Fnatic.
Hey, did you know, Jay, that once upon a time, Nico Erdos played in the UK scene?
That is a shock to me, actually. How did that happen?
He played on the Wii Hot team, which was like slightly UK international. I think they played a Prem season and even a Gfinity Elite Series too.
Okay. That is impressive. I was not even aware of that. And I was following Elite Series quite closely as well, so I don't even know how I missed on that one. Are you sure it was Gfinity Challenger and not Elite Series?
Oh, one of them. I just know it was in the UK scene.
I imagine it might have been Challenger, actually. Well. Anyways, back into Republic. It's Cypher that draws out first kill onto Heap. Decent Deagle headshot. Straight man down with the pistols brought out of the half-bite. And it is another half-bite for ITB, so Fnatic been doing decently well with dealing with these.
Oh, this could be an overextension. Smooya catching Roy, trying to get some nades up towards that top of mid position. This is getting slightly uneasy, and even the aggressive abs pop too.
Oh, Mezzi gets caught off by Thomas, and just like that, it's a 2v5. Crim's there to trade back onto 1, but now the bomb's going to commit and get planted at the very least, if not potentially come together for the round for ITB. A half by steal, perhaps. They've got a rifle to play with now.
Oh, got to back off, got to save surely. Even Thomas trying to see if he could prod around that marker position. That was a very nice round for ITB. They worked the mid control really well. You saw the way that Mezzi was trying to get aggressive in the apartments to slow it down. He then gets dropped by Thomas's Tech 9, and from that point onwards, that round is done. ITB get one out of nowhere.
Quite literally out of nowhere, you did say it. Didn't expect that with how well Fnatic have been doing with dealing with these anti-half buys and dealing with these half investments from ITB. Losing the control in that sense. Getting that first round for the T-side line.
And for Fnatic, it's all about the response now, because we know Mezzi doesn't have a lot of money, Heat too. You got a couple of players saving forward. What an opener that is from Cypher. And then, of course, Roy slightly overextending, lack of information. Mezzi the same. And you could probably say there for Fnatic getting too hungry, over-aggressing on an anti-eco round when really they don't need to. They could have just played it quite passively.
We might be thinking about that going forward. Readjusting that style of play. To the mid position, it's Smooya's AWP. Nico Odos is set back towards the window position. The smoke's down over at Connector. Scrims looks above it. It sees nothing so far.
Yeah, ITB is continuing to get that AWP to at least have the foothold towards that window control and get Cypher to be the slow walk contact out from the underpass angle too. And you can see for Fnatic, they're actually playing 3 on B as of right now. And I guess knowing that the weaponry is slightly more limited, there is more risk involved in an opening man advantage and prodding for a 5v4.
So far, still sat at evens with no damage being done. Who's going to break first? Smooya is trying not to be the man. Instead, he wants to be the man that does the breaking. Stacked up outside of this mid-control, looking to the connector control.
They're going to have to force the AWP off angle, though. Out towards that ticker position. Even Crims tries to slow him down with the incendiary, but it doesn't bob.
It lands in the midst of the smoke instead. Cypher's allowed to extend. Shots ringing out from Nico Odos, seeing how many players there are. And Crims hearing the footsteps of his teammates fall on the site. He's the next responder, but a 3 versus 5 for Fnatic's retake. Bomb plant will be secured, and they're still suppressed by vision. Might be another safe call here, and there's a late look from Adam and all.
Yeah, this is a great play from Adam to really cut the rotates off to make this round as expensive as possible. What a take of that A site. Great util usage down towards that jungle position. Really siphon the individuals off. And even for Nico Odos, he thinks about a second reface and a slight peek back in towards connector and jungle control again. And when he does, there's just players all around.
Yeah, overwhelming in the round. Cypher with the pick. Now leaving Mezzi alone. A very broken buy for Fnatic in this round, and in the end, they won't even get away with any of the rifles saved. Mezzi will hold on to their Deegan and Kevlar by virtue of not getting into the site in time. No rifles to pick up there at ramp, and the second round of the board for ITB. A big recovery set from them. And again, it was all about the guns where they can recover from here.
And in all honesty, IDB don't pick Mirage a crazy amount. Yeah, their track record on it is fairly good at 9 wins and 3 losses. It's actually their 5th highest picked map in the pool. So that kind of gives you a very good understanding on the way that Adam likes to play with the vetoes and spread as many of those strong maps as possible.
More leaning in for Smooya, sees Crims. Popping out initially with the USP, of course, 3 of them in play. 2 upgrades, Mezzi saved him from the previous round, and Nico Odos buying into the P250. So nothing major in this round for the CT side. ITB will just be working on these defaults. Smokes down over towards the connector and window positions. Pressing forward for Adam, 1 player right around the corner. Roy dealt with.
At least they've got the stack involved. It's whether the full committance goes out towards that B side, because now for Cypher, look at the information he's gaining, Jay. He's that lurk out from the Palace position, and he's been able to clear so much of the bomb side, they'll probably just rotate that bomb back to A.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the obvious call from here. Stacking for Fnatic. Should be read by the ITB play. Grab this bomb, get it planted, spread out, and maybe look for exits, but ideally not here. ITB don't really need to do that. They're not going to take anything away from Fnatic.
And this is again what we saw in the early signs of Nuke, a competitive game. A close, tied-up scoreline. ITB have got to be careful about overextending here. The last thing they want to do is drop weapons to an anti-eco.
Boosts up the AWP. Try looking at the cinder blocks themselves. Adam does struggle a little bit. The AWP frag is found. Mezzi does get 1 with the Deagle. Nico Odos doing his damage to drop an AK as well. And Cypher's caught off guard. Sandwich between 2 CTs. Keep can deal with him. So a very expensive round for ITV here.
I don't know why they're frag hunting there. What are you fighting against? To drop armor, to drop util, to drop pistols? Just doesn't make sense. Hold on to your rifles, build up your own economy. You're not gaining anything out of dropping all of those players, and now you've offered up 3 AKs. That's just a gift, and that's such a cinch from Fnatic to just exploit simple mistakes.
Well, full eco to take 3 casualties. I mean, the economy state's still going to be decent enough for ITB, but you can see where the cracks are showing. Like 10 grand on Dobbo, then you look at Thomas, who's got 2,600, Adam's got 2,200. So lopsided on that money line. Probably scrape together a buy in the next round, assuming they lose this one. In the long term, that could really damage their buy status. Incendiary set by Mezzi, nades in for the very fast apartments pop from ITB. Dobbo, first man out and about, sees Mezzi with the swing, tries to double up, but we're working at the trade back and see the second man as well. Struggles to get Cypher to drop, so it will maintain a 4-on-4.
That rotate's coming through quickly. Smooya even diving down into the bomb site, and the boost up from Crims is decent. The bomb's gonna get planted in by Cypher though.
Yeah, advantage for Fnatic here. Nades onto the bomb plant position, dealing damage towards Cypher here. Forced back into harder cover. Thomas is seen. Cypher's dealt with. Quick adjustment from Nico Odos, but can't get the kill. Thomas adjusts against Nico Odos himself. And now Adam's got a strike on Crims. 2-on-2. Heap, center of the site, dealt with. And a kill comes in from the apartments window onto the market window, giving ITB the round.
A beautiful post plant coming through from ITB. Just when it looked like things were going to get uncomfortable, they bring back a 2v4. And Fnatic had a lot of players quickly on rotation, but just couldn't break that setup apart. Real quick there, in towards the B-pop. You could see the way in which that Incendiary and HG falls further forward of Mezzi. And I think he'll be disappointed, Jay, not to get 1. Yeah, that quick trade was there from the CT side, but just knowing that you were the only B player, you needed to get 1 in that exchange.
Fnatic losing a lot as a result of it. They can still scrape together the buy. Their economy state is still a little bit awkward themselves. ITB playing Smooya forward, trying to look for Heap, and eventually catches the angle. Starts off with a frag.
This is looking very much on the up right now for ITB. Round after round, get some more confidence going and start really dictating the pace on the T side. Even Crims with that orb has seen some shadows, knows that Thomas is in and around there. They've got a backstab in top mid too. Look at that from Roy.
Okay, 4-on-4. They've gained the control for it. They can grab some U2 and a weapon. Cypher's leaning forward, and Roy's going to hide back here at the stack. It's in there to force him back. Smoke's in to protect himself. And nades up to his position will dish out some damage. He needs backup from his teammates, and they're backing away from the apps control. A secondary nade back towards Roy. He's still alive here.
He's just wasting time at this point onwards. You've got a crossfire being set in mid. You've got Nico Erdos up to the apartments. Roy just doesn't need a peek.
Second molly down. Now he's forced out. The spray goes so awkwardly for Adam, and finally him and Cypher can combine, get that kill. But Roy stalled for so much time. There's only 30 seconds for the execution.
Hey, they've got to make a play, and even for Thomas, he hasn't seen anything aggressive coming out from the Palace control or from Rab. They start the regroup, but even Mezzy towards Underbalk, ITB need to get a move on.
Crim's caught repositioning towards CT as well. Mezzy waiting for his chance to strike. Adam leaning forward, 12 seconds, checks that dark angle. But Mezzy gets the kill, pre-fires on Thomas, but can't get away with the casualty itself. The AWP flick connects on Cypher, and Smooya tries to try and bad, but Crims has it on lock, locking down 2 frags, leaving Smooya for dead in mid, Orb to get saved, and Fnatic to equalize.
What a perfect hold coming through from Roy. Just think about how long he was there, Jay. First of all, he gets the MP9 kill, gets up to those top mid boxes, and just wastes so much on the clock, and it makes it awkward. He got that kill at 1:13. He stayed alive for what, 30 odd seconds there? That is unreal, because that sets up the play towards Underbalk and the reposition from Crims. It was so down to the wire with the clock there for ITB. They struggled.
4 apiece as a result on the scoreboard. Fnatic doing everything they can to pull this back. ITB have been a lot more decent in this opening part of the half, but again, Fnatic, after the back and forth, were able to pull away. As Nico Erdos catches an no-scope on Adam, the AWP shot from Smooya did open up the round itself, so it's a 4-on-4.
It could be another B split on the cards. AWP's been flashed off angle. Mezzy just hasn't quite been able to find that full capitalization.
Smokes up. Suppressing Nico Erdos. As Mezzy strikes on Thomas, jumping up, gets nothing for it. Doesn't see Smooya just yet. Runs into the hands of a T-side player. Cypher is there towards the stairs, and Heap can't deal with him, so a 3-on-2 again for Fnatic. Crims hearing footsteps, seeing a player, catching a headshot, swinging back against Dobbo next. On for the 1v3, a 4K clutch if he can win it. But it's all sorts of CTs watching his position. He knows he hasn't got a way in.
Not at all. Needs to try and bait some over aggressive duels, and it's just not coming. Crims has been a rock on this CT side. He has been so consistent with multi-frags and high-impact plays. And definitely an individual to keep an eye out for. The veteran on this team, the guy with the most experience. Even the AWP on the reposition is going to catch off Dobbo. Fnatic get up to 5. And for ITB, just when you think as if they're going to start really encroaching down on that B side, they're going to put down pressure onto Mezzy, they just don't act quick enough.
Yeah, pacing has been a big thing over the course of this matchup. And the lack thereof has cost teams more than it's aided them. Fnatic in the lead as a result. ITB.
Oh! Okay.
Wow. Wow, what a shot. Didn't get to see it during the round itself.
Yeah.
But that's why he got picked up there. That's one of the reasons.
Hey, we want to see a little bit more of that. Juicy stuff out for Nico Erdos. Now, Jay, I think I've seen this scoreline before. Do you remember it?
I do.
Yeah.
I asked you a question, did I not, Twig?
Yeah, but you did. I'm just wondering whether there's going to be the follow-up for ITB, whether they can keep the more competitive nature. Looking at the buy state, it's obviously slightly awkward, right? You've got that the MAC-10 in for Adam. You've got the Galil forward of Thomas. You don't have all of the bonuses, but it's still around to where there is a lot on the table.
They go for the set piece forward, so they can still gain this round if they're able to get the right sprays at the right times. Heap. Molotov in towards Palace, or tries to press one avenue of attack for Smooya. AWP playing Overwatch as Nico Otis is up, sees the player popping out over towards Round. That's Cypher. First man down. Smokes in to suppress them even further. Looking for them ahead of it, and one man will jump out towards Tetris. Got Heap in at Dark, I think has been detected by the T side here. And Nico Otis just continuing to fire back down range. See the player trying to get at him. Looking for the headshot. Looking for the players out towards Palace itself. Heap finally swings, but gets dealt with by the MAC-10. A 4-on-4 as ITB is stalled here, but still they press the issue, and still Nico Otis stands and fights. Dealt with by Smooya. Roy now out towards Ticket Booth ahead of the smoke. 3-on-3 situation.
There's just players everywhere. ITB need to keep taking fights. And now it comes down to Dobbo and Smooya without any side presence at all. Trapped behind in the backlines. They've got no util. They've only got a flash. If they start backing off, they give themselves even less of an opportunity of really trying to pounce on A.
They've kept themselves suppressive. Back up here towards ramp. Both individuals will try and attack. Roy, the first responder to the scene. Crims is prodding out towards mid, and meanwhile Mezzy has gone for a push out towards Apps, and they recognize that nobody's out on this side of the map, so it's got to be the A play. Right call, right time, right read. Dobbo's back to turn. Bomb gets dropped in the open. It's all on Smooya. Frag on the first man. Crims close towards him. Bomb can get picked up. Smooya's hunting for it. They're trying to go for the plant down over towards default. Got to stick the whole thing. Being sprayed back. A backstab also inbound. And the AWP needs to tap at the right moment. Where does he swing? He saw Mezzy. He knows where Crims must be. Backing up behind harder cover. Looking for the shot to connect it. Reduce it to a 1v1. But missed the final bullet and missed the clutch.
That's a valiant effort coming through from Smooya on the clutch to really try and bring that all back. But it doesn't happen. And it's Crims again who's really been stepping up here on Mirage. And didn't quite see the full potential from him on that first map of Nuke. But we're seeing it here. And do you know what, Jay? It just feels a little bit too scrappy for me on ITB's T side. Even Cypher coming out of the gate, it's just dry. There's no flash, there's no jiggle peek. It's just a wide swing against the AWPer. And it feels as if for ITB, they want to try and keep it really chaotic on the T side. I just don't know if that's the answer against Fnatic.
Like I was saying in that last map, the idea that ITB want to try and force the issue against Fnatic is not going to work out 100% of the time. Again, pound for pound, Fnatic are the best roster. 6-4 as a result, so they're going to hold the lead in the CT half. ITB need to find a smarter way into this. Nico Otis and Crims are dealing with it appropriately. 2 shots to the AWP, making it a triple. Pistols drop, 1v5 for Dobbo.
Even more sequences. If you've come here to watch the Danes, then this is definitely the match to do so. 7 up now for Fnatic. And Jay, this is where we're getting into the conversation again of the almost the separation of competitive nature. Now you've got a few rounds in a row, the lead's up to 3, the buy's going to come back. For ITB, if they don't put their foot down here in round 12, I think they're going to lose control completely of this map.
Absolutely. I'm with you there. You mentioned the similarities in score lines, the 5-4, now pulling back to 7-4, which is so similar to how Nuke went down, and we're just seeing all the parallels. ITB contesting the early game, then letting Fnatic pull away. Crims down and underpass, already catching Adam off guard. He had no idea to expect that, and Roy's going to line up too as well. I don't know if he was expecting Smooya, but he'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think he was, Jay. Very good mid stance there coming through from Fnatic. And now for Thomas and Dobbo, what options do you have? Yeah, you can regain the bomb towards that top mid position, but everything has been taken away. What an opener!
Beautiful stuff. The beautiful sequence from those 2 players and all. 2 men standing for ITB, Thomas and Dobbo. Just no idea how they work their way out of this. They will try swinging to connector into the hands of Crims, who will get dealt with on 1 tray, but Thomas essentially set for the 1v5 clutch in the full-on ace. AWP in hand. Does spot Heap, but take the no-scope shot. But the AWP on the CT side is able to deal with him all the same. 8-4 for Fnatic. And there's just no money for ITB.
And just to look at it from ITB's perspective, do you know what I'm begging for more than a round victory? Is attack pause. Just keep them coming, because they just know they need to get themselves out of this stance. They've got to put good rounds up on the T side. They lost Adams super quickly in that round, and then the way that Roy over-aggressed towards a short position just exploited that whole mid-take entirely. And back to the eco starts again.
I think it's like that single tactical over on Nuke, right? Like, I don't think they've taken one so far here on Mirage.
Yeah.
At this point, if you're the coach, you've got to come in and like Juva's got to say something about the way this is going down because it's getting ripped apart once again. Pistols in this round, fair enough. But it's the guns where things need to get going, and ITB felt like they were going to hold contention in the rifle rounds themselves. But as more weapons get brought back into round 14, I have my doubts about that being the truth.
And what I just want to add as well, Jay, is in the pistol round, we had a bomb plan for ITB in which the retake was really successful for Fnatic. Then we had that near 1v2 clutch for Smuya in which he was able to get the bomb down on A, try and find it out, but lost it to Crims. Those are the only 2 rounds in which ITB have lost where bomb plants have come through, Jay. They've been so limited, and that's why it's the buy it go state, because the plants just aren't coming.
Gun set up for Smuya. Orb scoped in at the tightest angle towards the apartments, and there's not an angle that you can see Mezzy with. Nade set with the smokes out, Smuya. Get forced away or forced to blind vision by the nade. As the AWP and Nikomodos plays Overwatch in mid and sees nothing himself.
More silent this time around for ITB. Trying to work together on this one. Even Nikomodos falling back, so if there's a boost up, there could be a slight timing of exploitation. Fnatic thinking about playing 3 on A, and Crims has been seen.
2 taps from Cypher trying to find the man, but doesn't quite do so. The nade's in from Roy.
Cheeky.
Do damage to return. Very cheeky indeed. 63 HP without seeing the CT man.
Oh, there's another one. The chip damage is just continuing to rain through, and even Crims has spotted the first.
You call it chip damage, I call it chunk damage. The way that this one's going, it makes the kills so easy for Roy and co. Smuya down. Adam's still low. Incendiary sent back to drive them away from those advanced positions on the CT defensive, but 35 seconds to go for the hit. ITB are again short on time.
Even this AWP for Nikomodos, they just can't force out into the open. You're right about that time, 30 seconds left, and that's the bomb being dropped. Last player from Thomas trying to strike out from this Tetris position. Gets away with a couple, but there's still 3 more to find.
These are perfect headshots from here on out. 20 or 32 HP. Molotov's back. Nades on towards the general angle of Roy. Had it been a bit later, that would have been a kill. And as a result, he gets the peek in when he's not looking the right way. There's the frag back. Low fives all around for ITB. High fives for Fnatic. 10-4 on the board. And there's the last round of the half.
Yeah, they just signaling 5 more rounds until victory, because it's probably going to come fairly soon for Fnatic. It might be 6, but it could be 6 in a row. Knowing the fact that, again, the parallels continue here from Nuke over to Mirage. ITB, they keep it close to the stance, they make it competitive, but once the rifle rounds start getting deeper, they lose their consistency.
It's a prediction. 5 rounds in the second half is what Fnatic will need.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. So 11-4, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. With the way this is going, it definitely feels like that's how it's going to go down here. Fnatic just unrelenting against ITB. And it feels like the map switch has not really done much at all for the British squad. Incendiary sent. Damage done initially to Nikomodos. Heap also tagged down in this one, but the kills going in for the CT forwards as Nikomodos finding Smuya in the York battle. Cypher sees a shadow and does catch a man off guard. But Crims is in Palace, and they haven't checked this at all.
Look at the bomb, mate. Out towards TV. Yeah, they've got A site. What are they going to do with it? Yeah.
That's probably the bigger problem for ITB there.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. At least they force it back to an even playing field. But yeah, Thomas is going to have to skate his way all the way back over T-Sport just to recover the bomb. This is awful.
It's fair to assume they'd have the bomb with them when they enter into the A site, but now as they recognize they've messed that up, at the very least, the CTs haven't pushed forward and gained that information. Haven't set up a crossfire. Thomas will grab it, as Dobbo actually does find Crims, so Palace has been removed. A 3-on-2, extending for more, but Mezzy trades him back to evens.
Longer for this bomb to get over to the site directly. Mezzy might even think about a peek forward in towards connector. Cypher's got a hold.
Waiting for the contact, waiting for the kill. Bomb will go down over at default.
Bomb has been planted.
Mezzy will lead the charge into the retake. The AWP on Nikomodos. Watching and waiting, leaning forward. Wallbang attempts a little bit off towards it. Switching to the AK now. And the crossfire is set. Thomas, there you go, unchecked. And indeed, he gets the kill back. Sees Mezzy's gun barrel. Swing forward, spray through, doesn't land. So there will not be an 11-4 half for Fnatic. But 10-5 was winnable in the last map up. It could well be for this one after the break.
I'm through.
Can I actually get here? No, no way.
Oh, that one's already done. That one didn't respawn. Wait, how come this one's not respawning?
What was?
I don't know what happened.
What can I do? What can I do?
I know what happens.
Oh,
Good juke.
Now you kind of cracked yourself, Jimmy.
Alright.
I know
You
what
can
this
actually
is.
yeah.
Ooh!
Bro, yeah.
You actually have to start from the beginning. Oh my god, this is actually stupid.
What? This is a scam.
No. No, Roy went for it and he had to go for it.
That's a mirror or some shit.
I
I'm
went
through.
right.
Ah!
Oh,
Oh, I'm through.
You're cheating, what the hell was that? Like, one of you should just do it for the team, honestly. Like, you guys can talk right now and just do... What? It's not working! What?
You
This
suck.
mirror is insane.
Wait, what's this?
What is this? I'm out of here.
Oh shit.
oh.
Yeah, that's aiming at me. Oh shit.
That was scary though. Will you
Please don't say I started. Oh my god.
No!
This is actually unreal.
landed on top of it?
I was smurfing. I died in spawn.
There you go.
Shut up.
Snake muted or something.
Hello?
No.
Fnatic still dominant here against the ITB side, and for one reason and one reason alone here, Dwag, I have to say that the one word that stands out the most going into this second half has got to be Crims.
Yeah, I agree with you. 16 frags and 10 deaths out on that first map, 80.1 ADR, but come here on the second, he has been a madman. 22 and 5, the top of the scoreboard, the top of the server, and you know what, Jay? I reckon it might just continue. Into the pistol round we go. For ITB, they've got to pull it back. They've got to be able to get themselves started in this second half. Otherwise, it's going to be a simple 2-0.
Just keep drawing the parallels from the last map and this one, the 10-5 half and everything. Fnatic took it from there. Maybe ITB can get one good round back, but Fnatic are just in such a great position. They've been unrelenting in this entire series, and I don't see them letting up, just like you said. Smoke down the top, Con. They've got Adam that can peek ahead of it. Flashbangs in, however, knowing his position. Roy will extend out towards jungle with a teammate. Thomas back over towards CT. Desperate to get a pick, but just can't quite seem to do it. The bomb goes down.
There's so much map control gained towards window in that jungle control. Notice the way they're not diving in towards CT spawn like ITB did in the previous pistol.
Oh, Thomas just finding Crims, though, the only angle at the top of the ticket booth. Roy swinging heap, and Roy catch those kills for it. 3-for-1 trade, instant response for Fnatic. Thomas desperate to find anything out of Dark. Dolo will find heap up at Palace, and now they're on the bomb. Tapping once, swing out. Thomas with a kill, double with a follow-up, and now it's all on Roy. 10 seconds to the defuse. He's got to get right on it. Catching Thomas, forcing double off. He's won the round. He'll go for the kill. He won't get it, but it won't matter.
What a sequence coming through from Roy. Just when you think about the distraction play that he's able to pull from that jungle position, rotate in and around, get towards CT, knows that there's no kit involved, and just the frag presents itself onto Thomas. Too wide in that exchange, Jay. The information obviously was he was out towards jungle, maybe repositions towards connector, so that's where Thomas is positioned too, of thinking about the pick. Unfortunately, Roy's on the backstab.
Hell of an effort from Dobbo and Thomas, to their credit, though. Down a player advantage and did everything they could to force their way back into the site. But didn't manage to pull it off. Mac 10's in for Fnatic as a result. Forced buy-in for ITB on their CT side. Smoke set back. And the 5-7 of Adam tries to push the issue.
Yeah, Roy gonna pop through that smoke, get the util behind it, and Adam just can't see a thing. Thomas has to respond.
The counter flash to allow his teammates to peek in from top. Con spray through from Roy, taking the damage, almost losing his life, but facing in against Thomas, knowing he's also low. Back up on the center of the site will get the kill on Cypher as the bomb will get planted. There is one trade that is found.
Oh, they've got to back off though, surely. 3v4 and HP disadvantages, this is gutsy.
Pistol leans in first for Smooya. Dobbo's watching. They
Yeah, good
back
call.
off in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, right idea. Save the gun, save the Kevlar. Hold it into the next round where you have some sort of contest and work off the back of that, because there's just no way you're winning this retake.
And no one wants to save in a round like this when you're down 5 to 11, but you got to think about your options. And Adam bringing that call forward to say, lads, get out of here. It's not worth it. And the risk of what we can actually gain is far worse than what we can gain in the second round. You think about the idea of a couple of upgrades in and around 2 rifles and a saved in Deagle, there might be more economical damage. But for ITBJ, they were hoping for a start in the second half, and so far, pistol round hasn't gone their way, nor is the Force.
Seven rounds to the difference. Fnatic looking to build that up to 8.
Just looking at some of those kill numbers too, there's a lot of players on single digits.
Meanwhile, Fnatic have a lot of players on double digits. So complete contrary. And again, Crim's the man leading the charge, but not necessarily required to Fnatic's success here on this map. Adam trying to lean in with the Deagle, boost up on Smooya. Great flash in. As Nico Otis to start the peek forward, and Mezzi deals with him.
Yeah, now even peeking a little bit wider, knowing that that scout's going to get recovered off somebody else. Nico Otis doesn't know about Thomas out towards that right-hand side of the archers, so that could be a slight secret play involved.
Extension out from Cypher, finally gets 1 and 2 trades with Dobbo's assistance. 3 on 3, and that came in unexpectedly, and now Thomas has found a way to work in towards mid. A rifle even to pick up, but he backs away from it, focuses on the site defensive.
I tell you what, I think if TopCon doesn't get smoked there by the CTs, they might have actually caught off Crims. Because of that, Thomas is now relocated back in towards window. They don't know he's here in TopCon.
That's a gun though. Dobbo swinging a hit towards Crims, does damage towards the CT side, but ultimately losing his life. Mezzi's also low. Heap has got to step up. That's what he does for the first frag. Cypher, a known entity, and Thomas is dealt with, leaving it all to the 5-7 in the clutch.
And now we get to see what the new blood is used to. Heat doing very well so far, even aggressing through from jungle. And I'd have to say, Jay, that's probably one of the highest impact rounds that we've seen from him in the entire best-of-3 series. I know it's only on an anti-eco, but that was a round in which that could have gone the way of ITB. There was swing potential there.
Absolutely, coming in when it matters the most. His teammates are taking the lead in terms of the numbers themselves, but when he needs to step up, he's doing it. Mentioned them chance to finally see what the newest member of this Fnatic roster is going to do. Now it's a case of translating it into the rifle buy, which will feature a double AWP setup from ITB.
It's unreal, Jay, to have that conversation again with the lack of attacks for ITB in the first map, the lack of attacks here, that we're even seeing a tactical from Fnatic. So what's going on? How have ITB not taken more attacks in this series?
Look at those stats, by the way, the utility damage, like just overwhelming placement on terms of, I mean, look,
Yeah.
it's not the most important stat because obviously there's been more things that Fnatic are doing, but just even on some of those small little things that they're doing as a squad to set up the frags.
I agree, yeah.
It's so much more confident and coordinated, and it's the difference maker for Fnatic and ITB. It's those things that separates a good team from a great team.
Especially when they all add up together, isn't it? The opening man advantages, the more utility damage, the stronger trading, the more confidence in follow-up rounds. And when you start putting that all together, you start getting a very good picture on exactly why the series has gone down in this sort of way. And Smee with the reposition to get that orb back out to the window angle. Mezzi, down here at the bottom of Con, could be taking the fight onto Adam.
Does lose the initial fight, not quite his life yet. Down at 43 HP, getting no shots off against the man. Start up for ITB that can convert into a decent pick. Thomas finding Heap out towards the ramp and Tetris areas. And now Mezzi's been seen with Crims falling into Dobbo's orb. And finally some decency comes through for them. Nico Otis is also caught off guard.
Roy just trying to make it as expensive as possible. Does spot out the short player getting aggressive of Cypher. So individual picks are being offered up to Roy.
1v3 now for him. Thomas is also going to offer up a pick, but doesn't quite capitalize upon it for the T sideline. So there you go. A 6th round for ITB. The double AWPs were all they needed, apparently.
And Fnatic, a few more to go. That's going to be the back of their mind thinking, And Thomas playing out towards that firebox position. Dobbo with the double AWP. We know that he's very proficient in that hybrid role. And quite a lot of maps in the pool, they offer up the double AWP sequences. I think we saw it previously for 1 round when it came to Nuke. Get in that sort of situation, get as much out of him as possible. Because in all honesty, the riflers of Cypher and Dobbo have been underwhelming in this series so far.
Needing to step up a lot more earlier than this. The AWP of Smoothie has only just gotten the 10 frags. ITB now set to the defensive line with their guns out. Hero AK for Fnatic, which will be put to great effect. Mezzy entries on Thomas, and now Smoothie is next to task.
I don't have a good feeling about this one, Jay. A lot of players down on A. That AK can continue to get aggressive. Smoothie is still scoped in.
Smoke's back against Nico. This is position. The Deacon of Heat will fire back. Mezzy gets his kill. Smoothie does get a trade back, but it's still a 4-on-3 for Fnatic here, and Smoothie's going to get driven back and all.
Yeah, Dobbo's got to try and find that support. You see the backstab coming through. Crimson's going to drop the bomb. That's a big kill from Cypher.
Counter backstab from Nico. It's going to have to come in real quick. Cypher was expecting it. Incendio is back. Will take the face. The Deagle drops in. The spray comes up good. And Smoothie also lands a kill on Mezzy. So it's all left to Roy to pick up the dropped AK. Working in against Cypher. Dobbo's also low HP. These two picks are relatively decent. It'll be Smoothie that'll be the big challenge here. Back turn towards the AWP will land it. And ITB will find another round.
Hey, you could see they wanted to try and put the pressure on towards the top of stairs, make it uncomfortable for the AWP, and it's actually Smoothie that hits a no-scope into the mix. Mezzy with a great entry to start off that round onto Thomas, and at least dealing with that rotate, but unfortunately, without dropping that AWP, it allowed further time for the backstab, and even for Cypher to play in and around his own utility to make it the multi-frag. ITB finds another and find their 7th.
Half by now involved for Fnatic. The economy has been whittled down. Didn't get a massive opportunity to build it up so far in the early part of this half, so it's understandable that they'd be down to the pistols back of a couple of rounds for ITB, but the set-piece execution is to come in real quick for them here. Cypher looking towards underpass to try and catch them off guard. We'll hear that utility pouring in for them, and we'll just wait for his chance to strike. Meanwhile, they make their way up to the site. Mezzy gets the headshot. That's all important as Roy and Crims can also strike. Dobbo's AWP's on site. Gets that 1 frag. Jump around the corner. Crims seen him somewhere in the middle of the smoke, but they can't land the headshot towards him, so he sticks around. Finally, he deals with him. It's a 4-on-2. Fnatic have gained the B site and a 2-man advantage for it.
Oh no, even Smoothie is trying to see if he can bring this back, but he needs to find the connections. Thomas only gets 1, and now it's down to the clutch, and Crims, who picks up one of those AWPs, finishes off the job. Oh no. Oh no, not a round like that, and it just cripples the economy too. The backstab gets denied, the entry's on the side. That's a round that you should never be losing, Jay.
I don't know how Mezzy manages to read and get this kill, but it was probably the most important one of the round itself. The execute basis had ITB set and ready behind the smoke positions. It gave Fnatic all the breathing room with that backstab being taken out. And you're right about the economy, it's broken. AKs, AWPs across the board. SMG on Thomas already taken down. Smoothie with the only M4 also removed so quick and easy.
Mate, that's a beauty. To be able to get a multi-frag like that, a double entry. Do we even call it an entry? He's sitting back. He's waiting for the fights to come to them. ITB on the aggressive approach. And getting down HP in the process down to 9, but the damage has been done. The 2 kills have already been found. And the B site, well, it's very open, Jay.
Much more open than it was in the last round. Not even really needing to force a kill out on that side of the map. Let's get the bomb down, secure the round for this, secure map and match point for it. Progress on in the upper bracket of the group. ITV, I mean, it is an expected outcome for them. Like, you can't look at this match and say it's a huge disappointment. It will be disappointing with the scoreline being what it is. But ultimately, Fnatic walked into this as heavy favorites, and they'll walk out of it in style.
Yeah, Roy just trying to make it as expensive as possible. Deny these last few CTs for hanging on to their weapons. Dobbo's going to drop. Cypher gets caught up towards top mid. I think him and Adam are going to be okay, though. They should be able to hold on.
Yeah, keep his guns in at least. But I don't think anything else will really come of this round. And even with these guns, you got to look at the loss bonus. You got to look at where ITB stand on the economy and think, do they even have a buy here?
Well, they're going to try their best, but you are right. Cypher can drop a FAMAS. Adam can drop an M4A4. Overall, though, it's not going to be pretty, and this was the start of it. And just to think that he's hanging back, he's playing passively in Palace, and just 2 frags present itself like that, you know that round's being yours. And 15 on the board, 1 to go. And this will be one hell of a statement for Fnatic in their opening game, Jay, to have a convincing and comfortable result.
Swings up for the AWP of Nico Oros, trying to look for that first frag. Swing out from Adam in the CT side in mid. Sees the shadow of Mezzi. Incendiary sent back, and Mezzi will get caught for it, but Roy, held back in the corner, will find the spray back immediately to respond to the 4-on-4.
And maybe expecting another CT to get aggressive towards that mid control. Thomas actually falling to the AWP, and even Domo expending out. Roy does get traded eventually. The bomb's still in T-spawn, actually, Jay.
Yeah, 3-on-2 situation, Fnatic. Holding dominion over this one. Nico Oros catching Cypher next. And Smooya is all that remains. AK in hand to clutch it. The bomb will just slowly make its way towards the A site with only 1 man standing between them and victory for Fnatic. It should be easy pickings to peek together. Hold the AWP angle. And Nico Oros will land it. 16-7, 2. A dominant series from the Fnatic boys as they just trump ITB in every possible fashion.
That's a good showing. And I think for Fnatic, you got the debut here for Heat. You got a couple of the newer guys of Nico Oros and Roy just getting their comfortability into the team. This could help. This could be a massive leg up here in the group stage because you are a favorite in the event. You are a favorite to go deep. So to have a comfortable game, to ease yourself in there.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's all about hitting the ground running with this matchup and then going further on in the group from there. And, you know, there might be some much more harder challenges as time rolls on and as this tournament continues to play out for Fnatic. But for now, like, look, again, the bottom line is just getting that first series in and getting a start out in REPUBLEAGUE. For them, it's just a wonderful start for them. I guess the expected result, when you consider how far apart these teams really are, Dwayne in the sense of the 2-0. Again, the optimist in me would have liked to see a bit more of a fight out from ITB, but I can't be too shocked at what we've seen is what we've seen.
Well, the shocking element to me is the lack of Smooya present. Went negative on map 1, went negative on map 2, and when we hold a guy like him to such a high standard of being the best player on this team, the carry in so many situations, the strongest entity with the AWP in hand, especially when you're going up against a matchup as an underdog against a class team, you need a good performance out of Smooya, and unfortunately, he went missing in both maps.
Yeah, and again, like we were talking about the idea that he would be very hungry for this matchup, considering he's up against some former teammates in the Fnatic side, and that just didn't really seem to light the fire underneath him. He was tweeting all last night as well, like, I'm not going to go live, guys. I'm going to practice because we've got Fnatic tomorrow. I want to make sure I'm really good for it, and it clearly seems like that practice didn't really go anywhere, Dwayne. So it does concern me because we saw some very low numbers from Smooya coming out of Fnatic, and now coming into the big boy leagues with ITB, it just feels like it hasn't really translated as well as he would have wanted it to.
He's definitely going to have to pick up the pace come the lower bracket. There's no doubt about it because ITB, they look to him as such a key entity figure, and Thomas for that matter. But overall for the Riflers, I just don't think we got to see the best day from them. Maybe if they face a team that's perhaps more towards their skill level, Jay, a team that's maybe less experienced than the likes of Fnatic, we might have an easier time for ITB.
Well, they will drop to that lower bracket of the group itself, so you can imagine that there's probably something in that sort of realm that we'll start to see whether the ITB side can hold something in this particular tournament. But in terms of the upper bracket run, there's not going to be anything in that sort of sense. So they lose out the matchup, Fnatic taking a dominant 2-0 victory. And we're being joined now by Roy to talk us through that matchup, to talk us through how things are working over in the Fnatic side. Roy, I hope you're there, mate. Congratulations on the victory for yourself. And of course, congratulations on the pickup on the new organization, the new team and everything. I kind of want to start by asking about how the adaptation period has been for you coming into this Fnatic team.
First of all, thank you so much. I think in the beginning it has been pretty rough because we had some issues with the first tournament, and like we wouldn't have a lot of times practicing, and you know, Messi is calling for the first time, so we're kind of like trying to do what we can do with the time we have and with the resources we have. And I think so far like there's a really good vibe in the team, and I think everyone is like super motivated and working really hard. So I think the future looks really bright for us, to be honest.
I want to talk, Roy, about more specifically the opening stages of both Map 1 and Map 2, because it felt as if, looking at it, there was an ITB side that was hungry to keep it competitive, maybe the first 7-8 rounds of both maps, but then after that point, it felt like it was a steamroll. It felt like it was a completely one-sided situation. So what do you think that was? Was it just a slow start from you guys? Was it getting involved into the action? What do you reckon that was?
I mean, first of all, like Nuke is pretty rough T side, and I think we got a decent start. I think on Mirage we had a pretty rough start. I gave up a lot of opening kills on short. I feel like so. I think it was kind of hard, and then it's kind of CT side when you don't have the economy and you lose your money and a bit like that. And I think they had a really good call where they went to rush B when we were playing like 1B, and I think that kind of cost us a lot of money and like gave them a lot of momentum. But I think after that we were like pretty much ready for what they had in the bag, and we were kind of expecting how they would play as well. So I think we just adapted really well, to be honest, and that showed as well. So.
You definitely did particularly well with 16-6 and 16-7 in that sort of sense. A very confident victory to get you started in REPUBLEAGUE. And I wanted to ask you, like, what are the aims for Fnatic in this tournament? How far do you look to go?
And I think we really want to win everything. I think we can. I think it's super realistic, and I think right now, at least with the practice we've had and how we've been playing in practice and so far, and just a general feeling with the team, I definitely feel like we can do it as well. So I'm really looking forward just to start playing and working with these guys. So.
Okay. Any team you may be looking forward to playing, whether it be in the group stage or the playoffs? Any team you look at as a threat, or is it it's just Fnatic? They're the only threat. We're going all the way.
Nah, I think the most important thing is just that we play like we have been playing in practice, and we can kind of like transition that into the official games. I think that can be a bit difficult sometimes, especially when you're a new team. And we haven't some of the guys haven't played official matches in a while. So I think if we can just transition that really well and like kind of get used to playing official matches and playing together in these matches, I think it's gonna be all good. So I'm just looking forward to get some more matches on the board.
Awesome. Well, you guys are moving forward in the upper bracket here, and you'll be up against the winner of Finest and Sinners Esports. So any thoughts going into your next match in the group stage?
I think both teams have been looking pretty good. I think we just need to not underestimate anyone and just play our game and be really focused and just take everything really seriously and just start progressing as a team. And then I think it's going to be all fine.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing how well you do in that particular matchup. For now, though, it's a confident start for you, Roy, and for Fnatic. Again, congratulations on the victory. Good luck going forward, and we hope to see you soon, man.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Awesome. Well, there it is, Dwayne. Confidence over on the board for the Fnatic side. Again, in the server, in the interview, Roy seems happy. The transition period is going well, and they might be up against a team that they could also beat in the next round as well in that Finest and Sinners matchup coming up later today. But just to sort of like round out some closing thoughts on this matchup, is this par for the course?
I like the mentality that was coming through there from Roy. Obviously, when you feel as if you're the strongest team in the competition, sometimes you want to hear, yeah, we're coming for first, we're not afraid of anyone. But it is one step at a time, right? And I think in these sort of tournaments, we know how often the favorite can get upset. So take it one game at a time. Don't underestimate anyone, because often that's where the favorites get jumped up, Jay, is when they just underestimate their next level of competition come the next game.
And many times over the course of these tournaments have we seen the favourites get trumped by underestimation. So I'm hoping that Fnatic will not fall victim to that. They definitely don't seem like that they will. As we head towards our break, we'll head to find out exactly who is going to be the team that will join them in the next round of the group stage. Will it be Finest? Will it be Sinners? Join us after this.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? up the world. I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walking, girl. Open up your step into your talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it's here, there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know you will never be alone. Girl, don't make a move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make a move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. I'm an I'm an I'm an I'm an be an explosion, be a chocolate, be an explosion, be a chocolate, be an explosion, be a chocolate, be an explosion, be a chocolate. sneak back in. I can't get rid of her. I'm just a prisoner like the wind. Oh, she got my heart right on my chest, making me believe she knows the best. So on the bridge I stand, about to end the fight, but then I stop and thought I'll fight it one more night. So in your fire I burn, I'm blinded by the light. I may never return, but I'll fight it one more night, fight it one more night. Just fight it one more Just fight it one more night. Oh. shade.
2 kills to his name is X-Cloud, falls back, and the SMG peeks in. Mangs will get traded back by Woxy. He's now with a 1v3, and that's exactly what he does.
Obviously got to swing out wide on the contact. Can't try and do the same, so if we can isolate these jewels.
Shot against James. Oh, what a tap. And what a round, what a clutch from Calix when high player still completely unscathed for Eternal Fire. Flash forward, Zatara's going to see so many. He transfers back, makes it a quadra. What a spray transfer, the ace to Zatara. And welcome back to Republic Season 3, Day 2 of Group B, into our second game as well here. If you missed the earlier part of the show, you just saw Fnatic absolutely trounce ITB. And now we look to the finest boys as they look to take on the likes of the veterans of Sinners here in our second match of the day. Once again, I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg for today's proceedings and a matchup there. On paper, I mean, initially the name value would indicate this match should end up being close to it, but when we dive in a little bit more deeper, I feel like we probably end up seeing a similar story to our first series, right?
All we could say is that both of these teams have had highlights at the top end of Tier 2. They maybe have just been in different time periods, right, Jay? And now when we kind of keep that in mind of what we've got presenting in a series like this, Finest are going to be the heavy favorite by far.
Absolutely, 100%. Like, these guys have been on a bit of a tear as of late, and even though leading up until this point, they haven't had all that many great results so far this year, in the last handful of events that they've taken on alone, they've done some real good work for their own right, work that we didn't expect to do, winning the last Pinnacle Cup, coming into top 4 at the Pinnacle Cup LAN, and now in Republic, they're actually a bit of a dark horse team, honestly.
Yeah, I think that they're a team that can definitely make the playoffs and go... to say to win the whole thing's maybe a stretch too far, but to be competitive and to definitely be a team that is looked at as being a threat, Jay, and a team that you cannot underestimate at all.
Absolutely. Again, you just saw some of the teams they're taking on in that particular lineup of things. The Sprout are in there, Heroic. They took a map off of those guys, which is a huge deal for a team like Finest, right? Like, again, they're surprisingly good. I agree with you in the sense that they're probably not the shoo-ins to win the title itself, but to make a decent dark horse run, to go to those playoffs, to at least keep things competitive, that's really what we're looking at for these guys. And in this kind of matchup, I feel like Sinners are going to be a bit more of the meat to feed them to kick off their run.
And even when we look at the lineup itself, we're not looking at Neofrag. No, instead it's Tom Geeks, the coach of Sinners, that's actually kind of been put in a stand-in position, Jay. He's played 21 maps in recent history just because he's filling in the gaps. He's helping them in best of threes because they don't have a fifth right now.
Yeah, the situation for Sinners is a little bit weird, right? Like, it felt like to me that there was going to be some sort of plan off the, or there was going to be a bit of a scramble to get a plan off the back of Oscar and Neofrag both leading, and it just felt like that wasn't going to end up being the case, at least in the case of Neofrag. Obviously, Forzy came in and he ended up replacing the likes of Oscar, but it feels like off the back of those two losses, Sinners never really recovered to that dark horse potential that they had during 2021.
I'd say it's a little bit too early to tell. Obviously, for the first move, I could definitely say that they haven't lived up to the expectation beforehand. And now, obviously, losing Neofrag, but not gaining a fifth. It's difficult to have that judgment of can they get back towards that time, because we obviously haven't seen this lineup in a full force, at least as of yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we haven't really, like you mentioned before, like, it doesn't feel like there's enough time to tell at this particular moment. What I do know is that the fact that Sinners were always a team that I could look at in a matchup and say they're going to give it a decent run for their money. I don't know if I can say that anymore, though, because those two guys in particular were always the definitive factors for this squad. So we'll see how far they can go against Finest, who are now the new rising stars. Matt Vito's coming up on screen, Dwayne, and it will be Finest picking some Mirage as the first map of the series.
Yeah, the first thing I thought of is Mirage isn't the highest picked map in the pool for Finest, but they pick it almost every time against Sinners. And when that just continues to come through, when you've got the success, you know it's going to come out. The Ancient pick is a fair surprise, to be honest. It's not one of the highest picked maps in the pool at all for Sinners. They did pick it in the qualification game, though, against PP5 in that last round of the closed qualifier, and they actually had a pretty decent result against the Hungarians there.
Yeah, and I mean, look, as you mentioned with the head-to-heads that we've had previously between these two teams, now they have taken each other on a number of occasions over the course of the last 6 or 7 months or so, and it has been a pretty even rivalry when it comes to looking at all of those isolated months. But you take a look back at the last two series that we've seen, it's been a straight 4-0 record for the likes of Finest, and some of those maps, like you mentioned, Mirage, picked in every single time, won every single time by Finest. They even got an Ancient in there somewhere down the road, and they weren't even doing too bad on that when Sinners were the better team in that particular rivalry. So we're looking at the situation situation right now where the odds are starting to favor the Finest side just on a history basis alone.
And it's like we've gone from the Finest side who had roster trouble for such a long time. Now they've got stability against the Sinners side that had so much stability but now has roster trouble. Like we're almost going back and forth with the two teams. And for the Finest side, knowing that they've kept the 5 together, knowing that they've been able to not make player changes, we've seen the rewards come.
Absolutely, like again, it's taken a bit of time to get those rewards, I have to admit, on that sort of front, but going to a LAN when you weren't expected to be a victor and even going towards the top 4 position when you were expected to go out last place, like Finest have done some real great things over the course of the last couple of weeks, let alone the last few months. So I'm really excited to see what they can do in REPUBLEAGUE itself. It's going to be a decent little bit of a proving ground for their own right. For Sinners, I mean, look, I got to look at them and I got to see them as the major underdogs in this matchup just because of those 2 main missing stars. So like, what do you think, seeing the potential in this lineup right now? Like, is it just a transitional period for the Sinners side?
100%. It absolutely is. I think that they're in a position where they're probably going to hold out until the player break, try and see if they can get another signing. The difficult factor is Enterprise have just gone EU, Guardians teams just formed. Do you get someone from Asuba? You're in a very difficult position if you're Sinners of where you go to get that 5th and whether it opens up the potential of maybe a European player to get in there communicating in English, which changes the whole dynamic completely. So I feel as if for Sinners, they're going to keep this 5-man lineup with a coach standing in probably until the player break.
Yeah, I'm sort of like in agreement on that sort of front. It feels to me like they're just going to ride out the end of the season and then look to sort of make moves from there on out. But it's like a case of who do you look towards? Like who do you see as being that definitive 5th that will come to the table and be part of this roster from the foregoing future? Because you mentioned all that talent has been stacked up. So you've got to look towards the tier 2 space in that sort of region. And how much value can that really have is the big question. All of which can be answered in due course. But for the bottom line, the point to be made is the fact that Sinners are not going to be the Sinners that you and I probably have seen in the past coming into this matchup, right? Like it's a very different story. It's funny, if you go back like a year ago and ask me who would have been the victor, Sinners or Finest, I probably would have said Sinners 100% every single day.
Yeah, they were a team that were consistently in and around the top 30, winning events, going deep in playoffs. They've obviously found themselves in a state now where that's not quite the case, and they're going to have to start building their steps back into a very competitive position. But in a series like this, knowing the previous head-to-heads, knowing that you've got your coach standing in, this is all pointing to Finest.
Absolutely. Like again, there's so many factors towards their name, and I do like to think that it's more the case that Finest are sort of like finding their rhythm. They're finding their groove, and they're starting to make upward moves in the tier 2 space. And I guess for them, the big thing is to prove to everybody that this recent run of form, these 2 championships, they've taken decent results in, and not just going to end up being a flash in the pan result. So here in REPUBLEAGUE, that'll be the perfect opportunity to do so, and Sinners will be the first opponent that they have to get through in order to make this thing happen. What are your predictions, Dwayne?
I'm thinking 2-0. Will I say it's as stompish as the last series? Maybe not. I think it could be slightly more competitive, but if I'm going to be honest, this should be a comfortable series here for Finest.
I do have a little bit of stock in Ancient for the Sinners side, but not a massive amount. I think they can make it a close map, but I think I'm also going to ride the 2-0 hype train for the Finest side. I think they can get it done in these 2 maps, and as you mentioned, hopefully a bit more of a competitive affair for them as a result. So let's see how far they can go in that sort of sense. Any win conditions or thoughts or anything to watch out for in this matchup, Blake?
Forzy, that's what we've got to see. This was obviously a guy that came over from the Enterprise side, tried to fill the shoes of Oscar, and I think he's actually been one of Sinners' best players, but maybe hasn't had the ability to have that X factor, that continuous success. And just knowing that you're in a position where you've now lost one of your best riflers in the team to a Neofrag, I think pressure's going to go down onto him to have some really important series in this group stage entirely, not just in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the replacement for the Oscar side, for the Oscar move, right? And obviously Oscar was a guy who, despite his age, despite his veterancy, he was always still a top individual on this in his side in the past. So having him be in this position where obviously he's a replacement towards one of their main stars, and now the other star has been completely just removed from play, like it just means double the pressure if you ask me in that sort of sense. So you're right on that side. What about players to watch for Finest?
I think for Finest, Atticus has been on some really good form recently, right? We saw it at that LAN event. He was one of the best players in the entire event itself. I think as if we're getting more out of guys like Pleasant too, who's starting to get some very good form. And then probably Kriaz as well. There's a lot of guys to watch out for on the Finest side.
Let's see whether they'll make the difference here and now with the pistol round. Sinners, of course, on the CT side start. Finest out with the pistols and the P250 in particular for Kriaz, being the not so much raid boss, but just extra firepower to work with for the execution that's coming in thick and fast towards this B site.
Down to the coach, try and see if he can hold off B. Needs to 1-for-1, gather that information fast out of the gates. He hasn't been cleared just yet. Attica's out the other side, is going to win that opening duel.
Great frag to open up for the finest count. The bomb will get dropped, however. Forzy with a decent kill in the back. Beastic also follows suit, and Forzy will get a double up onto Kriaz. So a 4-on-2 situation has been gained, but that bomb has also gone down, and Twist has struck back.
And no map control really gained on the post plant. You can see Anika's getting a little bit more aggressive out towards a short position. Twist out at market 2.
Swinging forward, Twist is now seeing where Forzy is. Anakez turns his back towards him. His shot goes for the swing, and Forzy will follow suit with a triple. What a retake that is for the Sinners.
Yeah, they just were able to get bodies into position really quickly. You saw the backstab rotation coming through from underpass, players coming out of the short and market angles very quickly. And Finest, even though they had the opening man advantage, even though they overwhelmed that B side, it was what happened as soon as that bomb got down is where things got a little bit uneasy.
And control got gained real quick for the likes of the Sinners side on the back of this round. The backstab in particular for Forzy, so effective. Just triple overall, well placed. And again, the start out for the CT side. Finest got the bomb down, however, and there won't be any ITB half-by shenanigans. Straight force into the round 2.
Try and get Anika's up on that AK. Another B pop. Do you reckon they're just exploiting the stand-in, Jay?
May well be here. They've gone to this site twice, knowing he's the lone defender. Incendiary is coming down. He backs off to wait for backup. The MAC-10, however, might not give him a choice in the matter. The kill gets found, but Zedko, so quick to get back to shore, is overwhelmed in the end by Twist, so a 4-on-3 ensues.
They're out of there. They're saving, mate. They are so quick to go and act to go in for that save call. And you're in a position where you've got the AWP invested for Forzy, and you're just getting rushed again. I think they're going to have to change the protocol up ever so slightly for Tom Keeks, and try and see if he can get a little bit more involved into the action, because I think Finest are going to continue to punish B, or at least attempt to do so.
Well, could well do. Finest going towards the same site twice in a row definitely telegraphs the overall game plan. Guess that first round on the board for their own part. The Sinners overwhelmed by the firepower, and of course it's the right call to save these weapons here. Should be able to force the buy back into the next round here, especially on double eco.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even for Tom Keeks, the one advantage he does have is that he is an ex-pro. He played on Inside and Dark Tigers. The only negative, Jay, is that it's been a while. He's been coaching the Sinners side for over a year now.
He knows this team inside and out, surely. The indication of what to do in the server, even if his individual skill might not necessarily be there and be up with his fellow teammates. We'll see how much that will affect things as time rolls on. Only part of things, again, it's the SMG and the Deagle for Tom Keys and for Zedko. Forzy's orb set in towards apartments in the defaults once again. The third time Finest want to go for this hit.
No, they've actually changed the setup by bringing the big green over towards that van position. They need the flash to be good. Over towards the angle. Anika's going to fall first.
The flash was late. The shot rings out from Forzy, connecting so effectively. Tom Keeks makes his way forward, but Forzy gets the up shot on the second player as well. Burn to light the Plessens Molotov in the end, so a kill back for the T-side line. Zedko traded by Twist, a 3-on-2 scenario, and they're trying to find hard behind these smokes. Blind is backed. Tom Keeks continues to extend, drops that bomb once again. Twist is all alone, and all left for dead in the corner.
Hey, you just saw there for Sinners how quick those rotates were, the fact that the AWP wins the opening man advantage, and even that late wraparound play with the MAC-10 that comes through from the short position just doesn't open enough space up in the rounds. And Forzy, another good shot from him. A couple of multi-frags.
Highlight him for good reason. The rock of the defensive in the back of the B site is supporting his coach, giving them the bonus that they need. Sinners now up to 2 very quickly. The bomb plant still secured by Finest, so the buys keep coming in for them.
Yeah, they'll try and continue to mount the pressure for sure. And get that AWP out and see if Forzy can continue to put that assistance through. Try and regain some of this top mid control. They've got the AWP and a con player to start putting some assistance down on mid.
The M4 here of B-Stick will try press in from connector control to defend the bottom of mid, where they have got players in an underpass. Smoke sent down towards the window to provide the cover from that angle, and the top con smoke with Molly counteracted by the bottom con smoke once again. They'll swing forward, and B-Stick will catch Plessel off guard.
Twist getting back in with the trade, and now thinking about another B play. The bomb is going in first though, Jay, and that gets dropped down the open.
That's a little bit disconcerting for Anarchist right there. Not the smartest of calls, and now Twist walks right into the murder hole and gets murdered by Forzy next. 2 players left. They at least grab that bomb and try and escape out of here, but down by 2 individuals. How do Kriaz and Shock sprawl themselves out?
No, they've got no map control, so start regaining top mid is probably the start, but it's going to be very uneasy. And now knowing the position they put themselves in, you'd imagine even a save call could be up to grab Shocks, trying to see if it can recover one of these AKs and fall back and save.
Got the gun, but challenging even further, loses it immediately. Had the weapon pulled out, or pulling the weapon out as he was going for the swing. Kriaz now left alone with less than 20 seconds to go for a plant to try and recover the round itself. It's obviously not going to happen, so we'll sit back and wait here. Keep the gun. Keep at least something into the next round for Finest.
It is a bit of a punish pick too of Mirage. Sinners aren't a very strong Mirage team at all. It's one of their weakest maps in the pool, outside of course, Dust 2, which is their permaban. And we know that for Finest, they don't mind picking into Mirage, but they more so do it when they know they've got a head-to-head against Sinners. And keep in mind, the core of Beastic, Zedco, and Shock have been playing together for about 2.5 years, Jay. So even though you might not have a full 5-man lineup on server today, you do have a lot of synergy between the players.
Yeah, all that experience playing together, all that playing time, everything. Compounding itself in these kind of matches here. Sinners compounding their lead, what should be a 4-1 scenario. Another force back cover from the Finest side. Again, lost bonus isn't building, so they'll just keep investing as much as they can, bomb plant or not. Scout in for Anarchez, 2 Deagles, a Tech 9 placed in for them. It's a good start for the CT side thus far here. A lot of Finest wins against Sinners, however. They have been defined by their T-halves, though.
Hey, you start wondering how much of a factor that's going to make in this early game. Another B lean coming through from Finest. You can definitely start getting a tell on what they want to try and achieve in this first half. Even for Twist, very aggressive maneuver to try and walk down to the end of the apartments, not being spotted by the jump spot just yet.
Meanwhile, his teammates make their way in from mid. Force Forzy back. 48 HP. The flashes in, Shocks will take the peaks forward. AWP ringing out for Forzy, allowing Plessum to start swinging in. Will he catch off Tom Keeks? Yes, he can, but he just gets a shot off for a bit of tag damage, not the full-on kill.
Oh, this is a good position, though, for Shocks. Can start to really open up those over-rotations. It's going to be a regroup over towards that B side. He's going to be the late lurk to cut them on A.
Tech 9 holding in the murder hole. Cubby corner position, just waiting for the CTs to try and push forward to that marker. Maybe cut rotations and they make their way out. Spot Zedco and tap his head off carefully. Back turn towards the next player on the site itself. Before he's distracted, thinking there might be an execution. 15 seconds, the jump face plays distraction, and Tom just can't hold on forever. Overwhelmed by the execution. At least Forzy gets that trade back. The bomb can be secured, though.
Yeah, Gray's got to slow it down, not allow those quick rotations to come through, and even his teammate, Shocks, is starting to get into a good position too.
Now slow rotates in towards Apps. The shots on from Forzy connecting. It's all Kriaz now. Nades coming inbound. The backstab from Shock about to complete itself. Hearing the footsteps coming in closer and closer to the site. The scope's out. Just wraparounds coming in slowly but surely. Tap on the bomb once. Swing back. There's Shock with the capitalization. And Sinners will get the 4th.
Yeah, even though you can obviously see what Finest are trying to do on this T side, they're trying to exploit B because they know the coach is playing B. But the rotates have actually been very good, and the protocols have been very decent. You can see here for Tom Keeks, yeah, he gets drawn out into the open. Very good shot to come through from Shocks, but holds his own, stays alive for a long period of the site. And then Forzy too. His AWP is getting a lot of consistency right now.
With tight shots like that, you can see exactly how. Again, you highlighted him as being a star player to step up to the table for this squad. And right now, with 8 kills deep in just 5 rounds, he's doing a pretty decent job. Finest. Guns pulled up. Deagles again on the half by investment. And Tom Keeks can just remove Kriaz with a blind spray.
Yeah, Finest going to drop one early on. And now start thinking about taking some of that top mid control. The late lurk out to the apartment, some shocks. And Sinners getting off to a bit of a fly here on the city side. And I think this is what we can expect for Sinners, is a fairly competitive first half, Jay. But like you mentioned, once they move into the second, that's where things are going to get a bit more difficult and a bit more uneasy.
Uneasy round for now here for the T side line. Again, just pistols that just don't really do much of anything here against the Sinners side. Twist trying to work in towards that mid control. They're playing a very slow kind of game here in the T half, allowing the AWP picks to come forward for the CTs to find their frags as is necessary. A 5-on-3. Kriaz and Pleasant are removed from play. Forzy wants a whole lot more here.
Up close and personal with this AWP. Twist, when does he give away the shadow? Great shot with the deagle to Forzy. This could turn into something, but maybe not. The trade's there instantly.
Yeah, no smoke to go down to that top composition. Shock's can at least get the trades and keep it expensive as he can. Anakez not able to hit the shot onto Shock though. So decent effort, but not to be there for the Finest side. Again, pistols lead to rifles. This is the focus.
And we did see a slow start from Finest only a few days ago when they played the Trick lineup, in which Lucky has just come back over for the Danes. They picked into Mirage, got a 16-13 victory. It was a 4-11 half on their T side, Jay, and it was down to the comeback, really stringing those rounds together on the CT side. So maybe slow starts from Finest are something that we can expect.
Contrary that, of course, the Sinner side have often suffered to the T sides of Finest. Maybe it could be either way. Right now, it's going the way of the Sinner side as they get their opening frag on Twist up towards top mid. Nades onto him. AWP peak for Anarchist. Just can't seem to land a shot here.
Yeah, Finest losing the opening man advantage once again. And start regrouping players towards that ramp position. You've got the lurk in from the apartments again from Shocks. And for Sinners, they're putting on a very good stead here in the early game. I'm liking this.
They're just prodding their way forward. Picking up the frags as appropriate and forcing Finest into passiveness. Look how spread apart these T-side players are.
And they're waiting for some over-aggression, try and see if they can work the default into a pick. And as of right now, no one is peeking forward. I say that, and Zedko, that is super aggressive. And now even Tom Keek's full. B-side's open.
Yeah, Forzy will try and get the trade back to an even man standing, though. Runs into the AWP of Anarchist, who can counter him very effectively. 2 kills in the round for him, and now cuts any rotations in from Market. A late lurk can come through from another player here for Finest. That Shocks on his way forward. The CTs are going to try and go for this hit, though. They're going to try and get the retake together.
That's going to be tough, especially with that late lurk. And Finest just know they've got to slow it down in the post plant, and if they do so, this round is theirs.
Rotates from Shocks, going to come in relatively slowly. The incendiary to stop the backstab in from the apartments. And
No,
Shock thinks better of his own. Yeah, backs up, away for him and B-Stick. Saving the guns and conceding the second back to Finest.
Oh, well, maybe there's a reason, Jay, to why they slowed it down to a T, because it did feel as if there was a good 20-odd seconds there where not a lot was going on. And my goodness, did they make mistakes. Zedko goes for an info play, even in a man advantage situation, goes up towards underpass, gets caught off guard, and then even the jump phase towards Van, you get deleted by Anarchist. B-side's open, round's done.
Making effective 2 rounds to the board of Finest now. Just have to follow it up from here on. Sinners very reluctant to give up any sort of decent rounds on the back of their 4-round streak. Of course, Finest struggled to get their follow-up in the second break. But some impressive shots might still enable them here.
And knowing that both of the last 2 head-to-heads are in March, Jay, it's been a little bit of time between we've seen these matches before. Seen these 2 teams facing off against one another. Could be a rivalry for the building in this year. Zedko playing up towards that window position. Shock is very aggressive.
M4 swinging and Pleasant will find the frag that kicks things off in the round. Finest really finding their form. Anarchist, though, pixel gap at the top end of that con smoke. B-Stick tagged up heavy will remain alive for now. The T's prodding into the A site, twisting a sniper's nest, hearing further footsteps on rotations. But again, Finest are going to slow this down.
Yeah, they know they've been finding more success with it. Tom Keek's just getting flashed out in the open. Just can't see a thing.
Yeah, so blind. couldn't see anything, had no choice but to stand and fight and ultimately lose his life. Zedko picked up quick, Twist gets that frag and now cuts the rotations as Beastick be left isolated here in Connector. Flash is thrown forward. Plesson does get caught on a jump phase, so there's that much going, and one trade back for the CT side. But now the Orpanicus can strike, Beastick to fall, and Forzy is left alone.
Yeah, got to try and see if he can hold this AWP on. Money is not great, and even Anarchez is getting in towards that TV room. I've got a pretty good feeling here, Jay, that this AWP is not going to stay in play. They're going hunting. They realize the importance on this.
Not overly aggressive with the hunt itself. Start to swing out towards Forzy's general position. You see that one player, a Twist, about to find the angle, seeing the gun barrel, but Forzy saw him as well. A good pick. Now Shock's next up the task. Who gets this kill? Ooh, not quite. Not quite. There's the trade back, and no exit frags that will do significant damage to the finest side. The hunt was worth it. There's nothing into this next round.
And I think there was a period of time, Jay, where we were even having the discussion when Anarchez was a free agent, that he was one of the best pickups out there. He could AWP, he could rifle, he can speak English, he can speak Russian, he can speak Israeli as well. You think about the different roles he's been in. I think he's even IGL'd in the past too.
The jack of all trades.
Yeah. Definitely found his footing on this team. Like, they
Oh,
found
100%.
a fair amount of success on Lingby and Mix, but I think top 20 is probably the highest he's ever reached.
And 4 kills is not the highest frag count he's ever reached, so expect more out of him as this map continues to roll on. Set in with the gun to the finest side. Of course, pistols pulled out by Silas. This round will be a bit more of a formality. Stack rush into ramp could be a potential play. I think Shox is getting an inkling as to what's going on, though. Play out towards short, should be able to find the line into the B site.
Yeah, Krea's got to be careful he doesn't get overexposed. The last thing that they want to do is drop one of those AK into the hands. The support is there from Anarchez. Crossfire's looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, 3 back-to-back. No real trade potential for the Sinner side either. Kreaz has been barely tagged. Flash in will allow Forzy to try peek towards it, and Kreaz still deals with the individual triple and Quadra to close out the round. Bring in the Quadra round to finest themselves.
The youngest looking 24-year-old. That's all I'll say. There's no one else. Take that as an advantage, honestly.
I would say he definitely looks younger than me, but I'm 25, so I don't think it really works as a comparison point. Would you say he looks younger than you, though, Dwight?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There you go, then. That's a better comparison point. There you go. 3 years older, looks 5 years younger. There you go.
Ooh.
AWP and M4's out for the Sinners side. Twist pressing forward. Zedko with that opening kill. Dinks down the man as he gets Plesson on the way in. Beastick also follows suit, so with Twist trade, that's a 2-for-1.
It's getting uncomfortable in mid. Very scrappy with the trading game. Twist desperate to try and catch Beastick off, but he's going to escape back in towards Connector. It's a very good opening man advantage being gained by Sinners, just by making it slightly chaotic by over-peaking in mid.
Started off very well for Finest. And it all fell to Jello. The Sinners, another good CT round, will extend their lead. So they're going to go even more aggressive. Shock recognizes that the risks have got to be taken. He won't go too aggressive, though. Just sat back watching this corner position. And Anarchez and Shock's better be ready for this.
I don't know if I like these info plays in man advantage situations, because it could come back to bite them. The timing may not be that great here for Shock.
Put the smoke down as soon as you see the shoulder. Smart call. Smart call. Back off and force Finest to do the same.
So they've got Tom Geeks very aggressive into the apartments. If there's any contact being established in that direction, he's definitely going to be the one to try and hold off for as long as possible. Put a smoke down on a contact too. The Finest are going to commit to a double pump into A. They're running out of time here.
Smoke thrown over towards top con, I believe. Shock. M4 engages upon the bomb carrier. Looks for Anarchez, who does take a ton of damage, but gets the kill away. 15 seconds, and Finest know that they can't burst into the bomb site, not with so many high HP players on the Sinners camp. Gonna have to save for another round here, and that's not an encouraging way to close it.
Yeah, they're actually working really hard for these T-side rounds. This has not been a walk in the pan at all. And Twist making sure that he catches one off guard to make the round more expensive. I mean, money is still built up in the bank, at least, for the Swedes. And Finest trying to see if they can muster up some more consistency. But as of right now, for Sinners, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. I guess probably all the time that they spent playing this team on this map has definitely given them a few tips and pointers.
Yeah.
Because it feels the polar opposite to the last couple of results we've seen from them so far. 16-4 was the last Mirage map that played between these two teams. Finest absolutely dominated them, but I'm not seeing any signs of domination here and now. Been a very impressive showing as thus far. Shocks again with the opener. Zedco, very fast responsive, so it means a 4-on-3 again for the Sinner side.
Yeah, Sinners have been very successful with holding man advantage situations and trades. And Tom Keek's thinking about a reposition over towards that B site, and Finest could even just be a walk contact. This is a nice angle onto Twist.
Waiting for the moment. Sinners bracing for Finest to make the play, and if they are as slow as they've always liked to be, it might be a while before that play comes in, but the Molotov is thrown over as it flashes to the smoke. Zedco caught. Tom Keeks known towards sight, still deals with Twist here. The AWP of Anarchy is watching the window cross as Tom Keeks continues striking on the site, gets Kriaz to drop. It's all Anarchy's now. Shoulder not seen, peeks out to the gap, and Forzy can land it. Sinners are looking wild on CT side.
Yeah, saw there that Zedco, the short player, was the one to drop, and as soon as that happened, I thought, oh, this could be a bit of a difficult affair. Tom Keeks, though, staying alive. Forzy, I like that he didn't over-rotate too far, Jay. You can see how narrow that angle is being held, because Anarchis is waiting for that trade. He's waiting for the wide swing to come through. It just doesn't happen at all. And double up for the M4A1S. That's going to be a positive feeling for the coach.
Once again, Forzy hitting those tight shots and everything here. His AWPing has bbeen surpassing what Anarchis has been doing so far in his map up. Another chance to try and find that opening frag out towards that B side, but Tom Keeks is not going to give him what he wants here. Went for that jump face and put the utility down. Just hold back at the back of the B site.
Yeah, Forzy averages a 1.24 rating in the last 3 months of Mirage. The only player on the team to go positive on a rating.
Almost got Anarchis on a positive kill. Got 3 T-side players to try and deal with here in the apartments. Flash in will force him and Tom Keeks off guard. And again, back passive on the site.
And they've got 3 on A as of right now for Sinners, not really keeping too many eyes on that mid control. And Tom Keeks is just waiting for that slow walk contact play. Pleasant in a very aggressive angle. Even Forzy with the orbs in a good position. They don't know about Twist just yet, and that could actually be the sandwich onto a B take.
Yeah, his best play right now is to wait for the execution to come in and then to play on just Forzy's distraction indeed. Back turn, wonderfully timed. Twist, get the kill back. Tom Keeks will start burning as B-Stick falls, and Tom Keeks is not long for this world. Zedco charges forward into the site, unable to get much done with it. Shock at least got a trade, but that's as far as it will be gained.
They made that look really easy, and I definitely wasn't, right? It came down to a matter of timing. The fact that he hears the AWP unscope and walk away just allows Twist to make that instant decision to start going in for the wraparound. And then the anchor holds, just not really providing the frag numbers. Shock trying to hold on to that AK, hope that he doesn't get hunted down. 5 on the board for Finest, trying to keep it close.
That they are. Try to claw back anything on this T-side half, and statistically speaking, as you mentioned, their CT halves have been more beneficial, so they can't quite repeat history and what they've done to the Sinners in the past. Can't just have those dominant T-sides that ultimately win them the map itself. They're going to have to look towards the CT basis and work from that as is standard for most other opponents. So anything that's close in this half scoreline is going to be positive for the Finest camp.
Yeah, you just got to think for Sinners as well. They've got quite a lot of representation in the REPUBLEAGUE events. First season, Jay, 4th place. Second season, unfortunately, went out into the round of 16. This time around, they had to come through the closed qualifier. And I think that sort of entails the story a little bit further of how much stronger they were once upon a time. That first season of REPUBLEAGUE, they went 3-0 in main Swiss and went pretty deep in the playoffs as well.
Well, at least they got invited to the closed qualifier, so at least they didn't have to go all the way around into the big open bracket.
That is very true.
They're a respectable squad, and they are respectable enough to force the tactical out of Finest here. Gunbuy still looks better for that T side, though. Scout and M4 in for the Sinners.
I don't think we've seen Finest at their full potential so far in this first half, but I'm looking at a round like this and thinking this could swing momentum entirely. This could actually make it very close scoreline to end out the first half. And just knowing the reset potential that could come off the back of it, Anna gets super aggressive with the orb. He gets punished for it.
Yeah, Shock with a fantastic frag. Plessin with a quick responsive, though. He's looking in for even more out towards the apartments. Of course, dealing with that pistol player first and foremost is only going to mean so much of a sacrifice for the Sinners. Gaining that early AK, though, that's going to be Shock's main benefit here.
Oh, the timing on Beastie getting aggressive up towards top mid. Fights onto Twist and holds a man advantage. Plessin's got to be here for the multi-frag.
Incendiary comes down to force him forward. He's going to look into connector. Now got to turn his attention on that short position. See the man.
Oh, no way.
Back to turn. Neither one sees each other. And Plessin snuck his way into the A side. This could be massive, but he's seen by Shock. Head tapped off his shoulder. And now Finest to reduce to 2, maybe even less. Shock's forced to get the trade, but Forzy lands a scout headshot. Shock's alone now for the 1v3 clutch.
Got to get the bomb down, try and draw out this fire. It's wild round so far. You can see Tom Keeks getting in towards our jungle control. Shox is thinking about aggressing towards CT, just trying to clear out all the common pre-angles.
Pressing carefully and closely in from the CT spawn angle. Cubby corner spawn itself is checked just in case. With a backstab set in by Beastie, making his way all the way around towards Rab. 46 HP might be an easier frag to find. And Shock can evade him entirely if he plants down towards the default position, but he goes open and sees what's really coming his way. A Beastie 2K and a half game by Sinners.
Yeah, that round was very odd, right? You've got a slight timing in which the connector player and the short player don't see one another. Then you think as if Forzy's going to get caught by the AWP, but then he starts rotating back towards CT spawn, and then the underbalk entity spots the slight pixel. If Shox doesn't see Plessin there, that's probably round done for Finest. That round is theirs.
The difference made in the margins. Round 14 at least features a decent buy for Finest, but the Deagle in for Twist is going to limit them so heavily here. Sinner's own economy state is in a bit of a wreck, so it might just be a reset for round 15 for whoever loses it.
Yeah, Sinners know this is theirs for the taking, knowing that they've got a lot of rifles to work with and the AK bonus too. Start working the mid control, get the molly in towards that window position itself. Krea's looking over towards the top of the con smoke. He hasn't seen Beastie get aggressive.
He's ahead of that smoke just for initial contact. Now he's back from fours, he's sent towards the new bench, and nobody's going to be there to receive it. Twist does do some damage to Zedko, tagging him up as he's forced away. A smoke down in the CT sub will keep him at bay as well.
Just brute forcing their way forward to take that map control. Even Beastie could be on for quite a lot. They're going to start taking connector.
AK ready to receive it and deals with Alakez, deals with Kriaz and looks to triple up but doesn't quite manage to land it. Plessin with a responsive, an advantage gained by Sinners regardless though. Finest are forced to press their way on towards the A site. They've got Shock alone towards the CT spawn, unchecked by Plessin as he looks the wrong way. Twist will spray through the wall, but they've got to go back to grab that bomb from the top of the stairs. A flash support in and Shock and Tom Keats can deal with the rest.
Sinners providing a lot of assistance over towards the A site. Very strong utility usage. And of course, just the crossfires being set. Finest try and work that connector control. They just get multi-fragged in by the in-game leader of B-Stick. And just when you think they're trying to peek together, that they're trying to siphon off that opportunity. And even Shock towards the back of Ticket, over towards CT. Tom Keeks on rotation. 9 on the board for Sinners. Double digits in the first half would be a hell of a surprise.
The Eagles and Tech 9. Alakez body blocked out here by B-Stick. It's Plessin with the kill on towards the man and Shocks the Eagles to strike towards Zedko. Alakez is at least dealt with by the M4. The AK of Shock also forced to chime in alongside Tom Keeks. So what felt like it might have been a Finest steal has been turned back to the favor of the Sinner side. Oh, knife against Plessin. That's just insult to injury here. Kriaz now in the 1 versus 3. Can get Tom Keeks pretty easily, sneak up behind him, or walk into his crosshair. No, that's a bad idea. He's going to find him, get the kill back, but needs to return towards spawn for the bomb.
There's been a couple of times in which the bomb's just been left, and even this reposition. What an angle this is from Forzy.
Yeah, Kriaz has absolutely no idea. This will be the adjustment of all adjustments here. Swing out. And he sees him, but doesn't get a shot off. 10-5 for the Sinners. What a half it has been to start things off and find its map pick, but it is their CT side coming up after the break.
Tak, jdi. Já ti pařím, pojď doprava.
Doleva, míř, doleva. Ne, před tebou, i nalevo!
Doleva dolů, dolů, doprava!
No, před tebou, doleva.
Uteč, eskam. Tak, jdi.
Je rovně teďka, doleva.
A tak, jsi tady tu. A teď se otoč malinko doprava.
Počkej, já mám zapnu zvuky.
Zapni zvuky, no. Vyšli před tebe a doleva.
Kamo, vypl jsem ty zvuky úplně. Sakra.
Vyš před tebe.
Vůbec. No.
Slyšíš mě? Vyš před tebe. On jde plantovat, počkej, on jde plantovat, na hlavu slyšíš teďka plantují, běž rovně?
Kámo, já nemám zvuky, počkej.
Dělej, plantuje teďka, on plantuje s tebou.
Počkej, volume. Nemůžu napsat, já nemám zvuky.
Ne, ty jedno, dělej, běž.
Kde jsem?
Běž rovně.
Jdu rovně.
Nejdeš rovně, ty jsi v altabu, ty asi.
Aha, počkej, já jsem někde v konzoli, počkej. Už? Chodím?
Ne, nehýbej se.
Kámo, tak co se děje, počkej.
Kámo, to jsi
Já jsem já jsem hodil do toho. Kámo, počkej, už hraju.
Rovně běž. Běž defovat. Počkej, on teďka má line na bombu.
Kámo, ale za to můžeš ty, já jsem se dostal do Windowsu, počkej.
Fakt.
Tak můžeš mě trošku navigovat, víš, jak já chci vidět třeba na shot, chci vidět.
A jdi rovně, a ještě jednou stop, tak stop. Stop, jdi doprava, a ještě jednou stop, tak budeš plantovat.
No tak řekni, co mám dělat.
Plantuje na kozera asi.
S a stůj. Víc. Je přímo před tebou teď.
Tak rejv. Dolů teďka.
Leva. Ještě?
No,
Ještě. A stoj!
Střílej, ne, jsi na headshotu, do p***či, ty vole.
Kámo, tak co děláš?
Vyskoč v čupě doprava směrem.
Vole.
Já volkuju.
Je to prdeli, no,
A kde jsem já, tak komunikuj.
Střílej teď.
Uteč, skákej a uteč, máš jedna HP. Uteč a jdi doprava.
Běž doleva.
Pojď,
Ne,
kam,
končí,
doleva.
Kámo,
Dělej.
jsi na headshotu prohrál, ty máš vždycky ty
Kámo, ale tak ty
Kámo,
mě...
já se jdu pro šálu a jdu to vyhrát, bude ty
Co děláš, to nemůžeme otočit. Hoši, já jsem normálně ztratil tady kamaráda
Jsi reálně neschopnej, ty já jdu,
normálně mi řekneš doleva, kámo.
Lec už? Tak 6-0, hraje se do 6 podle mě.
Well, nowhere near as many frustrations right now for the Sinners in their camp. They are leading the charge against the finest side for the third 10-5 half of the day, Dweg. But now it's the big dogs. Now it's the big challenge, the T half for the Sinners side.
I'm not sure if the result's going to be the same, Jay, if I'm going to be honest. Sinners do not have the best of T sides. But hey, 10-5, they've already surprised us. They've put on a very good performance in that first half. We can praise them for that much. It's now whether they can continue to grind it back. And for Finest, they've got to get out of first gear. We just haven't seen the Finest we know and love yet.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've seen some glimpses here and there and around the place, but never really anything truly definitive and stacked up. The CT side, the pistol round might be the way into the matchup for them. The defuse kit on Shocks especially. Molotov sent in as the T's charge their way forward and the Sinners spread apart, make their way up towards Catwalk on shore and now out towards Connector into the A side. There's only Shocks to defend the A play. Might get forced back and indeed the bomb should be secured.
So much map control being gained though. Out towards jungle, the late lurk on B. Oh, I'm loving this from Sinners.
I think Shocks accounted for though. Anarchist heard him. Draws first blood in the half. Now out to the four main defenders of the Sinner side. Zedko, the most advanced, the most pressed forward here in the jungle control. Shocks will start the lean in, leading the charge with backup and twist right up at the top of the ticker boost. Half the time to tick by though. Tom Keeks credited with the kill, doubles up as well. Forsey also chiming in, Plessin with one trade, but he's also dealt with his Kriaz that stands alone against three of the Sinners, and they have held the line so wonderfully for the pistol rounds.
Yeah, what a round coming through from Sinners, and to think that it actually fell apart with the backstab. The fact that you've got that late lurk coming in towards the B side comes down into a situation in which it kind of gets cancelled off. Atticus has actually heard the footstep. You're down by one, but they still hold themselves. A lot of time wasting, funneling the CTs to retake in from spawn directly. Sinners up 11-5. No force buy from Finest.
Yeah, USPs across the board. No bomb plant bonus, but it kind of makes sense for the CT side. Get the guns out in the next round. That being said, though, Force Invest could have also led towards some damage being done. I guess they want to get the guns out as soon as possible so they can try and stop this onslaught from the Sinners. Try and stop them from getting towards map point first. Important this map is for the finest side. They've picked into it here. We've got nothing to play with on that B side. The stack towards A has been the incorrect gamble, so maybe a retake to see what weapons they can take out of the fold. But very little should be gained here.
Beastic comfortable out towards his chair position. Forzy even coming through from the assistance, and Anarkez is the last one left out towards jungle, who's also going to get domed forward. 4 more rounds to go from Sinners. And just remember, Jay, this is a map in which they've got quite a heavy losing streak on. We don't often see the best of results when it comes to Mirage. Lost to X-Mad Lions, BP5, Enterprise, and Entropic Prague. None of those teams, maybe X-Mad Lions, I would put in a conversation, is close to finest as of right now, though.
This is why it's just so shocking to see Sinners do as well as they have. For Finest, this is their chance to get back into the game. They can try to take that shock and translate it into electricity. Turn it into momentum. Catapult them way into the matchup. Get themselves back into the game from here in the second half. The Sinners set to their defaults here. 3 players in Palace, indicating some sort of Palace dive.
This is such a heavy B stack right now from Finest. There's a lack of information in the round itself. 3 on B, 1 in mid defensive, and then, of course, Shox being the only A player. And you're right about the 3 in Palace with the bomb. If this is a dive out, this could be Finest really struggling.
Smoke's at the top, con body block. Will try and throw it off a little bit. Shox finds an angle with it as well. Spray still on the first man, but Forzy is there for the trade. Shock tanked the damage. So 4-on-4 ensues. Beastic lurking out in mid will try cut the rotations as backup arrives from spawn instead.
He just needs to hold, try and hear those footsteps coming in towards Connector. Time is still stalling, and the bomb hasn't actually reached the site directly.
I think Beastic just spotted Anarkez right there. Platon on the rotate up, the M4. Just watching as Beastic presses. The nade damage done to Zedco and Forzy, and there's Anarkez with the kill to return to the man advantage for Finest. 30 seconds, the bomb's got to commit now.
Yeah, where do they go? They're struggling with the util. At least they open up the sideline towards jungle, so plant open for that if at all possible.
And back to an even man standing once again. Zedco's going to extend up there. Maybe here, Pleasant in the mid position. His twist strikes on Shock. Zedco makes a ton of noise, but goes for the wide swing, gets the frag, but simultaneously Forzy falls, and that's the bomb planter removed. Zedco on 11 HP, knows that you can't win that clutch. Just grab the rifle and save.
Yeah, nothing that you can do in that stance. And that's the problem that Sinners face in a round like that, is that anytime you're getting delayed, once the util is used, is that you're not going to have any util. It's going to be super dry from that point onwards. And where do you plant for? You lose the fight out towards mid onto Anarkez, so you don't really have that coverage towards the connector sight line. They try and plant towards the backside of that triple position, end up just getting spammed, and Finest find their 6th.
Very important round to take for them. First gun round comes in, and it was an expensive one. It was a down-to-the-wire one, so it wasn't very confident. But it is a start. And it could turn into bigger things, especially if Sinners start making mistakes. Orb shot attempted from Forzy on the boost out towards mid. Almost caught that first frag, but not to be.
That should have been a sitter after what we've seen from him display over the course of Mirage. And Shock is waiting for aggression. Shox on the other side might just give it to him. Him and Twist to aggress together.
Only one player will give up the angle, though. Shock gets the kill. Shock and Shox. I'm surprised we haven't been confused by that so far in this map up, but it's an appropriate duel to turn into their favor. Shock will re-aggress and Twist reads it, but Shock still wins it. What the hell was that?
That's unreal. The fact that he's still on the same HP bars as how he took the first fight onto the second. Plesson's got to try and respond, playing in and around this window position. And as of B-side, it's going to be him and Kreas to set the crossfire.
Molotov in, is going to catch Plessid. He's forced to escape back to ladder room. Zedco heard him as well. Seeing the shoulder, finds the fight, wins it in all. 5-on-2. The Sinners are looking great. Kriaz can only stand for one frag. Zedco overwhelms him, and Anarkez just can't do anything.
This is such a surprise. It really is. I mean, even Finest, when they went for their aggressive duel out towards that main position, not quite fighting together, opening up those 1v1s, and then for Shock, that's a huge round by him.
Yeah, overwhelming. I'm so stunned that he won both those fights. The first one is fair enough, okay? Right, you got the jump on the guy, he peeks you, you won the 1v1. It was the swing to the second man on such a weird angle and everything. That was just godlike. Completely godlike, and the kind of thing that would win you the kind of round that Sinners want to win here. because it all just capitulated from there for the Finest side. At least Anarchist holds a rifle in, but what buy do they have around it?
Yeah, there's not going to be much. Finest having a tough time, and when we look at their Mirages, 6 wins, 2 losses in the last 3 months. Their only losses was an overtime to Apex and a loss to 1 win, which was actually quite a while ago, pretty much on the tail of 3 months. Every other win's been fairly convincing. Definitely a strong map of the pool from them. And this is something that no one could have expected. The Sinners still got a job to do though, 3 more to close it out. And knowing that you're up against a light hero M4 to come in the next round that was saved in, I reckon this is 14.
Mr. Deagle sharp right now, Plesson won't. First frag found, and Zedco finds Shocks the same in towards Connector. AK is pressing the issue. Tom Case. Look around towards the B site, catching Anarchist in the end. The frag back to remove him, leaving the M4 in the hands of Kriaz. A 2-on-5 for him and Twist that they just can't win.
Yeah, it might be nice to actually put some pressure later onto the round of dropping that further M4, and it might be the coach to stand up again. Does get baited, needs to try and fall back. He's on low HP.
Gets overwhelmed in the end, so there's another rifle to play with. A couple of bonuses going into the next gun round, but you can see how quickly Sinners are going to make their move up here and try hunt. Zedco spotted, and Kriaz just gets the hell out of dodge, does not want to take that fight. They want the guns above all else.
Of course they do. That's the last thing that they want, is to drop them. Sinners up to 14. And this maybe starts the conversation of anyone can beat anyone on the day. We know that the skill disparity between Finest and Sinners isn't a country mile. I mean, both teams have been able to find successes in the past at similar levels. But definitely where Sinners sit today, you wouldn't have imagined this sort of a stomper in map 1. And they've brought the confidence to continue from the first half to the second. And players showing up. Again, Forzy's putting on a very good performance. I think even the coach as a stand-in, we're getting an adequate performance from him, which is exactly what you want as a stand-in.
Oh, what a shot for Zedco. Didn't see that one on the view. Brilliant stuff. And you're right about the coach, by the way. Like, he's doing enough. And you don't need a massive performance from a stand-in or from a coach.
No.
You need him just to fill the gaps.
Exactly.
I'd say he's doing that and a little bit more, honestly. The real stars of the moment of the Sinners team, and they've been working well as a cohesive unit. AWP of Forzy still on the top frag position, even though he hasn't got a kill in a while. I say that, and he gets one right there against Plesson. So starting things off alongside Zedco's follow-up. Anarchist down, a 5-on-3 gained.
A nice little flick up to that top left-hand side of the boxes, and now it might even just be a gamble stack. Just rotate players over towards that B site. You can see the eyes looking down towards that ladder control, and even look at what's happening on A. There's an exploitation, there's a walkout.
No one to really resist them here. Finest have a player in Shocks. Watch the gap, watch the cross, just in case they make their way out of ramp. Twist just pixels away from seeing the man in mid for Tomcase. Doesn't spot him though. Twist leaning in, sees the foot and does get the headshot. That's one way back in. Need to follow up the kill.
Yeah, even Shocks is quite defensive out into this jungle control, expecting a slight contact play to come in, hope to see if they can catch him sleeping. Even a boost up towards getting to the top of stairs. Great molly.
Driving Shocks even further forward though. Will that be to their demise? Well, it will be to the demise of Twist. Shocks, however, doubles up. Removes the main site force execution from player 2-on-2. And now back into Con to try and isolate Beastick. But Shocks is so low. He needs Kriaz to deny the bomb plant. And that's exactly what he does. Beastick all alone. Finds that frag. And he's going in for the clutch. A 1-on-1 now for the 3K for him. And Kriaz should be known towards CT. The M4 not sticking out. I think he saw the gun barrel right there. Swinging a hit. Spray through. But Kriaz wins it. And denies map point for the Sinners.
Survival. That's all it is from Kriaz in a round like that. Very important for them to stay in the game and to stay in this map of the series. And comes down to a 1v1. Forzy, what a great opener that was. This was a 5-on-3 though. And you start to think to yourself in a round like that, how have Sinners really bottled it? That should have been their 15th. Obviously a standout performance, some Shocks in and around that jungle control. And then the clutch to come through from the young Swede, Kriaz. Keeping him in for a little while longer.
Shock tagged up so early to the Molotov utility placement. Finest Unawares of the early start they've gained here. Anakez will strike first onto Zedko and remove him. Down in Pal's position, great peek, great frag, and a rotation towards the B site, which where Sinners have gone so many times so far. Pressing towards mid though, gonna open up their options a bit. Plessin though wants to take those options away.
Try and get into that ladder control. He's been doing a pretty staple job so far in the second half in and around this area. And keeping eyes towards that left-hand and right-hand side. It's a matter of timing on the reface though.
Match is sent in towards the sniper's nest. A peek for Kriaz will cost him his life. And Tom Case can trade it back. And man advantage gained by the Sinners. The AWP of Anakez is overwhelmed by Forzy. Gets his 23rd pick in this game. And the B site has fallen for it. Anakez might have been a fantastic AWP, but in this AWP v AWP comparison between Sinners and Finest, Sinners have come out on top every single time.
Oh, of course they have. Forzy's been all over him. Even for shocks and twists, what are your options? Hold on to your rifles. There's still a lurk towards top con for B-Stick. Sinners gain 15. What a short take that is for Tom Ace to be able to sort of get into the action right, to be off with one of those kills towards ladder. And then Forzy just working with him. Even that pre-aim towards a window position too.
This will be a map point for the Sinners now. Nothing Finest can do about that, they know. Just hold on to the weapons and see what you can scrape together. Because it will be 8 rounds on the comeback to overtime. And that is quite a comeback to make. I don't know if they can really do it here, Dweg.
No, I don't have the biggest of belief. The Finest need a mental reset after this map because it has been a disaster. And to think that even for Sinners, they lost this map on LAN only a few days ago to Entropic Prague in a local event, 13-16. And when you've got situations like that where you're losing this map to a team that's ranked 178th in the world against a top 20 team in the world, you are expecting a very different outcome. But it does come with its class sequences. And when you get shots like that from Forzy, you know you're going to have a good time.
That was such a sick shot. To see it from his perspective, right? Because we saw it from Anakez and we were like, he's got to land this shot, right? And to see how quickly he peeked in, got the scope and adjusted to it. Beauty of a frag, but not quite as beautiful a follow-up in the follow-up round. Dead to the hands of Twist, but B-Stick trades him, has more CTs facing him, could be on for the 3K, and that's exactly what he claims. Just like that, it all falls apart for Finest as Kriaz becomes the last man left alive in the 1v4, and there's no way he clutches this. 16-7. It's the Sinners taking map 1 of Mirage, the pick of Finest, and who would have seen that coming?
No one. That's got to be one of the biggest upsets on a map so far that we've seen in the group stage. No one could have seen that coming at all. And for Sinners, it's overall a very good performance. Very happy with what I saw. Very good protocols, timing off one another. I think we kind of had that conversation at the beginning. Forzy had to be key in this matchup, and he was.
And just to think as well, the fact that Finest did so, fell down in such a ridiculously one-sided fashion, right? Like, you said at the turn of the half, he was like, look, there's no way the Sinners get this whole thing together in like a 16-5 or 16-6 sort of fashion. Well, they did it in 16-7, which is pretty close towards their own right. But it's just so shocking to me. They definitely came in today with a game plan on that first map.
It just came down to exploitations. I don't think Finest, we really got to see an overall good performance. I do have high hopes that even though it is ancient, that they're going to come back, mentally reset, because they need to. They can't be showing like that, especially when you're a favorite in the group.
Absolutely not, and considering how CT-sided Ancient really has been over the course of this, over the course of its life cycle, you've got to look towards Finest and how they're going to play into that CT half in the first half, and whether they can recover anything in this series. We'll find out the answer to those questions and more after the break.
Davide, to bys mohl vidět.
D. Dčko, správna odpověď, samozřejmě, celkom.
Dobře.
Aktuálna novinka.
Podle mě David to bude 2010, kámo, 2004 určitě ne, kámo.
Počkej, více navíc vlastně.
Buď 2000,
no,
jako
2010, no, určitě.
2010 podle mě 24, ale 24 je boho strašně moc, kámo, 2010 určitě. No. Ne, počkej, kámo, jako já, když jsem hrál ještě 1.6, tak jsem se jako na Heltívku už díval, podle mě, tyjo, když jsem hrál.
A 2010 je pozdě sebe, podle mě,
a 2010 je, kámo, 12 let zpátky, jako jo, to mi bylo 12, a tyhle.
A založené, kámo, třeba to nebylo jako nějak známý, chápeš?
Jako možná to bude 24, kámo, možná to bude 24.
Tak 24, pravdě.
Máme 24, jako 2010 už je zase,
ale jako
kdyby to bylo třeba
kámo,
2008, kámo, tak já,
jako
můžeme na 24, kámo, já bych dal 24.
Kámo, nevím, no, co se týče.
Jako 2010 je asi teda moc nakonec, jakože moc pozdě už. I moc. Či 1.6 už je strašně dlouho, kámo, oni coverovali už 1.6, že? A tyjo, 99 je, to je moc, to je blbost, podle mě 24, no, kámo, podle mě 24.
Tak dáme 24.
Shodneme se, dáme Cčko. Dejme C.
Takže Cčko, finálna odpoveď je nesprávna. 2002.
Tak brzo.
Tento rok bolo 20. výročie Holotovo.
A jo, vlastně.
Jo, já tam jsem každý den, kámo, a nevím.
A jo, já jsem si to teď vzpomněl, kámo, jak se to výročí.
Let.
15, počkej, Katovice.
Kámo, nebyly to Virtusové, kámo.
Já myslím, že...
Ne,
počkej, to byly Fnatic, kámo.
Myslíš?
No, jak Freiberg, kámo, dal spray, ne? Víš, co myslím? Jak Freiberg dal ten spray jeho, ale oni prohráli. Kámo, nevím, to bylo asi 15, podle mě. Nebo?
Nevím,
kámo, já myslím, že jo. Já myslím, že to byly Fnatic. Protože vím, že ESL One Cologne vyhráli NVS, myslím, či? Nebo já nevím, kámo. Já bych dal Fnatic sebou.
Dal bys Fnatic. A nevyhráli.
Já ten jak dal Freiberg, kámo, ten spray na tom Infernu. Víš, co myslím?
Tyjo, já nevím, kámo, to už je týdnu,
to nevíš, že to je úplně nečaj.
Týdnu a dní. Můžeme dát Fanatiky, já myslím, že to Virtus, ale jdeme B.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko.
Yes.
A je správna.
Nice, David, tyjo, ty máš nos.
Mám knowledge, step.
Podle mě over, ne?
Je over, ale nevím.
Podle mě over, kámo, protože Inferno mi dá, že
to je jedna odpověď vlastně správná, no tak over.
Je over, ne?
Jo, to over určitě.
Určitě over.
Áno, správne. Po prvých dvoch majoroch sa tam pridal presne Overpass a Cobblestone.
Víš co, 21, to bylo teď, veď? Tak to bylo... No
jsi byl
11,
pátý, ne?
Kámo.
Nebyl 11, kámo, 11.
Kámo, teďka
já nevím, kámo, já nevím.
Týpek...
Kolik byl minulý rok?
Ne, určitě
nebyl. A minulý rok byl ještě decent docela,
nebyl, ne, už kámo, to už bylo to už nebylo dobrý, to už byl poprvé nebyl v top 5 nebo co jo. To si pamatuju. Buď 8
tak 11 určitě nebyl, kámo, podle mě.
Kámo, podle mě byl.
teda 8.
Tak 8.
Nevím, kámo, nevím. Předtím stipnul Fanatiky, tak dám ti ještě jeden guess.
Počkej,
jako já si myslím, že 8.
Ne, to už byly, kámo, to už nebyly dobrý astrolid přece. Počkej, já nevím, jestli 8.
Ale kámo, 11 je už docela out, ty vole.
A podle mě 8 ne, kámo, tam byl úplně, to byl stacked úplně, kámo.
Kdo tam byl, kámo? První, kdo tam mohl být? Tam mohl být Niko, Zaivu, Simple,
Zaivu, Niko, Electronic, Exile, Hobbit,
6, Shiro, ne?
Shiro tam byl určitě někde.
Shiro, to je 7,
máš 7.
Takže už 8.
Pak, tyvado no. Kdo ještě, kámo?
Blame tam možná, nebyl tam Blame někde vysoko, kámo?
Ne, to bylo 220, kámo.
Jo, tak to si pletu. Kdo tam mohl být?
Kámo, no, počkej, a kdo ještě? Co byl dobrý za tým ještě? Já si to matu normálně. Nějak Bit tam byl určitě, no 8 nemohl být, kámo.
Kámo, Bit nebyl určitě nějak vysoko.
Kámo, 221, byl Bit asi
vysoko,
5. Kámo, týpek byl doma top 5 nebo jo. Nebo top 7, Bit byl 7, myslím.
Blázníš.
Kámo, na 100% 11.
Tak dobře, dejme 11,
na
11.
Na 100%.
Takže finálna odpoveď Bčko?
Yes.
Je to správne.
David. To bude C, no. Odpovídalo by to, ne? Princess to nebude, Aci taky ne.
Jo, určitě tak jsou.
Taky si myslím C.
A nebo D, no. Ale asi
Správne Cčko.
Bude drahý, kámo.
Podle mě B. Jako já si myslím, že to nebude stát víc než 100, kámo, tady tohle.
Já nevím, kámo. To vůbec ani neznám, že takový skin jack.
Já taky ne, v životě jsem ho neviděl, kámo. Já bych dal jako Bčko, no. Nevím, jako já si myslím, já bych dal...
To je trash nějaký, kámo.
A tak je to, víš, jako, nevím.
Jo, Factory New, kámo, ten bude dražší, tak Bčko.
Právě, je to Factory New, právě.
Vlastně B, ale to bylo víc, kámo, ale dáme B.
Myslíš, že víc? Dáme B.
Průměr, to se neprodalo, kámo, určitě moc toho, kámo, já bych dal klidně C sebe.
Kámo, tak dej kolik chceš, ty vole.
Ne, dáme na tebe, kámo, musíme dát na tebe teďka.
Já bych dal jako B, no.
Tak dáme B. Ale z Factory New víš? Ale jo, asi B to bude možná, kámo, to bude B možná. To dáme B?
Jo.
Finálna odpoveď B?
Je to Cčko.
Kámo. Úlet, jo, tak takový skin.
Ale kámo, průměr, to se prodal třeba jeden, chápeš, za kámo peranec.
Možná.
Prečo sa Howl stal kontraband skinom? Je to kvůli vysoké ceně?
Copyright problémy, to bylo určitě Dčko, tam byl nějaký špatný copyright problém. Znám to, protože jsem měl s tím smutnou zkušenost.
To vlastnil.
Vlastnil jsem starý
Pak to tradnul za 5 euro.
Pak jsem to tradnul za 20 euro, no.
Jedna vec bola pridaná z inej mapy v tomto screenshote. Čo to je a z akej mapy?
Ta raketa tam. Pod hevnem.
To je správne. A z akej mapy to je?
Počkej.
Bude to nějaká cache, nebo něco takového.
No.
Bude to z cache, ty vole.
Není to náhodou... Kámo, není na Infernu třeba, jak máš ty kofiny, není tam raketa nějaká.
Podle mě není tam raketa, kámo. A kde by mohla být raketa? Zrovna ani bych čekal, že tam nějaká raketa bude, ty vole, ale... Jako můžeme asi Inferno, jako nic jiného mi tam nedává totiž smysl, kámo.
Jo.
Možná
Inferno, kámo.
Ancient to taky nebude.
Ne.
Kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, kámo, nebude na Vertigo něco, a to je...
tam není.
A na Vertigo je, kámo, spíš stavební, to je stavební mapa, ty vole, tam...
Já vím, že kámo v kofinech na Infernu jsou, kámo, rakety na 100%.
Tak můžeme dát asi Inferno, zkusit.
Určitě.
Takže Inferno?
Yes.
Bola to správná odpověď, je to Bčko.
Kámo, kámo, já tebe, to vlastně...
No je 5 head, ty vole, normálně. Já bych dal Kobl zpátky. Bych chtěl já.
Nevím. Je to asi jedno, no. A Kobl byl docela nice, no.
Kobl byl cool.
I Kešku jsem měl rád.
Já Kiki jsem měl taky rád, ale to by museli trošičku ještě poměnit. I ten Kobl, ale obě dvě mapy bych klidně vrátil, no. A je jedno kterou. Ale Kobl radši než Cash. A místo které... Nevím, kámo.
Já bych dal pryč Mirage, kámo. Nebo Dust. Dust bych dal pryč.
Dust nebo Mirage, no, bych taky dal. Jedno z toho bych dal pryč. Dust nebo Mirage.
And welcome back to Republic Season 3, into our second map of this series between Finest and Sinners. It was a shock for the Sinners, to say the least, and without excusing the pun in that particular sense, they definitely took the battle to the underground over on Mirage, taking this first map in the series, taking the pick of the Finest side as well. And in a bit of a shocking fashion, the way we were discussing it after the map was over, that we didn't really expect that to be the case here. So moving into Ancient, is this going to be the chance for Sinners to take the 2-0?
It is, but I'd also have to reverse judgment and say I think Finest have got the mental strength to bounce back from this. They're not the best Ancient team, that's got to be said, but you look at the situation and think, surely there's no way they play like they did on map 1 in map 2. They have to reset, they have to come out so much more positively, because that was hugely disappointing.
Indeed it was, but you take a look at Ancient as a map and it's not exactly very encouraging in terms of the history that we've seen from the Finest side. So maybe they might bounce back, but is it too little too late at this stage is the question I'm going to be asking myself. I mean, as this map throws out, we're going to have to see how that whole thing comes to fruition in that sort of sense. I just feel like there was some certain missing elements, right? Like I take a look, for example, the one thing we always highlighted was the AWP v AWP comparison between Anarchez and Forzy. And even when they took a battle to each other, right? Whenever they had the AWP v AWP battles themselves, it seemed like Forzy was always coming out on top, and Anarchez felt a little bit missing over the course of that map.
Yeah, better Twitter game than on the server by the looks of it, right? And we're in a position now where he's got to step it up, because he was towards the end of the board for Finest, whereas for Forzy, impact frags and multi-kills, especially on T side, right? That's difficult on Mirage to force that many opening man advantages, but he was just getting in the mix with everything.
Indeed he was, and I mean, look, at the end of the day, like when you got a player like that, he's going to become a difference maker. Forzy obviously doing much better in terms of that AWP potential, and there's just so many other elements I think that for the Sinner side really stepped up over the course of that map up. I just feel like that right now they've just got a task and a half over on this Finest side to really get things going once again in this second map, and with it not being the best of performances from Finest in history, I sort of take a look at some of the more veteran elements of this side and think, how are they going to lead the charge for this map up? How are they going to bring this team back into the matchup? We'll find out here in our second map of the series. As picked by Sinners, it's Ancient with a T-side start for them as appropriate. Let's see what Finest set up.
And And I can only imagine we're going to get more from Forzy and Shock on a map like this. Aggressive stuff starting off. And who is it, Jay? But it's Forzy. Opening man advantage. Mate, I reckon he's just going to absolutely king this whole series.
Well, Sinners picked him up for good reason. They wanted to replace Oscar with this player, and well, you can see exactly why. Kriaz now sandwiched between the T-side players as Tomcase will now see what's going on. Try to tap his head off his shoulder, but it won't be able to quite land that kill shot.
There is an aggressive duel trying to be presented here from Finest towards a ramp control, out towards Cave, because they need a response. They need a fight back. And even for Zedko, he wants to draw the aggression. He wants the CTs to get aggressive down to the bottom of ramp.
That first casualty being taken. Pleasant, however, gets 2 on the lineup here, pushing out towards ramp alongside Twist, finding a 4 versus 3 for the Finest side, and both players will take a ton of damage, but the Sinners aren't exactly unscathed themselves.
Yeah, Finest might start over-rotating bodies back towards the A side. Twist is low towards the backlines. Kriaz out in the open, maybe too far exposed, Jay.
Shock will find him, 3-on-3 situation. Pleasant now suppressed by a smoke. Blind firing, can't do much with it. That bomb trying to commit to the site. Twist low HP being faced in by Forzy. Gets his kill, but not quite the triple. Pleasant trades it right back. Swings on B-stick, removes his head off his shoulders, and it's all on Shock now. Pleasant on for the ace meanwhile. The USP sneaking in the backstab as well. There's another player inbound. Has no idea about Shock's making his way in slowly but surely, and there's the headshot to secure the pistol on the CT side for Finest.
Hey, just what they need. And I think for Finest, especially because you're coming into Ancient, you're starting on that CT side, having that positivity and that early round contention is going to be very key for them to really try and muster themselves a good performance on this map to try and hope to bring it to a third. The Sinners, you'd imagine, might go in for the force buy. They got 3 kills and a bomb plant, so definitely have that chance of getting the Galil upgrade in. The question is, though, what do they do against the AWP? It's not often you see an AWP come out this early, right, Fraticus?
I do hope it's an impactful AWP in this early part of the game. Obviously, we've been talking all day about him and Forzy and how they've been impactful in their own sort of individual markers. And to call back to the Pinnacle Cup Championship, the LAN event, I know it was one of the common criticisms whenever Finest didn't win a match was the fact that Anarquez went missing at certain points. So you really hope to God that he's going to be the winning element. Might need to see that out of him here on Ancient. Right now, it's passive control, and Kriaz so close with the SMG.
Yeah, spots down towards the elbow position and doesn't see anything, so play it a little bit more back passive, play in that cheater position. Allow the crossfire to get set on B for Sinners. They try to force Kriaz into an aggressive duel, and instead, he just backs off.
And 53 HP, Twist taking some of the wallbang damage as well. Force forward against Zedko as Forzy will get tagged a little bit in return. HP lines seem a little bit even at the moment. All the Sinners players are stacked up to go towards this B-site play. Smokes back. Kriaz watching from close, Pleasant at the back site and Twist at the back wall.
Now that spam's continuing to do some further damage down onto Twist, but now with 3 on B, close range, they might actually find a cave.
Twist forces forward and gives up his life for it. Has the info about 2 players that are out there, forcing rotations and a push forward from Donut, which will recognize that it's going to have to be the B play. There's no other T-side presence out here, but 30 seconds, Sinners have run the clock low.
Now that wraparound play in mid could be a defining factor. Anarquez with the AWP has to be important.
Lands a shot on Shock's got Zedko already peeking forward, will get dealt with. He does find Kriaz on the way out. Pleasant reduced to the USP, running out of ammo. Shock's backstab's closing in as Forzy gets dealt with. And Tomcase on for the 1v3 clutch. 10 seconds, gonna go forward and grab that bomb, switching out to the AK. Can't quite find the angles and the potential for the frags back of the clutch. Will find Shock's at the end with a spray through, swings out and Pleasant knows to hide. Wait for the timer to run to 0 and win the second round for Finest.
Very well played there from Pleasant to realize, okay, my teammate Shocks can go aggressive, deny that bomb for going down. I don't need to do the same. If I go aggressive, we actually might be able to choke this. And just realizes there's no time left in the round. Hold on to the AK. And now Sinners find themselves in a state where that force buy was actually looking fairly deadly, right? They had a lot of spam damage. Seemed as if they were going to find some easy connections on the side directly. Not to be. And now the economical situation doesn't help that you're saving in a rifle.
Yeah, AK hero in this round. The Deagles and the half buy as a result of it, but you mentioned how the economy is going to get lopsided thanks to Tomcase. $600 saved in for him. Pleasant already removes Forzy from player nade damage, I assume, there against Zedko, and Tomcase does get the Deagle shot to Anarquez, though. Shots with a trade back at the MP5, looking for Shock himself. Nades in, a close will dish out the damage, force them back.
There's still a lurk outside of those B doors, so that might be a play later into the round that Sinners can try and work with. Unfortunately for Shock, feels as if it's his moment to strike, get aggressive through the smoke, and, well, everything's falling apart. 3-0 starting for Finest. Now we kind of get the true rifle round. I don't know if we call it the true, because, yeah, all the rifles are going to be coming through. Maybe not for Tom Case. He'll be a little bit more limited.
Yeah, again, forced to save in that previous round, so not much of a choice in that sort of sense. Small tech pods before we get into the next round itself. Obviously, Finest with a fantastic start. And SMG frags as well coming in pretty frequently, so a lot of money that can get gained and a lot of money that will be found for them. Economy state should be looking pretty good, and Sinners got to try and bounce back here with the first gun round for them. And I do imagine they would force the issue, right? Like, yeah, I know that there's the conversation about potentially like saving because there's lopsided economy state, but this early into the game, I think they just forced the issue, right?
Yeah, well, it's not even a force. It's just a rifle round with one player being on a Galil with AKs for everybody else. So they'll get a very good buy forward. Because for Sinners, they know they've got the round to work with. They've got the money behind them, even if it is limited for just a single individual. And I think for Finest, they're in a very similar boat, conversation-wise, to Fnatic, where because they're in a position where they've performed really well recently, we hold quite a high standard. And for Fnatic, maybe that's not quite the same, but obviously it's the players of why we hold the standard. So now here for Finest, if we continue to see poor performances, not quite the best maps, and you're a top 20 team in the world, you've won a Pinnacle Cup online, you've delivered on LAN, we have to keep you to that detail.
Again, they've set the bar high for themselves. So I Finest are coming into this as underdogs. And I mean, the same could be said for Sinners, right? When they went to V4 last year, when they had that real good run in 2021, did all the great work to set themselves up to be a dark horse themselves and have come crashing down since that point. Criticism and praise given as is appropriate. Right now, praise is for the Finest side and the 3-0 start for the CT forces. And I mean, it can be expected that CT side would go well for them. Where do you think Sinners will be looking to aim for in this first half to really take away the wind out of the sails of Finest?
Yeah, I mean, I think 6+ would be a realistic total. And I think anything more than that would actually set them in a very good position pushing into that second half directly. For me, though, it's not so much the rounds that are being posted, but it's how quickly the rounds go up. The last thing you want for Sinners is to be down 0-5, 0-6 and get off to a slow start, because that's probably where Finest really get comfortable.
Still got a few rounds to get to that point here. Sinners, of course, on that gun buy. Going into the fourth round, that Galil still for Tom Case. AKs on everybody else for very frivolous amounts of utility, lots to work with for the Sinners side. SMG of Twist will be the bonus weapon in the Finest. It seems like a limitation, but he's got money, so farm that cash, get as much value out of the weapon as you can. Smoke set in against Zedco. Extinguish those flames.
Oh, what a tight angle that is. Just felt the light jiggle coming through from that ramp controller. Now B-side's being exploited. Zedco's going to try and run with this.
Preston did so much damage to Tom Case, but he got tagged up of his own right. Anarchist is forced to respond, and Shocks will be removed from play elsewhere. Donut down, and A-Site has fallen for it. The CTs have no rotating players, and I think Sinners have read this. They're just charging straight in.
This is done. I think this has to be a save call. Unless Kriaz finds a response in from Cheetah and turns it into a kill, I can't see a way that they go for this. Plesson's low on HP. They're down by 1.
Got to be a killing against B-Stick. Flash forward, it doesn't even connect him, but still, Kriaz gets away pretty much unscathed in that engagement, and now they know what's going on. Now they will go for the retake.
And now they're at least set themselves up for it. You've got a slight red wrap coming around late into the round. Pleasant trying to spam through. Don't deny the smoke from going down.
Flash forward, and Forzy's blind, but he still gets away with the kill. Assistance thanks to Comp Case. Pleasant extremely low on HP, and now Kriaz falls. Anarchist responds. AWP for his 2K, and landed on Shock through the wall bang. Very little damage being done towards the man overall, though, and now Tom Case going to go swinging in towards this top of Candle's position. Anarchist falls back to escape, save the AWP, concede the first round to the Sinners.
A nice side take coming through from Sinners, and obviously it comes down to that donut duel. Now, quite a lot of these last few rounds, Jade, they've had a mid player, but they haven't really been aggressing with it. They haven't been taking the fight to Candles, into donut. It's been more on the passive front. So this time around, it's a slight more aggressive lean, and as soon as you fight that donut player, that's it. That's your exploitation. That's the SR opened. What an entry that is on A directly, too. That actually forced the over-rotate.
Still, they dealt with it on the Sinners side. Goes back for the finest camp. The AWP for Anarchez will stay in. And the guns will be coming back for them. Again, still a bit more of a bonus round on the finest side than the previous one. Kept SMGs and everything in to get a little bit more cash out. Force forward for Plessin and Kriaz in that mid control, trying to track down the Sinners players and where they're going to go. Instead, it's Util sent early towards the A site. Only one man standing to the defensive for it. That's Shox. Caught blinded by the flashbang. So many players bunched up, but they spread apart. And Tom Case can combine with Forzy to get the kill. Anarchez trades it right back, though. Looks for the AWP battle. Something he's lost so many times over. And he does see a player crossing. Zedko plays distraction, but Kriaz can swing up from Temple and get a double up of his own right. 2 players left. The AWP in for Forzy, only good for 1 frag. And B-Stick's all alone.
B-Stick was hoping the site was going to get taken. The site gets taken, the bomb goes down, he wins this round. He gets that late wrap round in from Donut towards CT Spawn, whatever it may be. But Kriaz, man, he aggresses so far forward, just dives into that bomb site from the Donut entrance. And now for B-Stick, well, the in-game leader's got an impossible task.
Time to work with on it, though, as Plessin goes for the jiggle bait, though. He'll see him. Know that he's not going to go for any sort of face. Know that he's going to drive back in towards that mid control. Hold on to that weapon for now. And go for the save in the end. Had he got the pick against the player, imagine he charges forward to try his hand at the clutch. The fact he didn't get it on the first place means that there was just no chance.
Yeah, finest up to 4, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? That idea of the early momentum. Rounds up on the board, feeling confident, obviously targeting the economy of your opposition. And Forzy had some really good trades in this one, but they needed to deal with Kriaz. And do you know what they missed as well, Jay? That donut smoke. Oh, okay, I say that they missed it. They didn't throw it, but they needed it. They needed that donut smoke for more coverage or a molly. They had to force Kriaz's fight earlier into the round or deny that ability. The fact that they plant open for donut and they haven't dealt with Kriaz, you're always going to struggle.
Now, 1 line in for the CT side is all you need to retake here on this map. Something to account for in future executions for the Sinners here in this half. None of which will be out in this particular round. 1 smoke for Shock could be part of the half buy with that hero AK saved in. Use that smoke to extinguish the flames being sent out so quickly and early in towards elbow. Now Anarchez AWP shoulder baited from the initial contact, and then we'll charge in towards the A site for it. He'll get back towards Donut, and backup will also arrive.
Yeah, rotates are coming through pretty quickly. Anarchez repositioning. Got to be careful about how he gets caught off by the AK.
Good shot against B-Stick. Zedko missed against, but Shox is still set with his own AWP. And the wombo combo crossfire of big green guns ultimately works towards the favor of the finest side. Not much of a chance held there by Sinners. All 5 alive on the CT side. And the guns come right back in for the Sinners half.
And Finest have got a bit of an interesting backing, I would say, with the players that they have, in which they've got a lot of players that can hybrid AWP, Jay. We know that Kriaz is a very proficient AWPer. Plessin can do the same. And even Shox can decide to go double AWP. So depending on the map and how the map pool is actually being played in a best-of-3 series, that double AWP can go around quite a bit.
Characteristic of this particular team, Plessin use the AK to start things off, but Tom Case can double up of his own right, take 2 players down in the mid control and gain it all for the T side line. Forzy also strikes with the AWP. And now Twist leaning forward in Candles is dealt with by Zedko, who snuck ahead of that smoke, and in the blink of an eye, this round is done.
Yeah, fought fire with fire. That's a lot more aggressive towards the mid stance. And every time so far that Sinners have taken mid, it's always felt like it's a lurk or it's a single individual. That time around, they just bomb rushed it. They went so aggro out of elbow.
Plant secured easy. Nothing that they can do now for the Sinners side, or for the finest side. Sinners, nothing they need to do now. Got the round. They can go for the hunt. Take that AWP out of Shox, but it wouldn't be very much advised given the money state of the Sinners camp. Shox will lean forward, make some noise. And turn his back towards Shock as he tries to escape towards that B site. Don't know if he was trying to go for some sort of late retake or something, but ultimately leading towards his demise. So there you go. Second round for Sinners here.
Well, goodbye double AWP. I don't think we'll see that for a little while because this has actually ruined the economy completely.
Wow.
That's a great shot too. Forzy's he's all over the map, isn't he? We get him with the mid picks, moving in with the pack when he's like the second guy in towards A, and then in that one, just the late lurk outside of B.
Combining with the mid take as well. So well placed. Tom Case and Beastic again taking the early damage. Spray down to 2 points of HP. And Kriaz blind gets him as well. If he had a nade, Beastic could be a dead man. He's just going to re-smoke it instead. Either way, he's going to be an easy kill.
That's very unfortunate, isn't it? Kriaz trying to see if he can pick up the weapon. Beastic out on the other side. I can't even imagine he's got too much confidence to go in for a trade frag, knowing that you're down at 2 points of health. You have to be relying on Shock to make a play towards Donut, and unfortunately it doesn't come in.
It's Shocks to deal with him instead. 5 on 3, the continuous wallbang sprays through towards elbow, won't connect towards Zedco, evading that common position. And Beastic is just got his butt cheeks clenched right now, knowing how many bullets are flying his direction. Could sneeze on him and he'd die right here. Twist, hearing the players coming up towards that ramp position. AWP are Forzy trying to make a play, trying to find some sort of way in for Sinners here, but it's just not working out.
Oh, getting quite aggressive. Annika is pushing all the way forward. I'm surprised they're doing this with the man advantage scenario they have.
Annika doesn't expect Forzy to be out there, and neither did Forzy expect Annika to be there himself, so the AWP lands the frag for the CT side, and it's all left to Beastic. 2 HP in a 1v5 ace. Is this possible, Dwag?
Probably not. No, I don't like it.
Probably not.
Don't like the odds.
Probably
yeah, not a fan.
Probably not, as in like there's a chance. It's not completely dead impossible, no?
Well, nothing's ever 0%. Maybe 1 kill? Ooh, he's lucky he didn't die after time at least.
I mean, if Kraz had waited though, great chance. Decimate the economy state of the Sinner side.
Picked up a lot of AKs at least, and a 6-2 up. Finest are in a really good position.
Yeah, and they were still working with SMGs in that round, so like Finest, complete role reversal to what we saw in that first map. They're the ones in the dominating position.
I told you, mate, mental reset. Sometimes it doesn't even matter the maps that are being played with some of these teams. If you just get banged on your map pick, you just got to come in fresh. And from what I'm seeing from Finest, it just looks more positive on the server.
Oh, nades and sprays already decimating the Sinner side initially out towards that ramp control. Behind the smoke, Beastic will fall. Tom Case is down to 6 HP. Shock, however, the Deagle Dome in. Will find a pick back, and Kriaz will catch him on the trade. Look for the double up. Not quite able to land against the man, but he is known to Anakez, who will try to look for the pick back to return. The Forzy flanks against Kriaz, though, so they are keeping it expensive here for Sinners.
Yeah, there's even a walkout on B too. Tom Case has been able to grant a very open bomb side. Anakis is trying to force the fight, and instead his teammate falls!
What?
What is going on here?
What was that mental reset? They just took one of their own, right? They just took the Deagle straight to the heads of Finest. Oh boy. Shocks in a 1v3 and what was a half-buy investment. B sites gained. Someone's going to go back for that bomb and just get it planted immediately. And Shocks already being marked by Forzy here outside of Donut. Might get caught, but the bullets fly his way, and now they know what to do.
Yeah, slight missed opportunity. You're right about that. Regain the bomb, go over towards B. That is an eye-opener. When you thought about the opening advantage that Kriaz got looking down that mid-control with Twist getting the first out towards B, it felt like that round was just farming ecos.
Who would have seen that coming? Shocks AWP set and ready for the kill. Denies Shocks any room in this round. Sailing on at the CT spawn, and that is an instant response for the Sinners. They're third to the board. And the money is not looking great here for Finest.
No, that is absolutely right. And you can always expect that when you lose a scrappy round, you lose one that you shouldn't do. They'll be disappointed in themselves. Nothing hurts more than losing an anti-eco, especially when you get domed in by the coach. Great sequencing candles too. So much control gained by Shock.
He shouldn't have been allowed that much. The Molotov should have forced him out to the AWP's pick, and somehow he still wins that fight. USP is pulled in. Pleasant, a little bit awkward against Shock, but Shock wins that fight anyway. It's just pistols in this round for Finest anyway, so not even like Kevlar, not a half buy, just upgrade pistols. So they'll fall. Shock inserting himself into the back of A here at Temple. Not seeing anyone just yet. Won't be long before Anakin is spotted and his head is tapped off the same.
And just starting to find a lot of clearance, make sure you're not running into any heavy stack. It seems as if there's even a contact play out towards a B site. So they might have the inkling that Donut could be quite heavy.
They're avoiding it for now. They're looking in on occasion. Nedco will tuck himself in over at Pit. Wait and see what's coming his way. Twist fragged off by B-Stick next, so from here it should all just fall the way of the Sinners side. B's gains. Engagement against Shock does lead to his casualty, so there's that. AK for Shocks to hold on to, and I imagine Sinners might go for the hunt. Actually, it's a little bit lopsided, but they've got some cash. It's a little bit of a question of way up here. They're going to go for the hunt, but they're not going to go like full send into the back of a spawn.
Even the low HP player who is in the closest fight to Shocks surely is going to drop just with this fight and engagement, yeah. They just know low HP is going to be tough. And Shocks is getting more resistance against him over towards that left-hand side. How good's a flick? Not quite good enough. 4 on the board for Sinners. And now a state in which you start feeling that Sinners are just slowly, but getting involved in this game. And knowing it's T-side as well, 6+ rounds, that's what you're aiming at.
Yeah, 2 rounds of difference. The Sinners side slowly starting to make up the difference against the Finest camp. Tactical timeout taken by the CT forces, kind of recognizing that the same.
Yeah. And they know that they're in a position where they've got to keep the hurt on, because if there's any half in which you're going to put the most pressure on, it's going to be the first. 6-4, 2 rounds the difference. Pleasant up there at the top. Have you seen his tattoo, by the way, Jay? The one that he's got on his forearm?
I've not seen it, no.
It says Pleasant. Watch out for it when you next get him on the hard. It's pretty cool.
All right. I'll look out for that then. Well, leading the charge at the moment in terms of the frag counts for his side, alongside Shocks, who's on the exact same number as him. Tied up with another player on the Sinners side for top fragger on the server at the moment. Finest. Again, need to take the CT half from here on out. Sinners to make up 6 might just be enough to push this past the finish line. Set with Forzie's AWP, ready for Twist, ready for him to swing, watching the back of Long. But he's not going to give up the Ghost.
Yeah, Twist should only peek this angle if he's got a flash, or there's some piece of utility. He knows that it's better to not peek dry, and definitely smart enough to realize that. AWP boosted up on this box on such a regular occurrence. Holding it for quite a while, to be honest.
Made onto Forzie, and he does have a smoke he can put down here to buy a bit of cover. He just used the flash to send over to allow the peek out. The flash from his teammate instead, baiting the AWP shot as Shocks strikes first, getting Shock. And Zedko responds to Anake's. Kriaz falls to B-Stick just like that. A-site has been gained, and the T's of the man advantage. Pleasant responds towards it, though. Tom Case is also going to fall and drop. So now the bomb has got to get picked up, committed towards that A play.
Yeah, they had to keep fighting. They know that Shocks went really aggressive in that lane control, and you're in and around ramp, so you just got to keep brute forcing those duels forward. And for Zedko, he might be the one to catch off Twist. This could be the round breaker.
Oh, but Twist has got the angle on lock. He's going to wait for the peak to come through, but the headshot still gets landed, and the Sinners regain the advantage. Zedko is low, and Forzie is tagged, so Shocks at least has the HP advantage above each.
That's a massive kill, and this changes the complexion of the round entirely. Shocks is going to back himself for the confidence to go in for the clutch. 1v2, not going to be easy.
A smoke sent down as well towards the cave entrance. Shocks leaning forward. Slowly but surely. I think the backstab is being locked out here by Zedko. No util and no kit for this retake either. I think there might be some dropped on the site. Walking up and out, looking towards that short control. The gun barrel will not be seen. Zedko will be. Frag found. Turn 180 has absolutely no idea. And Forzie just waits for the right moment to strike. Connects his shot and brings in 5.
Now, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I'm looking at that round, and I think to myself, that one frag from Zedco onto Twist could be a series winner. Because knowing that you've put yourself in a position to close that round, you've now forced the economical reset. You're now adding more rounds to the T side. That was a difficult round. That wasn't easy at all from Sinners, but this frag could be so important to the series.
And considering it's brought the difference to 1, you can already consider this to be a pretty decent T-side half with a half buy, not even a half buy, in fact, just a deco round coming in from Finest to even up the scoreline, make it a 9-6 half at best for the CT forces. Yeah, a lot of ramifications for at least the next couple of rounds here. Kriaz trying to strike back against them, connected one shot onto B-Stick, but that's it.
And when we start getting to round 18, 19, 20 or so, we actually might look back on this one and think to ourselves how much that actually has changed with all of this. Because for Sinners, they can now start really clawing it back in. You can't imagine Finest are going to get much in this one. I'm even surprised they're not gamble stacking, to be honest, mate, because they haven't brought much.
Well, spread out a lot more than you would expect. Flashes in, smoke sent down, Twist's P250 is trying to lean forward. Doesn't see anything though. 5-7 of Shock's up close against Zedco, and Zedco opens up the round with him. Twist at the back of boxes, seeing smoke sent his way. Tom Case has that kill. Shock rather has Anakez in the back of Temple. Doubles up to Pleston of the same. And Kriaz, well, he knew he wasn't going to have much in this round.
What do you reckon, Jay? Chances of the 1v5?
Nil.
Nil? Oh, mate. Don't ever say nil, because something special's going to happen.
This ain't Mangus we're talking about here, bro.
Yeah. Hey, he wants an exit, doesn't he? Want to try and keep it expensive. But it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. The only fight that's going to come is probably Candles or Donut, and even that, you're probably not going to save onto the weapon.
Might get some extra frags, and indeed, there's 2 to go. Yeah, it's not bad. It doesn't mean a massive amount to the economy state, though. Look at the cash line for the Sinners.
Yeah, it would have been nicer to hold on to a weapon, of course, but when you're in a situation like that, especially when you get the kills such long range on the first, you just know there's no way you're going to get up towards that Candles position without being trade fragged. And the entry coming through from Tom Case, and out towards Shock on the Donut position. Oh, I don't know. Did he even see him there? Didn't see much, at least.
It's not a kill I would have gotten, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Only him.
Rifles back in for Finest, half buy, deco, whatever you want to call it, dealt with in that last one. Towards the true buy around here with the M4's Twist. He's trying to go hyper aggressive as well, right outside of the B doors, waiting for the flash to come forward. Back to turn, he only gets damage for it. B-Stick and Zedco can get a 2-for-1. Zedco will fall for his sacrifice, and now Shox leans in as Plesson and Shox can combine. Forzy with York back, trying to look for that second kill, but doesn't quite connect it. The bomb's been dropped, and it's all to Shock to clutch.
Utter madness is what's going on right now towards that lane control. Fights everywhere, anti-flash positions, whiff sprays, but a man advantage now for Finest. And I start wondering to myself, Jay, how quickly do they turn on a swivel? How quickly do they start watching this backstab? Because it's going to take a while for Shox to get into position.
Slowly pushing, being quiet about this. 45 seconds on the clock, and the rotate back towards long will come through. Plesson's M4 is watching the AWP of Anakez. Not even looking the right way as the spray comes back. And now flashbang forward, looking for the engagement here at long-range positions. Jump face, but looking the wrong way. Thought he might not have been at the doors, but he was just that little bit deeper. Anakez will land it, and Finest will just about defend their lead.
They go back and forth with clutches. We see a decent one coming through from Sinners previously, then Finest come out on top. And I'm sure Twist feels pretty good about that one, because that would not have been a great feeling to whiff that sort of a spray. At least he's got his teammates to back him up, and Anakez hitting a very important shot onto Shock. 7-6, money situation, still not ideal for Finest, and I guess that comes down to the fact that only one player stayed alive there.
Yeah, the AWP and the M4 being the only 2 main rifles, and already Twist has fallen for it. The firepower differentials against Tom Case. Now the kills have come through for him, and he's been doing really good with these entries at certain times. I'm not sure how he keeps doing it, But again, he's going well above and beyond the call of duty for the Sinners side.
I'm with you 100%. Out towards his ramp control, needs to really apply the pressure down onto Pleasant. Try and see if any of those spams connect. Kriaz on the other side loses the fight, and Pleasant's still aggressive. Why?
Oh!
I'm not sure why that's being held aggressive, Jay.
Gonna cost him. Quick swing was fantastically placed by Shock. 2K to his name to extend his kill lead position. Yeah, absolutely right. A site's gained. Zedco just peeks up towards Temple. Anarcase is making noise to rotate back, and I think Zedco's just going to wait here, bait him out. Maybe lean in towards spawn. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Sinners are going to get the bomb plant anyway.
Yeah, in my eyes, that's just a rookie mistake from Pleasant. And for a guy that's been around for as long as he has, he shouldn't be making stuff like that. He loses his teammate of Kriaz. He's low HP. You've got to back off, mate. You aggress forward there and lose the fight. That's it. You try and be a hero. It doesn't work out. Sinners get to 7. And for Finest, they didn't even really have a chance of playing that round because as soon as the aggressive Jules got lost in lane, that was it. The walkout on A had already come in.
This will guarantee an 8-7.5 for Sinners. Regardless of which way it goes, it's all coming up their way. This T side has gone well, extremely well for them.
And this is exactly what they want. The Czechs know this is not going to be an easy series, right? Even if you've got a Finest that's maybe not playing at full capacity, even if they're not bringing the 100% to the table, they are still a top tier 2 team, and that they can play some very good Counter-Strike, even on their bad days. So to get it to a 7-7 on T side, they've had to work really hard. And I think Tom Case, again, you're right with these entry frags, being able to create a lot of space, being there to allow his teammates to trade off at the back of him, and being consistent, putting numbers up on many occasions.
And one of many elements that brought the Sinners up to this position here. 7 apiece going into the last round of the half here. Orps, M4, AK out for the Finest by 2 MP9s brought in. Have to force the issue, gonna have to try and take an aggressive engagement against Pleasant's part. Pushing up towards elbow. How much can he find?
Yeah, it's definitely ballsy, isn't it? Oh, Pleasant on the other side. The flash comes through, didn't get blinded about that. And look at that from Tom Case, trying to see if he can do the same magic.
I don't understand how he has the balls to go for those kind of plays. It's working for them, but finds to try him back. Anarchez with a frag onto B-Stick. Now Zedco walking into the A site and Shock's walking into his death, but Forzy falls to Anarchez. One of the rare AWP battles that have gone the way of the Finest side here. And Zedco now for the quadra clutch in this round.
Just so out of position, had that A site opened, really needed his AWP teammate to stay alive, bring that bomb back over, and even Twist is relocated.
Leaning in, knows that he's out towards main, spot on the shoulder bait, the burst fire, flash forward, keeps him blind, and he knows he's dead. Finest will claim...
Já jdu první, počkej.
Pojď.
Já mám, tak to nemáme šanci, tady to...
Ticho?
Kámo! Vyjebaný! Když se respawnujete, tak to je easy, ne?
Ok, jedám.
Co je?
To je!
Skoč!
Vlastně poblokovat, kámo, vy jste...
Kámo, ale tak já nemám šanci, to se nedá dát.
Ale proč bys to neměl šanci dát? To jde?
Já jsem dal
Já jsem
druhou
normálně
stage,
spadl, tak já mu Tomka nedal ani past a já jsem spadl.
Kde tam může jít?
Co je tady za past? Co je tady za past, duší?
Máme nějaký výjerný.
Ty kreténe! Kámo,
Pojď rychle, dokud to využil, dělej.
Šok je s***nej baiter, kámo, šok je s***nej baiter. Jindro, kdo to tady?
Jsem tady.
To je laser! Už uhýbám tomu! No, hej, co je? Vy je, hoši.
Já jsem normálně spadnul a Tomka nic nepustil ani kámo, tak já jsem...
Projedem.
Jedám.
Hej, ale on to furt, on mačká všechno furt, chápeš to?
To nemůžeš. Ale tady to blokne, tady vytřeď jaká
Jo. Díky.
Ty kreténe, ty vole, Tom Casey.
Kámo, Neo, ty máš zase to, mikrak z webky, podle mě.
Fakt?
Nevím.
Kámo!
Já zbejčím strašně oší.
Já ztraje Tomka. Počkej.
O, ty jsi to dal?
Kam tohle mám dát?
Počkejte, musíme se grupnout, my se musíme grupnout.
Jo, počkejme na sebe všichni.
A co se tady děje? To vybuchuje?
Jo.
Co to vybuchuje, tak...
No nic zoší, musím se obětovat.
To kysy.
Nice, ty vole. Počkej, tady on něco použil, počkej, ty kulomety, bacha, kámo, to střílí. Pozor! Já mám 20 HP, kámo.
Kámo, au!
Pojď, dělej.
Počkej, já jsem vyvěděl Tomka jako
Nice, hej, možná nechte mě jít první, já mám 20 HP, kámo.
Já jsem byl tak daleko, nebudu to hrát.
A single round to separate things between Finest and Sinners. An 8-7 CT half of the Finest side doesn't look good. And you turn towards those stars and wonder, was their efforts enough as they go to their T side? Dwayne, what do you think?
I think it was definitely a turnaround. It has to be said. And just take a look at the likes of Pleasant, right? 10 kills, 20 deaths, less than 50 ADR out on that first map. He's come here onto Ancient, and he's just been a new man. 16 kills, 8 deaths, over 100 ADR. The factor is, though, can it continue? Because if so, Finest need him.
It's top of the board for his squad. Time to see if he can cut the mustard. Twist straight into the site, leading the charge into the pistol round. The CTs will back off ahead of these smokes, but allow Forza to peek forward. Get the kill against Anarcades, but they're going to flank him, take him down. Find Zedko the same, but Tomkeys in the midst of the smokes takes an aggressive face himself, but doesn't get away with any entries. Plessin responds towards him as Beastic is now aggressed upon, sees all three T-side members and Shock knows what's going on. Forced to rotate back to the A site.
I've got no idea what's going on. I don't think I've ever seen so many players run through utility like that before from both respected sides, Jay. But it is Finest moving over towards the A side, getting the bomb down, and now for Shock, this is just impossible.
And leaning in, trying to see if he can make it a possible clutch. Tagged up initially, not a mass amount of damage being done. He is low to 64 though. Looking above for the headshots against Plessin, it's not going to happen. Finest take the pistol.
Hey, good thing we just had a conversation about Plessin. He just found 3 in that round, Jay, and was without a doubt the defining factor to how they actually ran it. You saw a lot of pace, right? The acceleration coming up from ramp, a little bit of cohesive back and forth displays around that cave position, and then they think, okay, well, let's just steamroll into city spawn over towards A. It's unorthodox, but it works, and success is found.
That's all you need at this stage, right? For Finest, you need to get success. Knowing how awkward that first half was, knowing how down to the wire it got to find any good round, to find a decent basis to work from here in the T side. That's all you need, but the Sinners have other plans. Shock with the Deagle shot. It's that opening kill, forced to trade back. Beastic not quite as lucky, and the scout of Tom Case also overwhelmed.
And they're just pugging it on the T side these last couple of rounds, aren't they, Jay? This is just hyper-aggressive again. I mean, even Kreaz is just flying through that candle smoke without any util. And while that doesn't work, they get a double entry. And it's Plessin again with 2 kills. And Twist there to back him up. And for Sinners, this actually might be a bit of a wake-up call to how Finest are playing on the T side. Because I feel as if the checks were quite slow, right? A lot of passiveness, not a lot of acceleration. Come the opening couple of rounds for Finest, they've just sent it.
And getting their 10th on the board for it. Sinners overwhelmed just by the sheer automatic firepower and the pace and speed of how those guns can fire back. Zedko dealt with by the MAC-10 to prove the point. And Shock will maintain a MAC-10 at least for the time being. Not like it makes much of a difference to the Sinners camp. Not really much of a buy left in this round.
No, not at all. And there's Plessin again with those couple of kills, and obviously Anarchez, what he was able to do later into the round after the bomb was ticking for quite a while. How much farm-up money can they get to? You'd have to imagine that for Anarchez and Twist, they want to get themselves in positions to get as many frags in a round like this as possible, because Anarchez will want the AWP next round.
Set with the MAC-10 for the time being, of course, could get some decent money out of this. And the bonus weapons. I mean, in theory, you could just play the AWP in the later gun round rather than the first gun round. Especially if he gets the value out of it right here and now. And indeed, 2 picks go his way, so plenty of money to be gained. Kreaz follows suits and maintains his lifeline. Anarchez is charging in aggressive, though, because he does want to fall back Upgrade to that AWP by default, but Zedco picked apart by Plessen, leaving it all onto Shock.
It shows a lot of confidence, I'll give him that much. And trying to fake the bomb plan out a couple of times, think that he might be in the smoke, but didn't seem like they drew or anything, so Shock. You're not going to use the MAC-10 next round anyway, so kind of hope that he at least attempts it.
I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to attempt it.
No, it doesn't, but maybe Plessen just comes to him. Maybe he's just a magnet.
Could be an exit frag. Here's the footsteps. Actually missed. Maybe this is what he's waiting for. They're going to come back towards spawn. Mac on Mac action, and it's the Mac at the CT side. That finds the frag. The return of the Mac for Shock. 11 to the board of Finest. The Sinners just looking at that exit frags here, just trying to see if they can get some damage on the board. Not like it means much though, they are literally just dropping SMGs. The rifles will stay in, so that's more than fine for them. Anakin's even having the AK for his own right, and we'll just pass that back off to Plessen to get that AWP. So 11-7, and the guns come out for the Sinners side. You talk about Plessen and how good he was on the numbers game, of course, on the individual frags. He's also getting a lot of great entries for his side.
Yeah, definitely in the second half, that's without a doubt. And just knowing for Sinners, the way that they kind of play as an operating system, we don't see double AWPs from them. Very rare. So I don't expect we'll see any of it come Ancient, and it will just be on Forzy.
Oh, look at the nade damage done to the early T-side play. Anakez and Plessen. Anakez especially tagged so low here. Molotov set, Incendiary is back for Forzy. Falling away. Damage being done to Kriaz as twisted the man to strike first.
What? Hang on, how has this happened? How is Zedco aggressing, but there's another TNA main? What is going on?
That might throw everything off for Finest, actually. Your Forzie's going to catch the trade back on the twist, and that opens up the nerve for Zedco to bracket them now. Oh, he's going to start walking A main and everything. Oh, Lord. This is going to get really interesting because the rotation might get baited, and they might think Zedco's not even here.
But he could have cut the bomb off. He could have gone down to the elbow position and cut the bomb instead. He's only got to deal with the mid player.
Utility thrown. Watching elbow, but they're not going to make the move. They think it's all on B side, and Plessen will fall for it. Kriaz next to task. B-stick, smoke being thrown back. Kriaz will swing for it and will lose his life. So a 4-on-2, but as you mentioned, that bomb's made its way towards the A side. The smoke will go down, and now they've realized that they made a mistake.
This is still winnable for Anakez and Shocks. We know how strong Anakez can be in post-plant situations. 2v4, they've got to get some fights in quickly, though.
Anakez is low. Shocks has only got a Galil and everything. Flash forward, he leans in against the M4, making a ton of noise towards it. And there's the shot for the T-side. Orpa, Shocks brings it back to a 2-on-2. Anakez now watching tempo where a player's about to face him. Forzy. Picking up the ghost on this one, the shoulder bait, and that shot connects so well. And he's forced to fall back. The young Orpa with an AWP in his hands. Best to hold that into the next round as Finest will get to 12.
What is going on there? Do you get what I mean? You've got a round where that's unlosable. Yeah, okay, there's a mistiming where you aggress A main, and so it's the same on the other side for Shocks. But that's a 4v2, and Sinner's no better than that. I mean, I hyped it up with the idea that it's still winnable, like it is, because Anakez is a very good post-plant player. But what's going on? There's not even jiggle peaks. They're not even difficult fights for Anakez. The AWP was just posting. That's all he was doing in the round.
What a sight it would be, by the way, to have the T side of Finest just be flawless all the way to the end of the map.
Yeah.
Right now it's looking that way, because with the mistakes you point out there for the Sinners side, like, that's what it's leading to. Have to brush that up. And they haven't taken any tactical pauses yet, so I'm wondering when they're going to take that moment to stop. I understand they're playing with their coach, so maybe that's not on the forefront of his mind.
Yeah.
But even then, you need to take that moment to mentally reset and just get those mistakes out of your system.
Yeah, I'm with you, for sure. B-stick thinking about a slightly aggressive move in and around the cheater position. He's got a teammate with him. Tom Case just on the left-hand side.
The goal spamming and losing his life. Twist with the kill back. Zedco tapping desperately, just getting nothing out of it. None of the T-side players are getting anything out of it. Forzie's AWP is the only rifle in play, and surely from this point, his focus is just to save.
And what's so insane is Finest just looks so much more deadly on the T side than they do on CT. Just not even the way that the rounds, or how many rounds have been won, by just the way they're playing. They are absolutely slapping them in this second half. And up against the Eco, I can't imagine much more is going to get gained.
Yeah, definitely not. Forzy playing against the T sideline. He's going to hunt for the kill as well. Bomb makes way towards that B site, and as long as he just sticks in Donut, he should be relatively safe here. They've cleared it. They think it's completely open. Goes for the frag instead, and that just, I don't even know why he's doing that. Just sends up a signal flare, like, come get me, boys.
Yeah.
You're on for the hunt. My AWP can fall, and that might be a crucial loss to me and my squad. Player on site, knife pulled out, kill found. And that just, I understand his thinking. He wants to go for the frags, but just, it didn't make any impact happen there, and it just cost you more.
Yeah, look, they can still buy it next round anyway, but you are probably right. In the same time, we don't know how long it was going to take for the bomb to go down and whether people were going to still overextend. I guess if Pleasant did clear Donut and that gets commed over, you probably don't have another lurk that goes into Donut. So there could have been a way in which to save that AWP to have a little bit extra money in the bank. But they've got to slow Pleasant down. He's been the real rock on this T side, just finding immense kills in the first 20, 30 seconds of the round. And even the utility damage too looks pretty decent for a few of those guys on Finest.
Twist especially. That tactical was finally called in by Sinners, by the way, so their moment's respite to get into the gun buy and get back into this matchup. Still yet to start here on CT. Incendiary's throwing smokes down. They're going to force forward in towards Elbow. Got Pleasant that's trying to take a bit of a fight out towards the ramp control. Twist is burning already. Pleasant will start to burn out on that ramp position, and Anakin's will watch for the AWP. Without even taking an engagement, the Sinners have got the HP advantage.
Twist was having a shocker. I think he was 2 and 11 at one point, and slowly he's been just adding more to the tally. Beastic trying to see if he can reposition in and around the cheater control. A lack of information down here towards lane, and Kriaz just waiting for the spam.
Kriaz will dish out some damage against Beastic for it, so that's a start. Good for the Finest, guys. Flashbangs in from Shocks to try and go for the peeks. Forward, Beastic will get full flashed. Blind spraying, gives up the position. Shocks will get the kill.
And now they can just start leaning in towards that B side. They've still got a super late lurk outside of A just to try and see if they can over-rotate some of those players. And for Zedko, just trying to see if he can stall for time towards Cheetah.
Nade sent back, trying to dish out some damage. I think it hit the wall and bounced away. Yeah, didn't even do anything. Tom Case.
Look at A, mate. Look at A. They've got the side open.
Focusing on that B defensive as one lurker again presses forward, and again Sinners have left that site completely just uncontested at all. Forzy and Shock are at least going to try to cut the rotations back, and that lurk play might just turn into a decent backstab instead. Indeed, Forzy's caught, but sprayed to low HP, not to dead. Tom Case is going to get overwhelmed on the site execution itself as Kriaz, Twist, and Shocks all just combine to overwhelm every CT they find. And once again, it's Shock to save.
And how is that even a possibility? The fact that Finest have got an A site open, they're going to over-rotate from lane to A. Oh, wait, we've got to cancel. We're going to go back into B. You're running into the trap. And they just mow them. They absolutely roll over that round. That was one of the easiest side takes that Finest could have asked for. And when this is your map pick for Sinners, you've got to have a strong CT side. And I haven't seen any of it.
No, neither have I. We gave all the praise in the world. He's not gonna.
No, that was a good effort.
If they were a bit further away, then sure, but they weren't. So that's the bottom line of the round. Giving so much praise to Sinners as well in the first half. Like, great, they got 7 rounds on the T side. That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Most of the time, that's enough to win the map outright, but not in this case. Finest rallied themselves. Found their way into this game once again. Now 2 away from taking it to a 3rd map.
Disappointing right here from Sinners in the second half. Considering they had such a leg up, and it just hasn't been that competitive at all. Even the walk forward towards A, Beastic taking a lot of opening damage. And Twist needs to adjust up to that top right-hand side.
1 headshot, 2, not quite, 3 being found. Have got it back to a 4-on-3 situation for the Sinners side. Now the Deagle start taking face, but Zedko offers himself up to Pleasant, not watching Donut entrance. Deagle a shock, gets a trade. Back to the favor of the Sinners side. Looking for the guns as well, and AK now in his hands, extending out towards that mid position. Shox and Kriaz are both tagged down. This half buy could still work out well for them. It depends how Shox deals with the donut entrance. And no, Shock is uncontested.
Incredible to think this is the round that's actually going to win it for them. Kriaz on 28 points of health. Even if he deals with B-Stick, he's got to get it back over to A and somehow break the crossfire apart.
And 2 AKs to play with now for the 2 CT members. Talk about Plesson being the star for Finest. Shock definitely has been the star over on the Sinners side. Just hasn't had that extra oomph behind him from his team. 37 seconds, and Kriaz will slow walk his way out towards main, but both entries are being covered. Hold that player back over towards Temple. See where they can go from there.
A very tough situation, but there's no point in saving, right? You've got so much money in the bank. Even if Kriaz gets in there, gets a kill and dies, that's almost job accomplished because you just want to wreck the CT economy.
Especially if he gets the AWP to drop. Tomcase isn't even watching main. Now he is. Attention turned away, and Kriaz continues a slow walk, so it looks like he's going to hold on to the weapon here. Swing again. Into the hands of the AWP. That's not going to be the right call to make. 8s to the board of the Sinners side. And finally, as you mentioned, this is the round that gets them into the CT side. After a overwhelming streak from Finest, I think it was 6 in a row that they were able to get in this half. Been broken by the Sinners. And now they have to mount the comeback.
And it's whether they can follow up in a row. And I think, just like you mentioned, Jay, wanted to try and see if he could drop that AWP. Doesn't matter if he dies or if he falls after time. Doesn't make a big difference at all when the money is just farmed up as it is. Slight aggression going down towards the mid-take. No one on A directly early round by Sinners. This is interesting.
I mean, it's not that uncommon when you consider the Finest have walked into an open A bomb site like a million times so far in this map. Incendiaries all get sent down, and there is a player to try and defend against it. That's Zedko. Smoke also at the rear, tries to press the entryway. Indeed, leaves no gaps.
Gonna have to be a cancel. That seemed to be a pretty good timing for Finest to work with. But the re-smoke comes in. Kriaz is waiting for some aggression down to the bottom of ramp. Doesn't know about the AWP's repositioning Cheetah, though.
Minute on the clock. Finest just prodding at the mid control. Shock is ready to receive them. Spray, burst, awkward against Plesson. Swings forward and Plesson gets the kill for it. Now there's one man isolated to the back of the A site, Zedko, with it all to do here. And they're all inbound from Donut. A smoke to that cross, providing a bit of cover for both Plesson and Zedko here. The shadow's seen, but Zedko doesn't adjust towards it. And Finest have the sight. Tomcase leaning forward, spots his man, gets his kill, goes in for the double as Shox goes for the trade.
Oh, they've got to go for this, surely. You can't back off and save. You've got to try and work the 2v3 clutch. And Finest are just stalling for time, and it's the safe option. It's backing off. It's trying to play for OT. Oh, that's a split decision to make. That's a tough call.
I think you summarized it correctly at the first state, though, Dwayne. Like, just, they have to go for it. They have to deny this, because it's going to be 7 rounds in a row for overtime. The money is still in a state. And there's even a hunt coming in from Kriaz. A late lurk towards his B site. Force is going to fall. They're not even going to get any guns out of this. V-stick goes unchecked, though. Kriaz checks him. And the save call doesn't even work.
Yeah, that's the worst. That is literally the worst, is when you decide to go for the save because you think, safer option, not as risky, and then you still lose all the weapons. You still get hunted. Plesson, mate. I feel as if there's not a single round in which he's not multi-fragging. He's just, any time he gets that first entry, you just know a second one's coming in that round.
He's going to try to look for the entry out here towards mid. Shock shuts him down, however. Gives no breathing room as B-Stick doubles up. Finally, the Sinners have had enough.
The pace being settled right there. Finest trying to send themselves forward into mid, into that lane control, and find themselves just being ripped to shreds. Anarchist and Shock's now the last couple.
Both held out towards B lane. Bomb on the back of the AWP. Hoping for aggression down ramp. He's not going to receive it, though. No boost either to allow him to get up and into the site aggression and the site contact. B-stick Waiting with the M4 in hand, the Molotov sent down. You see another spray and dealt with all the same. So Anarcha is left alone to clutch this to save the AWP more likely. And Sinners have a lifeline.
How many more do they get? Even Anarcha is holding down that backstab. Should catch off Zedko if the aggression continues. Ooh, shot doesn't actually rain through. They're going to try and hunt him now, I reckon.
Moving to remove that gun. Free double AWP if they want it. Zedko creeping up. Backs a turn. He's going for the knife. Oh!
Stolen.
Well, free double AWP regardless. Would have been nice to have the extra cash, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The bottom line is the scoreline, and Sinners have 9.
I really hope they don't regret getting that double AWP, because again, Sinners aren't really a team that play the double AWP sequence all that often. Jeez, that's a tight shot. That is a whipper.
I think if he just held back a little bit, he didn't even have to get that kill. He was just, give me knife, give me knife. You know, could have had a few more memes to add to the table. Finest receiving aggression from Sinners. Look at how close Shox is, and Plessen hears the tag, gets the kill for it.
Even towards the A site, you could see that rotation coming through from Zedko, playing quite deep with that AWP into the temple position. But rather than working A, because they got the pick towards elbow, they're actually going to keep it as a little bit of a lurk, but maybe want to try and see if they can mimic an over-rotation or a slight mistake forward from Sinners. Nothing too aggressive as of right now.
Tom Case will press the issue against Kriaz and get him to drop. Flashbangs over to peeking over at the B doors and get out of dodge back into the B site. Twist slowly prodding, slowly leading his team, the main T-side force, into the B execution. That lurk out to the A site won't be so easy this time.
Even these footsteps being heard, juggling util back over. Plessen's up on the ramp. This could be the punishment.
Instant smoke. Plessen forces forward of it, desperate to get his 28th kill, but doesn't get it against B-Stick. Tom Key's there for the responsive. The nade's back, doing damage towards him and Zedko, but you're right, the rotations have baited them away on the CT side. They'll reaggress through Temple, but Shox is ready for Zedko here. AWP for the AK at close range, but his back is turning. He leans into Forzy instead.
That's a really important kill, and now Anarchist is going to pick out towards lane. They're going to go back to B.
Tom Case ready for it. Spray goes awkwardly. He only gets one frag for it. Twist can get the bomb plant, but it'll be a 1v2.
Okay, the flash down. Try and see if he can get the plant over. Forzy misses the shot. Now a chance to get it in.
Very difficult shot to hit on the flick back. Twist making his moves in, gets his shot back, and Forzy misses the AWP frag in 1v1, and he just connects it. Just keeps Sinners alive.
Oh, okay. A lot of mid-round changes there from the fighter side. They want to go over towards B. They get the opener towards A. They realize the site's open. They have to cancel. The shot comes through from Forzy. The rotates are good. And it all started off with this kill from Plessen. Tom Case. What a round by him to even respond aggressively towards ramp. And that's what kind of made the indecisive decisions there from Finest.
Now close. Twist came to this clutch the same. Forzy had pistols pulled out, switched to the AWP, got the shot at the right time. And Finest take a tactical timeout. Not a lot of cash in play. I don't think this is going to be a true buy here. Maybe some upgrades. Work off the loss bonus done and get the guns out in the next round. You have 5 rounds to play with if you're Finest.
Yeah, in my eyes, I don't even see the benefit and the bonus of ecoing here. Or at least upgrading lightly, because you only need 1 round. So you might as well give yourself as much money in the bank as possible. But I guess from their thinking is they think, okay, well, this could still be a round which is winnable. Personally, I don't like the decision, because look at what's happened to Kriaz. He's down at $500 on 2,400 loss bonus. If they buy next round, he's going to be limited.
Got to get some MAC 10 frags at the least here. Fast rush into the B site with the weapons pulled out. The incendiary siphons them off, and Tom Case runs straight into them, gets overwhelmed by the pistol plays, and now the AWP is all that remains back here. B-Stick gets caught by the spray bag. Forzy with a frag onto 2, jumps out of the way, but can't make it a 3K. It's a 3v2 instead, making it 1 as Shock doubles up, and Plessen's left alone.
And needs to get this bomb plant in, really want that cash injection, and even the ramp players are coming in so damn quickly. The pressure's on. Plessen doesn't know where to play out from.
Here's those footsteps. He will go for the plant down center of the site. Swing from Zedko, won't come in time. Switching out to the rifles, he's looking for one here. AWP 1 shot, 1 kill on each individual Plessen. 4 HP for the clutch. This would be damn impressive if he pulled it off. But what a way to get his 30 bomb and to win the round itself. Repositioning in towards short and everything. He's snuck around the CT line. Smoke down, Shock swings. AWP sees, but Flick does not connect. So Finest will not get the winning round yet.
At least they get the bomb plant. That helps Kreyaz's situation out a little bit. If he goes over towards the AK, then of course he'll have a little bit more money in the bank for some util rather than just a Galil. I could just see that spam in for Kreyaz. Unfortunate that they couldn't really force down Forzy quick enough. And then Shock too. This multi-frag, that was the round difference.
Yeah, it brought it back from what was otherwise a site taken and a retake set for the Sinner side on a man disadvantage at that. Made all the difference in the world in that case. The true guns were out for Finest. They did all that they could and more there with those weapons. And the shot in from Forzy connects to Kreyaz, drops the bomb in lane.
Now, getting that back's going to be a tough one. Plessen's got to start working that elbow position, but even Shock re-smokes it down. That's just wasting more time.
Shots ringing out continuously. Twist forced to trade it. 4-on-4 situation. They're working so close to the CT line. Beastic and Shock especially. Twist looking a swing against the man, sees him, spray through. Now Shock goes for the swing himself, tries to see if he can get the trade. Twist is out of ammo, Glock pulled out, nade involved. Will do some damage, but it's Zedco to get the frag.
Oh, but they still open up A. The trade is good. The bomb's going to take so long to get here, though, Jay. That's the concern, because Shock is still alive, out towards his donut position. He's got to start putting some pressure down.
He sprays through on Plessen, knows that he's there. Tom Case will now try the backstab against him, but Plessen finds a corner and sticks his back towards it. Checking both entryways, though. Tom Case swings in and gets his kill. Now it's Anarchez and Twist, the 2 players, to try and take the A sites.
Get that smoke down towards a donut position. Unfortunately, that doesn't break the sight line at all. Tom Case is playing out from Temple and can play the man advantage, play the time, because it is limited.
25 seconds, and he continues walking in the AWP to find the pick. Twist ahead of him slightly. The M4 doesn't know where to go. We'll see him now. Dish out the damage and force his teammates to rotate. 12 seconds though. Tom Case, Molotov'd out into the open. The bomb will be secured. 2v2. Sinners deny it though. Shot goes for the swing and that's enough. Stay alive. Don't peek, Anarchez. Get the round. That's what you need the most.
Oh my goodness, they're really bringing this back now. And it came down to how quick that rotate in from Shock. And honestly, mate, he is having some high impact rounds. These last few, he has been at the helm. And Forzy finds himself in a very awkward engagement down there from lane. But it's Shock to deny that bomb with the time being so low. Even that kill from Tom Case onto Plessen.
And again, for a coach stand-in, have that much impact as he has. But the star of the show really has been Shock for Sinners. 27 kills. 2 behind Plessen's 29. Twist, however, oh my god! The Tech-9 has forced straight in towards mid. He's rushed them down. But Zedco finds a kill in the round. Makes it manageable here.
Oh, the Tech-9 from Shocks doesn't find anything either. The bomb is outside of B while they start working AJ. This is an interesting debate.
Smoke set. Rotations held, Plessen, spray back, damage being done. Tom Case can't find a frag against him, and neither can he find it to Anarchez. AWP in this one, and Kreyaz, the late lurk against the backstab. Zedco might be falsely secured here. Smokes will start to fade, and the AWP's in trouble. Zedco's gonna wait for this. What's he gonna find? Just the one man? Just go for the headshot, mate. Just get a headshot. Plessen's fallen. Only one more player to find now as Anarchez drops.
Oh, just when it feels as if Kreyaz is going to siphon off the timing, allow that backstab through, deals with the B player, so running up to B and getting the bomb down is also a chance.
Expensive round for Sinners in this one. Might limit the buy going forward. Deagle keeps fighting, the AWP now in his hands. Looking for Tom Case. No scope to land, quick scope doesn't land either. And the AWP stays in for the CT side. 13 to the board of the Sinners. They're only 2 away from OT.
Oh, this has been a struggle to close right here for Finest. They have had their opportunities. You take a round like this, yes, it is an Eco J. That's a 5-on-3, and it feels as if they're too hungry for more than what they can handle. Twist just diving through out from that Candles position. Shock's doing the same. If they would have slowed that down after the 5-on-3, I think they would have closed it there.
The buyback from Finest looks limited as a result of that. No bomb plant bonus, some Mac 10 for Twist. And there are players, there is a player without a helmet in this round, so it kind of works well enough for the Sinners side. Finest could punish that. The better buy is with the CTs here.
Yeah, Sinners have got quite a lot of leverage over towards this B side. The spam's coming back onto Kriaz directly, down to 33 now.
Think about passing that AK over towards Twist here. They're holding it on their own line for the moment. Molotovs and flashes sent in against B-Stick. Here at the corner, straight through against Twist. Frag found, 2 more to gain! And they've all lined up for him. The Sinners have this round, surely.
Oh, you'd have to imagine so. B-Stick standing tall out towards that cheater position, and now he's got support. Now he's got his teammates in and around him. The pick's coming back. It's only 1 for Shock, and now Anarchist has got a clutch again.
A 1-on-4. He wants to fall back and save, I think. He does catch Shock on the way out of the round, but now the CTs will go hunting for him. Smokes to suppress, damage to be done by a HE. A player on the site as well to receive him at the totem, the left-hand side of it. There it is. Shot for Zedco, connects it. And the Beast stands up for the Sinners side to get them to 14. Finest put everything into that round. They have the loss bonus at $3,400, so they can go for a buyback, but it will be awkward.
Oh, it will be. And you start having to look at your key players and say, Plesson, come on, mate. What have you got for us? What have you got up your sleeve? We know that you've had a banger second half, but right now he's got to prove it when it matters the most. What a comeback this has been. When it looked like it was all over, mate. When it looked like it was a slow start from the CT side, the Sinners had their backs against the wall, and now they're in a driving position for OT.
Well, as they say, when your back is against the wall, Dwag, there's only one way to go. Forward. Under any circumstances possible, and that's what the Sinners have done right here. 15 to 14. From what was a 15 to 8 or so.
15-9, I think it was.
The guns come in, broken by for Finest. 2 AKs. Not even an AWP for Anarchist here.
Yeah, look at what Finest are doing, though. They're showing mid-pressure, and they're putting nades up towards the B side, but it's going to be that war contact play into A again, Jay. And as of right now, the only A defense is out from Donut.
Holding passive, might give up the ghost, might allow them to play for the retake on the CT side. Smoke sent down, AWP shots bringing out Kriaz. Trying to lean forward with the AK. Edge of the smoke staff. Tom Case unawares of what's going on. That's a frag.
That's a massive kill. And even Shock playing out towards Donut has to stay alive for as long as possible. He's relayed the information over and rotates are coming.
And backups arrive so quickly as well for Zedco, doing damage to the scout individual. Anarchist swapping to the Galil as Forzy's AWP strikes on Shocks. A 4-on-3. The Sinners have control of this here. Plesson watching with the Galil. B-Stick bursting forward. Kriaz diving out of the way as Zedco gets his headshot. Reduced to 2 now. The site's pretty open, and Forzy's opened up Anarchist. Kriaz with 2 to gain. The spray comes up great. Now 2 more to get for the ace clutch to close out the map for Finest. The AWP swings, and he keeps spraying blind to get the damage, but not the kill. The Sinners are on the bomb, and we are on for overtime.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What a comeback this has been for the Sinners now. And Jay, the momentum's in their favor. The streak is in their favor after the opening kill comes through from Kriaz at the bottom of ramp. The B lurk, but it's not enough. He tries his best on the post plant. He's got to work an entire ace on that round.
Lord on high, how tense this has been. And at this point, both sides are pulling out all the stops. AK is brought in, the AWPs are standard. Sinners pressing the issue on towards elbow. Shock tanking damage early. And the M4 getting out of dodge, knows that Plessen's out there because they trade blind blows. Sprays back and forth. The nade in against Plessen, placed well enough to do the damage. Lands so wonderfully.
And where's the quick stuff? Where's the quick out of B? That's where Finest found so much success on the D side. Now, as of right now, it's another one of these Walk A contacts. And for Sinners, this has to be retake. This time around, they've got even no one close. The only player is just getting into position now at Donut.
We worked with this in the previous round, so why not? Especially if Forzy hits his shot. Shocked with the peek forward. Kriaz does find a trade out elsewhere. Other side of the map at the B side, the Incendiary down perfectly as well. Forces Plessen away, he can't plant the bomb there.
Anarchist has taken so much damage. Down to 10 points of health. Forzy just trying to keep them at bay, but the rotate is still there. The lurk is still inbound.
Smokes down to suppress the CTs will start to clear. Shock is accounting for Kriaz. Make sure he doesn't rotate into the backstab and go for the retake. Zedko catches Anarchez, scoped in tunnel vision. Couldn't look back towards Donut, and Zedko sees another. Twist caught, turns in for the triple. Kriaz now, the lurker out to the B side, revealed his hand too early, and now can't do anything to deny this bomb defuse. Will swing towards Tomcase, take him down, but it will be Sinners taking the lead with this round.
What a play coming through from Zedko, and he might only average a 0.97 rating in the last 3 months on Ancient, but in that one there, he averages 3. That is a massive triple, right? To get that retake on, to isolate the individual fights. It all started with Forzy, and I feel for Kriaz, mate. How many times has he got a kill elsewhere on the map to help the A-side players and still not close the rounds?
Sinners have been dealing with it, though. They know the bomb was going towards that A site. They left it open for that reason. Go for the retake plays, and even though there was a lock out there, even though it was the kill, there's no reason to adjust towards it because they already took the site by that point. The Sinners take the lead as a result. Smiling from ear to ear, you must think. Finest. Can't catch a break if it kills them to do so. Going to be difficult from here on out. The Sinners now have momentum. They have a lead. They have a lot of advantages now.
8 in a row, Jay. What a comeback this has been to really fight from the deficit and now find your position of a lead, up by 1. And Finest, again, it feels limited with the strat book on T side.
Contrary to what Sinners were doing on their T half. The T half that we thought won them the map still could do so, even if it is a bit of a roundabout way of getting there. And they wait. Passive on A again. Forzy pushed back towards A lane. Smoke's coming down against him. Will force the Incendiary to stop them, and he charges forward for it. Molotov towards backside. He's forced to fall away again.
Excellent util coming through from Finest to force that AWP off angle, but Shock is still putting HGs down towards that main position. Shock's down to 14.
God, just the nade placement. I'm sure his utility damage just spiked. 14 HP for Shocks and Tomcase. Oh, playing dangerous games with that smoke. Will start to clear in a few moments' time as Forzy strikes against Kriaz. Anarchez will be seen. Tomcase will be able to find the frag on Pleasant, so they remove the ramp control. One trade is not good enough for Finest here.
Even Shock can actually drop the bomb for going down. Doesn't need to overextend. The enemy P's out the other side, and Anarchez is going to drop. Now the pace continues to A.
B-Stick stands in the back of the site. Backup will arrive here soon in Forzy. Orb set and ready for the flick. B-Stick takes it instead and doubles up to a low HP Shocks, and the Sinners now 1 away from match points.
Oh my goodness. What is going on? How are we in a position where the rounds continue to spiral through? The B defense locking on. Shock dealing with the AWP up. B-Stick with the multi-frag out in the A defense itself. And Finest, this is a massive choke.
Typical for T-side of Ancient, though. And just when they had such a great T-side start and everything, it's all falling apart here in the overtime. Shock starts, Shock trades. And Tomcase will follow suit as well on Twist, just spotting as the smoke starts to fade. Anarchez with 1 trade will start to open up the A side, but now needs Kriaz to get that bomb planted.
Yeah, we've seen him step up in the post plants before. He needs to do it again. AWP v AWP duel. Forzy's waiting.
Forzy's always won these battles almost every single time. Smoke and flash to keep him at bay. Anakez will provide a flash support in towards lane to get Kriaz to cross. At least that's the initial plan, but he sneaks past without any utility support. And that bomb should get planted from here.
There's so much retake util. This is such a good position for Sinners. And for Finest, they need this AWP duel.
Leg shot on Forzy. Re-smoke down again to that position. And now Anakez leans in. Just spotted the gun barrel of Beastick, but he still gets the kill for it. It's all Anakez now to step up. And he can't do so. Shock with the closing frag of the round is 3K in the round itself. An 18-15 for the Sinners, the flawless CT side half of overtime.
10 rounds in a row. How is this possible? How are you coming back from 8-15 down to now being 18-15 up? This is really unthinkable, Jay. You could not imagine this being a possibility, to be this flawless, this consistent too. And Finest. Oh my, there are going to be some discussions to have after this game.
They're in trouble. They are in dire trouble. Shocks. AWP set already, sees one. Forzy's AWP set towards the T side line. The double AWP setup for Finest that works so well for them on their CT side. As Tom Case, it strikes first, however. Kriaz to drop, Pleasant to re-smoke elbow and try to provide support in lane.
That could be the most vital game, the most vital kill to close this game. Pleasant thinking about that walk up. A site completely open right now.
Swing and hit for Beastick. 3 more to go. Anakez, twist and shocks. Wondering how this has all gone to Jello. AWP sees one at least, but Shock evades it. And Shocks can strike back instead. Beastick falls. One trade found, but now A is being attacked by Zedco.
Oh, he's got to be quick, though. Those rotations are coming through fast on that temple position. He needs assistance, and he needs it now.
There's no idea how close they really are. The AWP also set in for Anakez. Trying to look around. Twist sees the shoulder, does his damage, but Anakez strikes the player in the back, and Twist can follow suit on Zedco. A is lost to the T side, but still Tom Case will try and find his way in, and Twist says no. Forzy alone, AWP in hand. To lean in towards that B site, lean into, I believe that's Shock's making his way around from the lane position. Running right into him, and yes, the Deagle taps are all he needs.
And that was splendid. Those rotations came in at a really good timing, and just in a position where it feels as if Zedco's got control of A. That position to start opening up the bomb site, bringing that bomb back in, the straight spam in for Tom Case, and then this kill too. They'll be disappointed there, Jay. 5v3, that's a round you got to be closing.
We've still got 2 more chances to push past that finish line, though. The round streak may be broken, but the Sinners are still on fire, as is Tom Case, who stands out ahead of the Molotov in towards that mid position. Sprays does very little damage towards Pleasant upper candles. And Shock flashed in instead. Gonna try to look for that pick. He gives chase. He sees another CT, and Pleasant can turn around for the frag.
Oh, it's so aggressive. And even Twist being that backup support, just being there to help the crossfire, made that duel come in, and now double peek back in towards that mid control.
Don't tell me it's falling apart for the Sinners now. Finest in ruins, but Sinners picked apart of themselves. Forzy, at least 1 frag, but down to 11 HP. Beastick on less than 50, running into Anakez, leaving the AWP alone again.
The struggles on T-side continue. Forzy on low HP. HE's even coming through, evading by a margin, but the bomb's been seen. The bomb's got coverage.
Yeah, Forzy has to stand and fight and get every frag from here on out. Has it been seen? I don't know if Shock actually spotted it. Taps forward regardless. He leans in towards that mid position. Trying to find the last T-side member. Kriaz firing onto his general angle. Eventually he will find the kill. Find the round. Finest. Not ready to go down, it seems.
No, not at all. And Forzy's going to have to get an AWP from somebody else. And that means in return, a certain individual's only going to get a Galil if they invest into the big green. Otherwise, they can get rifles out for everyone. Forzy trying his best with the trades. What an excellent round that is from Finest. Back and forth exchange when it comes to the success on the CT side. The question is, can Finest bring it to another OT?
Incendiary is up initially. Sinner's going to slow things down a little bit, but Tom Case just runs straight into Anarchez. He starts off with a frag to his name. A man advantage for Finest. The Sinners press lane, desperate to get a trade.
Yeah, of course they are. Pleston's still holding very aggressively towards that window position, and for Zedco, he's got to draw one of these two fights out into the open.
Pleston with the M4 sees where Zedco is. Crossfire with Kriaz. Locks him down. Shock with one trade, but again, it's coming so late here. And Shock's a set a donut to get their headshot to return. It's Forzy alone. 3 rounds for Sinners on their CT half of the Finest to repeat the case, get 3 of their own. Second OT's calling, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be. And Finest, just know, play it smart. Anarchez getting close, hearing those footsteps. They know exactly where Forzy is. This is a done deal. This is 18-18. And Finest, I didn't think they were going to do it, Jay. After losing 10 rounds in a row, they get over to their CT side, and the confidence just gets rebuilt.
I don't know how they pulled that off.
What an opening pick, too.
Yeah. The thing is, well, Tom Case didn't even face that. If he didn't bother to take that map control, if he just waited back passive in lane, they could have held that man advantage for longer and maybe done something with it. Instead, it's a flawless CT side to get Finest into the CT half of the second overtime as well. And from what we've seen in the early part of overtime, you must imagine that one T round might be the difference maker here.
Yeah, 100%. And Kriaz thinking about another aggressive move in and around Cheetah. Twist getting aggressive too. The HE placement down towards the doors is doing chip damage decently onto B-Stick.
Twist leaning in. Firing blind through the smoke. Same thing for Plesson out here at Candles. Good pre-fire angles on towards Shock's angle, but he's held behind Tetris, so he'll evade most of the bullet hell. Sinners. Much more passive than any round we've seen from them so far.
It probably comes down to the fact that Finest have taken full lane control. Typically speaking, they get up towards the edge of Cheetah or from window and kind of jiggle peek around, but don't actually take it. Now this time around, we saw them with the util towards the doors itself, now back off. And Kriaz still hanging about. And B-Stick just clearing all of these tight positions.
One corner is what Finest need to get this round on the wraps. Sinners just need to make sure they don't do that, and that could be enough. Shock working in mid, not quite as aggressive this time with the Finest side. No one in Donut will aggress towards that position. No one in Candles either. Utility set as Anarchez takes the peek in from Cheetah, catches B-Stick, 2 to cross, and Kriaz almost catches them, just damage being done, and Shock looks away as Donut becomes the play, and Shock's gonna catch the trade.
That needs to follow up though, onto Plesson, straight into the bomb side, the NWP to try and cut the rotate.
Orc battle between Forzy and Anarchez. Anarchez wins it. It's all Zedco alone. As the kills come pouring in for Finest again, they take the first of OT2.
It's just a misread, and it's a lack of information. So obviously they peek forward, they lose the duel to Anarchez, they go, right, we've already got that lurk forward of Shock, let's go in for the A-play. What they don't know about is that other rifle, the other M4 towards that right-hand side. It's just the tell. The rotates are so quick, Plesson coming through from CT, Anarchez even whipping around to check that close-in angle. And Finest make it 4 in a row.
Sinners have their gun buyback though. Need to make some magic with this. Incendiary set and a slow start around right here. The Orvanicus misses. Perfect chance to punish. That's what Zedco does. And he continues pressing. The flashbang suppresses though, and he gets back out of dodge.
There's an aggressive play though out towards A main. The T's continue to run down on towards B. They ain't giving a damn. They're continuing to the side directly. Twist is gonna fall. Plesson's being caught on rotate, and Shock on Shocks.
Wrap around the corner here, outside of main. Shock from Sinners gets the kill, and B-Stick follows suit for Plesson to get the first T round in overtime.
That's really insane. So you've got Shocks obviously making a really aggressive info play right out towards the A main position, but because Zedco wins that opening fight so quickly, they've just got the confidence to play off the back of it. Beautiful trade coming through from B-Stick, and then of course that late wraparound, and Plesson being denied. And we spoke about the 1T round, Jay. There it is.
Is it enough though? Finest. Even up against the Sinners side. The T side half loses their first pick here at the end of the first half of OT, the final round of it. Shot on from Shox connects to Zedco the same.
Oh, so
Anarchez
close.
trades back.
So close to the punishment, and he's still diving forward, mate. What's going on?
He gets Forzy. Knife pulled out, sees the bomb, but Forzy trades it. It's way back in for the Sinners here. They're still down by a man.
He needs to draw another fight. They're actually split right now. They've got plenty of time to work with some util too. Forzy's expecting another walk forward towards his lane contact. Now, if Shock starts walking out towards A, surely they just regroup the bomb and play A together.
.55 on the clock. Shock leaning in, and he gets the headshot on Shox. 2-on-2, AWP in his hands. He watches the spawn now, ready to cut rotations, but the CTs are rotating away from B. The bomb could go down there so easily. If they go to elbow, that could be disastrous for Forzy here.
Oh, it really could be. I don't think they will, though. They're going to go in towards this donut position. And keep in mind, Forzy's still got plenty of util.
I think Shock knows what's going on, though. Looking into donut, looking for a challenge. Sees one, sees the second man as well, or did he? No, he peeks back with his knife turned away. And now it's all to Forzy to clutch it. Nades down, footsteps being heard. He's got no smoke. He does put one out. He finds one in the end. Molotov back, but flash forward for Kriaz. Forzy's watching it with a Tech 9 headshot, and he brings in the lead. That's 2 T rounds for Sinners.
That might be it. That actually might be enough. That is a huge round coming through from Shock and ended by Forzy. Do you know what I don't understand, though, Jay? What happened with the AWP? Shox was holding defensively on A. How did that shot not come through? I don't understand. This was the one. I can't believe it.
Beautiful stuff, however, from the T side, rather. Oh, Forzy, what a shot as well.
He just knew he wanted to bait him, didn't he? Didn't even want to get that bomb down.
Knew exactly what to do, played it to perfection. And even the nades to land from Finest. Still have a bit of life left in, it seems. Still not match point yet for the Sinners side.
AWP playing where Anarchez was the last few rounds. B-Stick to play on the contact, swing out wide. They don't know about him just yet.
Plesson with a frag back, connects it. Starts off for Finest. B-Stick backed up with the AWP on a crossfire. 2 to line up. Twist for the trade, but Forzy responds the same. It's a 3-on-3.
And now he even keeps his eyes locked. Could be an AWP battle towards his ramp position. Anarchez is still posted, and he's the one with the bomb. The CTs are splitting though, Jay. They're not actually playing together. One in mid, one on A, and the AWP of Forzy on B.
So ready to receive 2 players as well. How to Finest face this one at a time. Surely don't give up the collateral. Swing together, shoulder bait it. And now the AWP forced into Anarchez's angle. The flashbangs coming in, the smokes being sent down. Counter smokes are there. And the CTs get pulled for the rotate. The nade so perfect as well. Damage being done. Blind shot was so close and all.
Oh, the spam might continue. Tom Case might be able to get it through. It's actually the USP of Forzy.
All important with the leg shot. Knows he got that tag. And the smoke clears as he can land on shots. A 3K, Plesson known. He jumps facing and looks around for the connection shot. But Zedco comes in with support. The Sinners are up now. 21-19, match point for them again.
And they've been here before, Jay. They've been here a few times. They've got to close it now. They've got 2 chances to do so. What a round. After Plesson gets the entry, the lineup comes through. But mate, Forzy had a unreal round here. Even this quick scope on the Shox. It's all him. It's all him for round 21.
Could barely see him without the X-ray either. It's on now. Finest. Bring back 2 in a row to keep yourselves together on this one. Split apart default, once again going to try slow things down. Look for the early AWP face, and Anarchez will get his wish.
That's a lot of damage being done. Zedco's so blinded out towards the mid-duel is difficult. At least the trade is there for Shock.
Gonna lean in for a bit more, try to find Shox instead. AK swings out, sees it, but they get to the smoke, but no. Shox with the frag to return, 1 point of HP for him.
Oh, Tom Case is having a struggle. Anytime he goes aggressive out towards that ramp position, it feels like Anarchez have got the one up.
And considering how good he was with entries earlier, it feels like he's slowed down. He doesn't need to be the star in this case. He just needs to fill in the gaps. Maybe that's the change that Sinners need to make. Forzy and Beastick still have a chance. Beastick pulled back the trade, and of course it's Forzy on the B defensive. Anakez turned away from Incendiaries down. Nade to his position. Will that land on point? No, it will go too deep.
Yeah, Forzy's got to find that connection. Bait out the AWP shot and find a response. Anything. Set his teammate up in a good position.
Kriaz planting. Not quite to the connection shot of the AWP. Beastick also rotates to the back. Wins against Kriaz. Twist also in cave. Swing out, he's checking the main side, and he has no idea! Beastick goes for a second face! And Anakez is all alone now to clutch it in the 1v2. Shot baiting, Flash keeps him blind, center of the site, and Forzy connects another AWP battle win for 22-19. It's the Sinners taking it 2-0 over Finest. What a result that was for Mirage, and what a battle that was for Ancient, and they wholly deserved that victory.
Fair play. When you come back from 8 to 15 down, you know you're going to be in for one hell of a time. And could they have closed it earlier? Yes, they were up to 18-15, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the result, Jay. The resilience in certain situations, Forzy with that AWP, Shock in great situations, and overall a good team performance here for Sinners to get one hell of an upset.
Absolutely. Shock especially, man. He was great throughout the course of that entire map up. The real difference maker towards the end was Forzy.
Yeah.
Really focusing with that AWP, looking lightning fast and just clean as crystal over the course of that ending overtime. Those two guys were the difference makers for me over on that Sinners side. Truly, like, I have to give all the praise towards them because they were the guys who ultimately turned this whole series in a 2-0 fashion. We had 2-0 for Finest in this series, right? And that's going to put them back quite a peg today.
Yeah, it's a disappointing performance for Finest, especially when you're up by that sort of margin on Ancient, because if we're going to be frank, the first half of Ancient was fairly competitive between both teams. It looked fairly decent, and then Finest, they just came out of the gate. They were pumping them. They were just running wild, going really quick, a lot of aggressive setups. You're up 14-7, 15-8. You don't close it, you don't send it to a third map. They've actually got a really good winning streak too, a Vertigo. The what-ifs of Finest, it's a disappointing day.
It really is, and that's a bit disappointing, obviously, in the knowledge that knowing that they've just come off the back of a LAN top 4 placement and everything, and they've done real good work, and obviously they're trying to prove to everyone it's not just a flash in the pan from the Finest side. Well, they're not out of the tournament just yet, but obviously this is a series that we thought was going to be pretty much just fodder for them in their own right. We thought this was going to be a match where they'd be able to take it relatively easily, and that hasn't quite happened here. So as they go to that lower bracket, the pressure is now really on the Finest side.
Lower bracket runs are always really difficult, especially in Group B. This is a stacked lineup. There were some upsets yesterday too. So just remember that come that lower bracket, it's going to be death. It is going to be proper tough to come out of.
Absolutely. Never really going to be anything of any sort of, like, you know, easiness right now for the Finest side. The Sinners definitely didn't make it an easy affair of their own right, and again, they had to fight hard for that victory, so they really deserve it. I want to ask you for an MVP pick in this series, Dwayne. Who do you think was the big gun today?
I think it has to be Forzy, just off of the basis of what he was able to do on map 1 and the X factor. We could say for Shock he was very consistent, had some very good performances. He was very consistent in the series, but when I think about those last few rounds that really made the difference and closed it, it was Forzy.
Yeah, I have to agree on that sort of sense, right? Like, if it was between two players, it would be Forzy and Shock for me. I'm not certain who I'd go with per se. I mean, definitely felt like there were going to be one of those two individuals, especially towards the end of how that whole thing worked out. So in that sense, you've got to give credit to those two individuals. But you also mentioned the team play of the Sinners side, right? Because even when they weren't being the top fraggers in the server, especially in that first half of Ancient, where things were sort of like a bit back and forth and a bit awkward, that in that sort of, like, you know, that period of time, it was mostly the Finest side who were getting the most numbers of frags, and they were the ones that had the difficulties over on the Sinners camp, but they still kept it in 8-7.5 because of that team play. So I'm excited to see where it goes here, Dwayne, because again, I lost a lot of faith after Oscar and Neofrag left the team, but it feels like they found some decent replacements. I just need to see that fifth player, that true solid fifth man, really enter the server today.
The way that I look at it is, okay, for me, Sinners are just going to keep playing right up until the player break. We'll get more glimpses of Forzy. We'll get to see what he's made of, but we can't make that final judgment until the 5th comes in. Because when you've got to stand in, when you've got a coach situation, even if it's a sub player, it's very difficult to get that full rounded perspective. I think we got a very good showing today, but just imagine what the showing could be once you've got that full 5.
It's definitely looking promising. I'll give you that much here, Dwayne. If this is the startup, I want to see what the full 5-man unit will look like here for the Sinners side. For now, though, we're going to chat to one of the Sinners boys, Beastick, who's joining us here in the commentary box to talk about that victory, talk about his team. Welcome to you, my friend. Congratulations on the victory, a hard-fought victory, especially in that second map. Did you see it going down to the wire as it did there on Ancient?
Well, it was tougher than we expected. They played well on Ancient, and we lost some rounds that we shouldn't on City side. But we made a great comeback. I'm glad that we didn't give up, and I'm happy.
Tell me about the comeback, Beastick, because at least from what I looked at from Finest on T side, it seemed like there was a lot of acceleration, a lot of quick pace, really fast, especially in the opening maybe 5 or 6 rounds of the second half. It felt as if you started to get a read on that. How did you sort of find the comfortability playing against such an aggressive T side?
Well, we had some kind of preparation before the match that we knew what they're gonna do and so on, but they changed it a bit, I think, and we had struggle with these A lurks and getting like killed behind. And in tactic, or like when we call the tactical round, we told ourselves that we should like be prepared for these lurks, and we stopped their aggression, and then it was okay.
Well, you guys had a massive comeback in that second map. It was a 15-8 to ultimately a 19-22 for you guys. And I want to ask, in that moment when you were down by that margin, when you just lost that map point round, what happened? What changed for you guys that allowed you to bring that comeback?
I don't really know. We just started winning like every M duels, and Shook went crazy on mid, and he shut down many times. And Forza is just God. I have nothing else to say.
I've got to ask just quickly, Beastick, about the veto, because when I see Finest, I know that their most played map in the pool seems to be Vertigo. Like, they pick a lot of Vertigo, but sometimes they play Mirage. They seem to always play Mirage against you. So was that as soon as this best of 3 came through, you said, oh yeah, they're going to play Mirage for sure?
Yeah, we knew it because everyone punishes us on Mirage. Even Czech teams are punishing us, so it was an obvious pick for them.
Well, a pick that still went awry for them in that own sort of sense. And for you guys, you'll be moving forward in the upper bracket. Your next opponent is going to be Fnatic. And after seeing the dismantling they just took against ITB a little bit earlier on today, it does seem like a tough task for you in the Sinners. Give me some thoughts going into that matchup.
I have basically no info about Fnatic. I didn't even watch the game against ITB, so I have no idea. But they have strong individuals, so I think they're going to be good, and it's going to be a good match.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how that match will go for you. Of course, for now, you've taken a big victory for yourselves, 2-0 over Finest, staying in the upper bracket. Beastick, thanks for joining us, my friend, and congratulations on the victory, and good luck going into the semi-finals.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Awesome, Dwayne. Well, there it is, a fantastic series for the Sinners side. And again, they just deserve all the plaudits in the world for getting it past in that 2-0 fashion. Had to fight hard to get into that 2-0 fashion, but indeed, they do make their spot known in the upper bracket against that Fnatic side a little bit later on this week, Dwayne. Not the result we were expecting, but the result that we got. And I don't think we can be too disappointed to see that this is how the bracket looks like, with Sinners taking on Fnatic and Enterprise taking on Mal's NXT here.
Can we just say upset central right in the opening bracket? Mal's NXT beating Forza, I don't think many teams would have expected that. Enterprise beating Imperial, not many people would have expected that. Sinners to beat Finest, I don't think anyone expected that. Fnatic against ITB, okay, that's the sensible one. But that actually means that that lower bracket is proper stacked because we had so many upsets in the first round.
Let's take a look at the teams up for elimination in the next few days. Finest into the Breach, Imperial Forza. I mean, Imperial Forza, I'd be terrified if I'm Imperial right now, because I don't mean to take anything away from them, but if they're losing to Enterprise in that sort of fashion, with how down to the wire that overtime went, I could see Forza beating them. Really, I could do, and they'll be up in tomorrow's matches as well. Of course, ITB will take on Finest in our first match of the day tomorrow, but my match of the day is definitely going to be Forza versus Imperial.
And keep in mind, though, what happened at the Major, because Forza played Imperial, and that's where Forza got slapped, didn't they? They got 16-5'd and 16-5'd. It was one of the most one-sided best of threes that Imperial played that entire event. The factor is, can they replicate? Can they do it again?
That's the big question. How much research have the Forza side done to be able to counteract that? And the question really is, of course, is can they do the same thing on the Imperial side? Because you've got to take a look at their LAN performances. Dallas wasn't all that great here, and losing out in this tournament is not quite 100% fantastic. Like, there's still a lot of question marks surrounding Imperial and a lot of questions that might get answered tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in to Republic Season 3 as we continue to roll on with Group B throughout the week. But for today, that is all we have time for you. A couple of epic matches and surely more to come over the course of time. But until that point, we bid you all adieu on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and everyone here at Republic. Thanks so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more of Group B.
it sober, and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again, and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know, you will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will when you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world. I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself, and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it's here, there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now. What do you see? You can be anything you want to be. You know, you will never be alone. Girl, make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. I'm an 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 I'm be explosion, be a chocolate, be explosion, be a chocolate, be explosion, be a chocolate, be explosion, be a chocolate. We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got kiss me and the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. You push me out, but I come back. That attraction, I can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got that love, we got that, we got that, we got So